everyone, and welcome to the LCK. We're back here for summer after 3 weeks of action. It's your boy Digon holding it down here in the space alongside Ox and Wolf. Gents, welcome back. It felt like there was no time at all.
Yeah, you know, a little short break, but back with more LCK action and looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a good week of LCK. We got some really good games. It was fun to see T1 taking the Esports World Cup as well. And it's been a while since we had the LCK, so I'm ready to get back into some more best of threes regular season action.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings as a little refresher on where we left off. That's right. Gen G at the top, 6-0, undefeated season so far. Definitely hasn't dropped any games in the LCK with D+, Kwangdong Freaks, Hanwha Life, and T1 rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, and we know we've started to see things shake out. The Western teams, there's a decent amount of gap between them and the Eastern teams, but still time for gaps to be closed. And still there's like this sort of middle of the pack, 3rd to 5th, essentially, who are still all 4-2. So the chance to really separate out in this week and going forwards.
D+, getting that win over Kwangdong, solidifying themselves in 2nd as well. Definitely a strong team, a strong force to be reckoned with. And POGs, it's all jungle all the time right now, as Lucid does end up getting his 5th of the season.
Yeah, support summer quickly ended, and now we're in justice for jungle as Lucid leads the way for that D+ squad that you're talking about.
Yeah, we basically had a week of summer for support, so not too great. And yeah, some predictions. Digon, you're really struggling down there.
They changed my photo, and then my picks got worse. That's kind of what happened there. Don't worry, bro fans. I've got you. We're going to get one of these. Let's take a look at how things shook up from week 3 with some of the highlights of that week. Again, big one right off the jump there was KT having a 2-0 week, getting their first wins of the season.
Yeah, really important win over Bro. Gave them momentum to then tank out T1 at the home ground later on. Great week for Pyoshik overall. KT, I think, finding some good form here. It wasn't a one-sided series against Bro, surprisingly, but at the end of the day, KT finally finding some footing, what we've been really asking for so long this season, because we know this roster is capable of better than what we've seen leading up until week 3.
Yeah, and I think, you know, winning against Bro obviously was important, getting that first from the board, but the win against T1, especially in the manner it came out, like, don't get me wrong, it was a scrappy series, but that game 3 was very convincing. And definitely a much-needed turnaround for KT.
Yeah, the home ground was really awesome as well, and we talked about it a lot last week, but very, very clean to see T1 come out and fund this huge audience show up. I think a huge success even with the loss there. And then this one, D+, taking out Kwangdong Freaks. I didn't predict this. I know a few of you guys did. I really did not see this one coming, but Kingin, great performance on the Renekton, a very memorable game here to help close it out.
Yeah, I feel like D+ have been so hard to judge because in the individual games, it's been scrappy, it's gotten messy at times, and it kind of makes you question how strong the team is, but they're delivering. They're getting the wins, you know, and even when it does come down to the wire, they've had that clutch factor to finish out.
And of course, over at the Esports World Cup, T1 come in as underdogs to Gen G, maybe BLG if you're watching Global League of Legends, but they have a new tournament, and of course it's T1 becoming the first winners of the competition.
And during that tournament, during the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, I mean, T1 had some shaky series. They almost lost to BLG, arguably should have lost to BLG, arguably should have lost to Team Liquid. Came in as underdogs against Top Esports in the finals, were able to evolve their drafting, and that final best of 5 looked the best. I do think this is a good sign for T1 in terms of what they're going to look to do regular season-wise, but also some of their weaknesses were a little bit exposed as well.
Also some question marks for Gen G. You know, T1 had a convincing finals against Top Esports. Earlier in the tournament, Top Esports knocked out Gen G with a 2-0 victory in the best of 3. So, you know, we've seen Gen G being miles ahead of the competition. Maybe the gap isn't as big as we thought.
Well, part of it came down to the picks that they used over at EWC. Let's get a refresher on the last patch that we had. 14-12 picks and bans with 100% for Tristana and Rumble, which are 2 that we saw a lot, and then the Skarner was next on up.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to stay the same going into this week with no changes to Corki or Tristana. Ezreal still on top in terms of AD carry. I think his numbers are going to go even higher. Skarner will definitely fall down a little bit. So if you've been tired of watching that Scorpion in the top lane, it might be time for some reprieve.
Yeah, I mean, his presence was a lot lower at the Esports World Cup, but also his solo queue stats dropped like 5% win rate, so definitely a big hit. Obviously, you know, later on in the game still provides that CC in team fights, but the laning took a massive tumble.
So that was 14-12. We're now going to be playing on 14-13, which was the patch over at Esports World Cup. The first time we get to see it here in the LCK, with Lee Sin being banned this first week of play.
Yeah, I've been unfortunate, had some issues, so not going to be enabled after getting these buffs, so not really going to be able to see the impact of that now. And Graves, nice changes, but I think these are kind of trying to push in junglers to contest the AP junglers, but I don't think it's enough right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to change up all too much. Graves, in a very AD carry-centric meta, isn't going to be played all too often in the jungle. I think Lissandra can be a nice niche pick against the Ahri Vi type combos we've seen a lot. We haven't really been seeing Misfortune. We didn't see it in EWC. I think very strong right now, actually, a pick that we could see come through, especially if something like the Kalista is banned away. And then Xayah, a little bit better. That's a pretty big buff, but at the same time, in terms of other AD carry she's competing with, she's really just that niche disengage AD carry anti-dive pick.
Yeah, I think she definitely works if you're playing into things like the Vi, but in other compositions like into Ezreal might struggle a lot. And we saw nerfs to the AP junglers. The biggest to hit AP jungling was the Talia one. It was a pretty big hit, but she's still very viable mid. Brand and Karthus, it is a hit, but I still think they're very playable and still saw them at EWC, still expect to see them here in the LCK.
So you're starting to see the trend shifting away from the AP jungle meta. We saw EWC didn't change too much, but we'll see how it iterates as the next 2 weeks go along. A couple more champion nerfs here, Skarner and Kalista.
Yeah, the Skarner changes are on his Q, the big ones. Like, his mana is increased and he does less max health damage, so his poke is less strong. He's going to do less damage in the early parts of the laning phase. Kalista getting just a tap to base stats at level 1, just 2 AD. That's quite significant when you add also the Fate's Call. Some changes as well to how Sentinel's passive interacts with monsters. But this Varus change, I think, a little bit more significant.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they've kind of tuck down his early laning a little bit, but in return he gets so much more power from his passive, so kind of changing the playstyle. I feel like between Opportunity getting nerfed and these changes, it's helped on-hit Varus the most, but I don't think on-hit Varus is that competitive with some of the other AD carry picks we're seeing picked at the moment, so I haven't really figured out where the place for him is in the current meta, and we might need to see some of the AD carries nerfed before he really starts to shine.
Yeah, it feels like it's lending itself to be a little bit more aggressive. Again, reset champion type mechanics, always fun, but we'll see what comes out of that Varus pick. You guys have a couple of meta champs that you wanted to talk about. We got to see Ziggs over from EWC, but also the 3 others.
So Ivern's the big one for me. Obviously we saw the LPL teams pick this one up. Top Esports in particular looked very clean on it. So it's very strong with double AD carry, and since we don't have that patch just yet that's going to hit the Corki and Tristana, I think we're still going to be seeing that a lot of the time. Vision control, objective control, so powerful with this pick. You take a hit in terms of your clear early, so you don't have a lot of economy, but items like Redemption, Moonstone Renewer also give you so much longevity in the late game. So I think our LCK team should really be taking a look at this pick.
Yeah, for me, really, the Ziggs, it's something that I'm a big fan of. APA obviously playing a lot in the mid lane, but seeing it a lot in the bot lane, particularly paired with Leona, who's risen in priority, is something that's really popular in the LPL. But basically, if you are going an AD mid, you can provide the AP from there if you need more, if you don't have an AP jungle on hand. But also just games were very fast-paced at the EWC. He can really drive the pace of a game forwards with his ability to take towers. And then also, if you're playing into an AD carry, if you have engage, he's so good at following up from a distance with that ult. And then also, I feel like the Braum Yasuo, both kind of rising in priority for similar reasons. Yasuo, we only really saw when other AD mids were banned out, but just the wind wall value and the unbreakable value into these double AD carry compositions is really high.
Yeah, again, a great display of what could be possible here from EWC. So thank you guys for breaking that one down for meta patch picks. But now, guys,
the scariest part of the pre-show.
It's time for Degon's Fact of the Week. We're going a little game show style, so now my voice is going to go a little more game hosty. Our contestants for today are Ox and Wolf. Are y'all ready?
That's convenient that we're on the desk and with the contestants. It would have been a bit annoying if it'd been someone else.
Yeah, it'd be really strange if they brought somebody else, like if Valdez showed up.
Yeah, we had to clear off.
All right. Did you have your fun? Because now it's time for the questions. Time for fun for me as you guys get stressed out as we start with our Fact of the Week. Question number 1. True or false? Gen.G's current game win streak is longer than the game win streak of the 2022 Spring T1 squad that went 18-0. True or false?
Well, current Gen.G because we're talking just this summer.
Just this regular season summer, yes.
And current win streak is 12-0.
12-0, yes.
Did T1 get a longer streak than 12-0 when they went undefeated in matches?
I'm gonna say no. I actually think Gen.G's streak is longer because T1 dropped a lot of games. They didn't actually break the record for the best possible game score, even though they ended up getting the 18-0, right? We saw them drop games to Nongshin back then. I'm gonna go true that Gen.G's is longer.
True.
You know, see, I'm thinking because we had KT last year had a really long streak, and we didn't really talk about records then. So I'm thinking maybe there was a higher record, so maybe that's why I didn't come up with T1. I'm gonna go with false on this one.
Is that your final answer, Ox?
You gotta press the little button, the little mouse or the little marker. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Lock it in. Lock in. Lock in, Ox.
I'm locking in. There we go.
All right.
I'm false, or I'm truing. You're falser.
Any truers? I'm a falser.
All right.
This isn't working.
Gen.G current win streak is longer than the win streak of 2022. That is true.
Yeah, I think
Correct.
T1 messed it up a bit last time around. They dropped some games. I do remember that pretty clearly.
That's right. They had multiple win streaks at 7, and then their longest was 10 before they got, I guess, thwarted by, I think it was Bro. They lost.
No, in my defense, I wasn't on the LCK at that time, so, you know.
All right, that's enough excuses. Game number 2, or question number 2. Not game number 2. Question number 2. Part of that 2022 Spring T1 roster was, or I guess, run was that they went undefeated, but they were 2-1s. Which one of these teams did go 2-1 against T1? Was it A, Gen.G, B, KT, C, Live Sandbox, or D, DRX?
That's why if there's an E, all of these, I will be so... That's a very crazy thing.
I think everyone remembers that 2022 Live Sandbox, they got 3rd place, right? They were able to get Willer on Elise, so you got a lot of really crazy steals and stuff like that. I think I'm leaning towards, I think it's going to be Live Sandbox on this one.
Yeah, I was actually going to go for that as well with Live Sandbox because I remember them...
It was a good season for them.
Yeah, I remember being a competitive one. So, and I feel like Gen.G is the obvious kind of bait answer. I'm sticking with Live Sandbox.
Final answer, Live Sandbox.
You're correct!
Wow.
It is Live Sandbox, but so did Nongshim Bro, DK, Hanwha Life, and Kwangdong Freaks. Live Sandbox did go 2-1 loss against T1, as those other top squads did not. KT, TRX, and Gen.G all got 2-0.
That's a tricky question. I like how you did that one this week, Digon.
Thank you. And, that leads us to our next segment of the day, because you want to know who was on Live Sandbox? That's right. Our Uri Bank Gold King of the Week. It's the mid laner closer for BNK. We did this in rehearsal, and I did share that one, but I was like, yes, this works out. Closer getting the Gold King for this week.
Yeah, now in an 8-way tie for second, which is everyone on 1 apart from aiming on 5, and aiming pretty close maybe to locking it in, but not this week. Closer managing to secure this with some long games from Live Sandbox.
Really long game, and the Talia game here, he ended up doing some pretty heavy lifting against Bro. It was a pretty whack series. It was pretty crazy, but Closer had a lot of fun, a lot of farming, and outdoing aiming. That's the real achievement here, as he is one of 8 people to do it ever, but no one's ever done it more than once.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Aiming's just had these in the bag, and the thing is, in spring, definitely, when it was kind of Lucid was low on economy and he was collecting all the gold, but even in summer, he's just kind of been racking these up, and it won't be long before he won't be able to be caught. We just don't have that many weeks left, and he's got a pretty heavy lead.
Yeah, well, again, this week's Gold King heading on over to Closer. He'll get a silver coin. Now it's time for our OPGG Player of the Week, and this week, it goes to the man in the jungle with the biggest upset of Week 3. It's Pioshik with a OP score of 6.7.
I voted for him. It was a great week for him. He had some amazing Viego games in particular. He also was able to beat T1, and usually, I know his score is lower than a lot of other scores you would see this week, but given that the strength of opponent he faced and the tough series he was in, I think it's completely warranted, and great job, Pioshik.
Yeah, and I feel like in spring, when KT was doing when there were times where they were doing well, it was often down to him in the jungle. And obviously they've had a rough summer season, but this bounce back, he was such a big factor in it. I feel like especially going up against Ono, who's had a pretty strong season as well, Pyosik was just completely on form.
Yeah, he got 2 of the POGs that week in there. One in their first series of the week, and then the second in the second series of the week, along with Perfect, by the way.
Kingen, I think, is the other good vote here. Like, Atlas is really smart with this one. Kingen had a fantastic series, was able to defeat Guangdong Freaks in a really important and tough matchup.
Yeah, Kenyon's been on the cusp for a while. He's going to get one of these weeks. Maybe he'll do it this week as we take a look at the schedule for week number 4. Kicks things off with T1, the reigning champs, versus the Bros. We got Saturday Showdown, D+ versus Gen G, and then we close it off with BNK versus Hanwha Life. What jumps out here at you, Wolf?
I mean, Hanwha Life versus T1, a really big one. D+ Gen G, obviously huge match of the week, but Guangdong Freaks versus Gen G, another big series. I think for T1, this week is super important, obviously coming back from that EWC win. Can they bring that success back here domestically? Bro, weaker opponent for sure, but after getting off a plane yesterday/today, it's not a whole lot of time.
You guys are not paying attention to the right matchup here, because it's actually the Guangdong Freaks versus Gen G. This is where Guangdong Freaks will come on in. Bros getting the win against Nongshim, that's right. Giga Chads, I got you covered, I told you you would. But Ox, you got DRX over D+ here.
I'm just a big DRX fan. Platt is my boy. I have to back him up on this one. I think it's a long shot, but we often get an upset. Every week it feels like there's a big upset, at least one. So, here's hoping.
Yeah, I think when you're this far behind in Preds as I am, you got to start shooting for the stars. So I've got a couple of upsets.
You're betting against Gen G. Yeah, I think, that's where I would have thought, this is how I gain back points. Betting against the undefeated team who haven't dropped a single game. Good logic there.
All right, time to go. Let's get into week 4's action. We'll see you in a bit.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
파이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got T1 up against Bro. I am Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and this one, on paper, you know, T1 should be the big favorites, but they just got off a plane. We'll have to see how they're feeling after coming back from EWC. How are you doing today, Chronicler?
I'm doing great, and you want to believe in the Brion upset. We haven't had one all split. This team was once upon a time known, but I, as the known bro anti, I don't know if I'm really going to give...
It is known.
It is known. I don't know if I'm really going to give the hopium that I know bro fans don't need, because they're always doing great, but that maybe the rest of us who aren't, you know, as positive might need. And I don't think it's going to happen today here, but if it did, what a glorious tale it will be.
I mean, if it is going to happen, for Bro versus T1 at least, today would be the day, right? Week 4 matchup of the two teams desperate for victory. I think that's because T1 did take a big hit from KT, immediately went on to win an international tournament and come back, whereas Bro, well, they haven't won yet, so they're definitely a little bit more desperate, I would say, and another difficult matchup for them today.
For Brion, they need to find a way to have stuff actually come together. I feel like this team still feels so disjointed, and they got that aura that we've seen of teams in the past where it just feels like no matter the draft, no matter the situation, you never feel confident that this team is going to get a win. As we do see, T1 obviously winning EWC, playing on patch 14.13. We'll see if they continue that here this time around. T1 is a team that I think has always been very happy to draft the way that they do. They take a lot of risks, they take a lot of gambles, and I think that's what sometimes infuriates their fans. It's also what makes them good and what makes them such a dangerous team, particularly in best of fives.
It's very difficult to handle, and sometimes they do go for really wacky drafts and sometimes really wacky play as well, where you're like, what are they doing? But then it always seems to turn around, and eventually you just end up winning a long tournament. So, you know, props to them. They do win that inaugural EWC. That's a difficult word. As Pulbe is going to be in the starting lineup. Woo! He has played this season, but he has never been the starter. So today, we'll see how he can do.
I'm sure hope that they don't like lose against T1 as is expected, and then they drop him again after, you know, 3 weeks. There was no way they would do that, right, Valdez?
Yeah.
No way.
They would definitely never do that.
I don't think that Pulbe has like looked outstanding necessarily in the games that we saw him in, but we've seen him very limited, and I think it's very clear that stuff in Brion is not working right now. So I'm hoping is that at least we see an individual performance that stands up here today.
It's one of the Weeby friends.
I do love my Weeby friends. That was, I've never
My
seen
favorite Weeby friend is Chronicler.
Aww, I am a Weeby friend.
Well, we do have T1 here, and I hope they are feeling okay, and they don't have too much happy gaming today. I mean, we always like to have a little bit of fun when it is T1 up against a team who they believe they are better than, especially by a significant margin, given that Bro has not won yet. But we'll have to wait and see what they have prepared for today. Will we see the Yasuo coming out again? Will we see the Zeri in the top lane? I would imagine that if the time calls for it and they feel like it works in the drafts, they might as well, as we are moving on to 14.13 for this week of the LCK.
I just want to say, Brion did win a game against KT. And guess what KT did? Beat T1. So that's something that maybe they can hope to emulate today. Just an individual game, and I think will mean a lot for this team. They've only gotten 3 so far, which is not a whole lot.
Yeah.
And, one of those was against DRX, which is obviously a while back. That was in week 1. So for the Bros, big ask here today, going up against T1.
Well, if they beat the team that beat T1, maybe there is an angle.
It was just one game. It was one game.
Well, you know, they beat them one game, and KT was able to beat entirely T1.
Yeah.
So, you know, it kind of rises in power. Bro should be much better than T1.
I'm seeing these faces, Valdez, and I'm getting scared. I don't see the vibe that I think you're looking for. This is looking like the vibe of a team that knows who they're up against, which is T1. And T1, when they're better than you by a substantial margin, the games aren't great. Gen.G at least gives you like 10, 15 minutes to sometimes play around a little bit. T1, not necessarily the case as we take a look at the stats here. Yeah, Youngjae, that kill participation, that's a bad thing. Not
it's
from him.
so much higher than owners, though. Wow.
Not from Youngjae individually. I want to highlight that. But that's not great, guys. That's a sign that no one else is really getting anything going on the map at any point. And Youngjae is having individually, I think, the best time on this roster.
Well, if Owner's doing a little bit of downloading of the new, firmware, that's not something you see very often. It has spread to other members of T1. Generally, it's only Faker, but as I mentioned before, these guys just got off a plane yesterday, so it's rough. There's jet lag. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of just exhaustion potentially. So
yeah,
like I said, if Bro were gonna strike, this would be the time. T1 are currently weak.
We can also keep a kind of an ongoing throughout the day check on how you are feeling, because it probably mirrors it pretty nicely as...
Oh my
boy.
God. It's Yasuo. Does he see the Yasuo right there? I mean, it's really close to his face.
Yeah, he's
just going to close his eyes.
We can only see this because Faker is imagining it. So like this image is not done by production. This is Faker projecting it with his spiritual power.
He is creating the image in all of our minds.
I mean, I'm your weeby friend. I got to explain the anime stuff to you, Valdez.
I mean, it kind of looks that way. That was really cool. A very nice job by, obviously, Faker, not production. No, production, good job. Guma looking very awake. I do wonder how many cups of coffee. So far for me, it's one.
Yeah.
But that won't...
Saving the second one.
That won't be the final one of the day, I'll tell you that. And that was, a couple of shots of espresso, that is.
In case you're wondering, by the way, Faker played Yasuo at PwC in the final game of the tournament, which is why we got the cool end. And also, it's Faker playing Yasuo. It's just, it's exciting. It's cool.
Yeah, and Faker did also get the MVP of the entire tournament. A lot of people were saying that Keria should have gotten it. For a good reason, I think his play in the finals was also spectacular. It was going to be between one of those two, right? But Faker eventually did pick up the MVP. Keria also playing really well nowadays. He did have a big Bard game up against BLG, and certainly feels like he's really in a good spot mechanically. I do think that some of the decisions that are being made can be questioned a little bit, sometimes very over-aggressive from Keria, but at the end of the day, maybe he's just channeling his inner barrel, which is just fine, as we know.
Especially now that, KT got their wins. If this was channeling your inner barrel of the last couple of weeks was maybe a bit rough, we'll see. I am sure that T1 is going to maintain their high level of flexibility in draft. For me, the main question is going to be to what extent can Brion play their own style? As the fans, happy and ready as always.
Yeah. Just saying, obviously a big T1 fan, and basically T1 is life, I think is the vibe of that sign. And you know what? I suppose for a lot of people they are. Let's jump into the draft for game number 1.
I was waiting for a poetic...
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just out of it.
I was ready!
I am so out of it. Lee Sin, global banned, by the way. Well, we're just not going to see him. We do have Renekton and Senna and Rumble taken away. Rumble, definitely the biggest ban that we see nowadays, especially on the red side.
As we are, again, trending towards Corki Tristana. It's one more patch cycle. They are on the chopping block for the next patch. Hopefully that will be enough. I don't think that this time around it's going to be a thing, as the respect ban towards the Renekton I really appreciate from T1 here. The Lord will still be given his due respect. Tristana, in my opinion, definitely the standout between the two picks. So I imagine that's what T1 wants to go toward. Also doesn't really lock you into anything specifically. And we'll see what Pool Bay is going to bring out here. Was most known for his aggressive playstyle in Challengers. Obviously had a really strong top side to go with him. And there is, that's not, that shouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah,
is it just
I
Corki?
mean, it's not a surprise. And I guess the idea is that, okay, if we give them Tristana, we play Corki. As you're mentioning, Chronicler, but at the same time, it does feel like over the last bunch of weeks, Tristana has come out ahead most of the time, right? It just feels like in terms of overall impact on the map, not just talking about laning phase generally pretty even. What she's able to do, especially pushing side lanes and how she scales, is just kind of insane.
Ezreal making its way through here as well for Envy. Envy still starting. We did see some experiments with Samver early on, but he has been the mainstay for a good amount of time now. We'll see what is going to be the setup here. Imagine that T1 don't feel too pressured to pick up an AD carry for Guma here. They can, obviously, but he plays a whole lot of champions. One of the saving graces of this patch is that Skarner has in fact been... He's been hit. He's been hit pretty hard, which I think is great. The unfortunate thing is that Cassandra is still there, so now he's just riding alone in top lane, outside of the Rumble, which obviously has already been taken away.
Yeah, I think that Cassante, because of that, is in a really awesome spot, as we are going to be seeing the Zyra in the jungle here for Youngjae. Now, Owner has picked Nidalee into Zyra multiple times, did it at EWC as well. I think that it's got a good matchup. You can put on a lot of pressure in the jungle, not allow the Zyra to go kind of insane with her farm speed, and it just feels like kind of a very controlling jungle pick, especially when you're facing that Zyra. So... you know, I get that they want that AP jungler, one of the top ones, but I think that Owner could have a fun time in this jungle matchup.
It does work well with the draft that Brianna has, where you can lean into more of a poke style, and it makes it hard for the enemies to engage due to the Zyra existing. That is a poke style as Brion, I think, is unfortunately not something that I think right now they're going to be capable of pulling off consistently. Would love to just see a tank top laner. Right, just pick something beefy up. I think Poppy is a great example. You could obviously still theoretically flex this towards Paulo, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Poppy is a consistent frontline, as we do see the Caitlyn Braum come back again. Was something that the Caitlyn for Guma should not be a surprise, and the Braum, as already mentioned in pre-show, has really risen in priority with how insanely prevalent these engage reports have been. I'm wondering if they just want to go for Karma here, which when it comes to the execution is a bit rough, but it should provide you a good amount of shove. It goes well together with the Ezreal, because my problem with this is that it just doesn't feel like playing an engage report into something like the Braum Caitlyn is really going to go very well.
Yeah.
Unless you find like a really solid early all-in, but I just don't think realistically that's something that you can consistently hit. And the Karma, I think, would have tied the composition nicely together. Obviously, your engage would be really subpar, but I think for Brion, what they saw is we need something simple. Engage reports fit into that bill. I'm worried, though. I think this is a draft that is very hard to execute, and I think T1 got basically everything that they'd want, realistically, outside of having engage, which is T1. They're just gonna find a way to start fights nonetheless, and they have the Nidalee for poke as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting nowadays, just with all of the AD carries and kind of frontliners that don't provide engage, but provide a lot of defense for your kind of squishy core. It does feel like we are seeing a little bit less engage in some of these drafts week by week. So, you know, the Cassante as well can kind of just, you know, put himself in there, force fights by being very annoying and getting on top of people. And we do have a lot of Bro fans still in the audience cheering for the potential of, you know, King Morgan to come in here, Lord Morgan, to get a win, an upset win up against T1. But in this first draft, we're definitely liking T1's angle to start off this series. As OK Savings Bank Brion, see the Ezreal, see the Corki, a lot of top picks. We'll see if it's enough to get them across the line. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Oh, well, that's a spear to get us started. And we'll see how this does continue. Polbay just going to back out of here.
I think actually getting a good chunk here early on against Guma. We'll see what Youngjae's pathing is going to be. Also do note that Pulbe was able to just get it back in, so nothing too much of note happening here. With Brom, you can always go for delayed invades. His level 1 is one of the best in the game with his passive, but doesn't look like that's actually going to be the case. Youngjae, unfortunately, one of the plants spawning near the turret. And not ideal. I don't think it'll matter that much. I've seen Zyra just power farm and clear in like 3 minutes something nonetheless. We will have Morgan taking a peek here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to do outside of a little bit of harass. And Italy doesn't really care too much about that. And Youngjae, as you mentioned, not really too concerned about the plants spawning in the wrong place, because eventually he just is able to place them himself, and he will farm extremely fast. It doesn't really matter. As Zyra, the only person to win on Zyra in the LCK so far is Canyon. And Zyra's still a really good pick. I don't want people to see that and be like, hey, I guess that means that only Canyon can play it. Canyon is exceptional as a jungler, and Genji are a great team, but Zyra's still a very strong pick. As, by the way, Guma has only lost 1 game on Caitlyn.
Shouldn't come as a big surprise if you have seen T1 play before. Guma is Caitlyn. It doesn't get pulled out too often, but whenever it does feel like it really hits the spot. Trying to maintain that, you know, Death Jinx win rate of like a year or 2 ago, it did really take a big beating at some point.
Pulbe?
Pulbe is, just going to flash, and obviously the player really struggling, but it also again beckons the question.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just walked back into auto range.
Yeah, I have no idea why he did that.
So
and so the walking in is obviously very egregious, but it also beckons again the question: did we really have to give Tristana over again?
No, that shouldn't have happened.
I don't
honestly.
think we should have.
Although giving Ashe to T1 is really scary as well. I think the other ban that had to be the Tristana ban was the Sejuani.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because Zoner can play a lot of stuff. He can play Nidalee. He is going to do a lot of Nidalee playing in the bottom lane, I think, here in this game. Especially based on the path that Youngjae has taken towards the top side of the map. We already see a little bit of pressure, but he's not going to overcommit. So here we go again. Pulbe going to lose the trade in a huge way. And the thing about Pulbe is that he's a great player, but I think he really struggles with nerves. And here in this first game, I think we're seeing a little bit of that already. I remember I was actually doing the Challengers co-stream for Bro, and he had like this huge pop-off performance in 2 games actually, and he went into the interview and he was just so nervous. He didn't really say much, right? But we know he's exceptional as a player. So I do wonder if some of those nerve issues can affect some of his gameplay, especially up against a guy like Faker.
I think it's obvious, right? Like, I think the initial trade and the flash is fine. Walking back in, that's something that that shouldn't happen. Youngjae, this is the core issue, I think, as to why we see so many Zyra struggles. Like, once you start falling behind,
Youngjae's going to take a huge amount of damage. He steps on a trap, so the extended range for the Nidalee goes in, and Owner and Faker just bullying Youngjae in between turrets.
Might be able to do something here.
Well, Paulo's going to miss his stun, and now he's in a lot of trouble. The Ignite comes down, and they get pushed away as Kerry is able to push past the turret himself. And already this game is off the rails, Chronicler.
Yeah, T1 with a lead is not a very fun interactive experience to play into. Unfortunately, it's 1.5K at 5 minutes. Feldas,
Yeah.
This wave is going to get lost. Youngjae isn't really going to be allowed to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, bro, they're in a spot where, yes, they had a week off, they had time to iterate and stuff, but generally that doesn't help nearly as much as going to an international tournament and downloading all the newest data from all the best teams around the world, you know? And I feel like some of those drafts that we saw in EWC look a lot like this one from T1, and they're already...
Oh, Youngjae, yeah. Unfortunately, the moment you get hit by that spear, that's just the end of it.
Did he get hit by the spear?
I think.
Kind of looked like he stepped on the trap nearby, but maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe just a weird hitbox and it was the spear. Because it was a lot of damage.
Well, that's my point. I think it was because the first time when I watched it happen live, I thought it didn't hit.
Yeah.
But now looking at the chunk that was done, I don't know, it might have been a Tristana damage. It doesn't really matter, right? The moment that Faker shows up there, you should have an inkling that Owner's going to be nearby as well. And they did actually have a window there, I think. If they rotate Envy and follow up, I don't think it's likely that Brion is going to just win skirmishes against T1, but at the very least it would have been playable as Follow should be able to get out, but Faker's chasing.
Yeah, Faker is chasing. He knows he has that Braum to try
Down
to
the
set up, but
member.
now he's going to ult Morgan away as Morgan taking a ton of damage. Faker just frontlining as Tristana doesn't care. And as you mentioned, they are down a member, so T1 certainly getting in there and trying to make their case, but eventually it's a double kill for Pulbay.
I gotta say, Morgan actually with a great roam there. The reason why that play works is just because they're up a good amount of people. Really digs Pulbay out of the hole that he was in as well. Like, these kills are really, really big because otherwise the lane would have been like truly completely unplayable. It's still not in a good spot, don't get me wrong. Faker is still up a kill, which kind of offsets the CS lead. Faker also is sitting on a call, so I don't think the 1v1's going to look a lot better, but it does mean Pulbay at least is relevant. And that's the T1 we were talking about. Down a member, and they're like, we can out-hands it. It's fine, we can make it work. And to be fair, like it's a one for two trade in the grand scheme of things. That's still not too bad. They are really playing as aggressive as humanly possible.
Yeah. You know, I think T1 coming to this matchup and they know they're the big favorites and they're playing like it, but sometimes that gets T1 in trouble. We'll see if it gets them in trouble here as Kerio will be fine. He holds up the door. As Owner, he's level 6. He's putting on a lot of pressure just by himself. As yes, the engage came in, but the follow-up was not quite there for Bro. Meanwhile, we have this 1v1 in the bot lane, which Guma is absolutely stomping.
We hadn't really talked about this yet because there was a lot more pressing matters on the map. Yeah, Guma is up a large amount of gold. Like a large amount of gold. And I don't
How large, Crown?
Yeah, well, very large, Valdes. Caught me off guard at the very least. And I think that as long as Envy is in that isolated 1v1 and Kerio is just roaming around the map, you're gonna look to simultaneously get your own jungler ahead.
Uh-oh.
As yeah, that's... Oh, he got it!
He actually got it, but he's also going to get his death here. You're not getting away from this Nidalee that has flash, as the root does come in. And no, not the disengage cone, please! It's a disengage cone.
Oh, despair!
Oh, no, he's going to get away. Why is that cone there? Just to save his life for no reason. Shouldn't exist. Well, it was a nice play from Owner anyway.
To the dismay of Brendan Valdes, Youngjae makes it out. As a jungler, I'm like, oh god, he didn't get killed by Nidalee. I'm not too sad. I think Youngjae is struggling enough as is. But he still got the rep buff, you know? Owner flashed, which I think Owner's play was great there. Obviously just shy of lacking the damage. Actually, if he got the rep buff, that might have been enough to be able to get the kill with the extra debuff and the fact that Youngjae wouldn't be healing. So do take a look at the CS per minute here. That's the one thing that Morgan did have to give up. I think with that roam did fall about a wave behind as to enable the rest of his team. But the game state really isn't that bad. That doesn't mean that much, but it's nice.
It's not good, but it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, Val.
Could be worse.
And that's a win for Brion.
Yeah.
Because the 1.5K that they were behind at 5 minutes, that's still kind of the same. That's where we're at. It hasn't gotten worse, and I think that's a win.
It is. It actually is. You know, jokes aside, I think that T1 have really been trying hard to continue with their lead and put on as much pressure as possible. But at the end of the day, Bro have been able to stabilize a little bit, and, you know, they're still behind, but they're not getting farther behind, which is really the main key thing here. I think that double kill over to Pulbay is going to be extremely helpful for keeping them at least in parity with what Faker might be able to do. But we do know what Tristana can do anyway. As Guma, meanwhile, up 24 CS, is still by himself down on the bottom side. As Faker just going to jump away from that one. I feel like the zoom in is like Jonas Strong expecting Faker to jump in. Because sometimes he just does that.
Like flash ult, Pulbay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have surprised me, especially with how Faker has played the Tristana. Really, even going back to like MSI, there was a lot of Faker just being like, no, I'd win. And then he doesn't, but he just keeps going for it. Just keeps going in. As Morgan, this is Poppy, notoriously hard to dive, but I do think that they have the tools.
He does have his ult. He is going to knock the Nidalee away, and that should be enough.
Well, it's still going to lose the turret.
Yeah.
So it's something. They got grubs.
5 grubs. Not bad. It's going to deny it from Tristana, which I feel like is the biggest thing. But at the end of the day, now they're trying to dive onto Zeus, even a TP, and there's 4 people here against Cassante. Surely they just kill him, right? As a lot of damage is going into Youngjae and Paulo, and now Owner is here. Zeus still alive, as the damage will eventually take him down, but Owner is just feasting on the members of Bro that are behind this turret. As Faker is here as well, a jump over the top. Faker looking for another kill as an ult goes into the Poppy, and now Faker's jumping in again. And Envy here by himself has to flash away. Very nice ult himself, nearly takes off Faker's head, but is not going to be able to. At least he gets away alive.
Meanwhile, Gumak continues playing He's actually playing Swarm, the new game mode where you just PvE. Very interesting stuff here from Guma. That was a bit of, I know that they ended up getting the kill, but that was a bit of a disaster of a dive, unfortunately, for Brion.
Ariel, what are you doing?
It's fine, he's Braum, he doesn't care.
I guess he's holding the wave. Yeah, that makes sense. And Polbe thinks he can kill him. That's not going to happen, so he's just going to flash away.
It's fine, he is Valkyrie.
Yeah.
So that top dive was, they weren't able to actually chain the CC, which is hard against the Cassante, to be fair. When we take another look, Zeus actually lived for so much longer, and reinforcements are very much on the way. So he doesn't get hit by the root. Then Morgan knocks him into the wall, but also knocks him out of the Zyra ult. And then as a result, Morgan takes like 2 extra turret shots, and it ends up being a bit of this. This was really cute from Faker here, jumping over already, knowing that he would get the reset, and then having the extra damage available. This was really nicely done by Envy, actually, getting the pre-buffer before he flashed, meaning that if he did just a little bit more gold, that could have been good as they're looking. This is a Tristana with flash. No buster shot, though. Could be a moment.
All right, there's the flash. Nicely done, and the hop is going to be canceled. Faker, he's just pushing forward. He knows he's dead, but trying to take out Envy here might be able to. The flash forward, and he will be punished for that. As down he will go. Plate's still up, by the way, as Guma collects another one in the mid lane.
I can't believe they're still up. It feels like this is one of those games where Plate should have gone down a while back. And Guma just continuing to PvE.
Oh, no.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Just gets stunned by Braum. Doesn't respect the Braum. You have to respect that stun coming through. The second that goes down, a trap right under you, and you're not getting away. So Polbe's dead. Once again.
Mid lane turret's going to fall as well. I think Guma's goal was to get as many plates as possible. Maybe he watched Games Done Quick, you know, last week. He's trying to get the speed running.
It's on replay now, by the way.
Yeah, he's not.
What's going on here? It's just going to kill the Ezreal, as there was so much damage done to him by Guma that Zeus was like, yeah, I guess I just kill him.
You know what's the worst? Look at that!
Yeah.
The worst part for me about this is that even with everything that's happened in this game, I feel like T1 is legitimately just looking at us like, guys, come on, I wanna get through this. We gotta get those turrets down as soon as we can.
It's a day at work.
It really is.
Than,
They're playing with reckless abandon. Here, Faker trying to get the flash in to get that final order, which I don't even think would have been enough. But it's, as we said, Faker just going very ham. And here, Poolbay. Just the moment you get stunned, even without Nidalee Trap, I'm pretty sure he would have ended up dying. But, or without the Nidalee Spear, rather, after the trap comes through. Yeah. They're just... Brion just can't do anything. It just feels so futile.
Yeah.
Valdez, they're 8k down.
There's not a lot of finesse in this game either. I feel like T1, you know, they're not using the scalpel in this one. They're using the giant sledgehammer. And they're just kind of swinging it in giant arcs towards Bro. And you know what? It's working. It's getting the damage down. There are a couple of Drakes that did go to Bro, but you know, Cloud Soul coming through, and T1 are still 8,000 gold ahead nearly. So at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to be stacking up many more Drakes in this game, let's say.
Both inners are gone on the side lanes, Valdez. We're 15 minutes in. They don't have inners. That's not okay. That's, oh man.
Yeah. It's not okay. Well, now we're TPing behind Polbey, who didn't realize that there was a ward there. Now, TPs are coming in from Bro as the stun is going to hit. The spear is not going to hit as a massive Magnet Storm is going to get the front line of T1 as they will be punished for their happy gaming. Bro, get in there and clean up a couple of them. And what can they get off of this is really the main question.
Oh, if this coincided with a Baron 4 minutes from now, that could have been a moment. If it coincides with another objective, but instead I think they're going to be happy. You know, they take a little bit of gold, but they're not getting the bounties. They're not really swinging the gold in a meaningful way. Just getting a couple of kills. Nicely done by Brion to get the reinforcement squad at the ready for Polbey, who looks like he has overstepped. Ends up not working out for T1. As we do see here, this is because there is no inner. They feel like they can go for plays like this, but there's not a whole lot of actual damage here. The spear from Owner doesn't actually hit. Nice cancel, like on the pullback there from Zeus, but they didn't have anyone that actually did a lot of damage. So Polbey makes it out. Nice reinforcements there from the rest of the team. Will it matter though? Is generally the overarching question. And I don't think it will, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny that after that play, they were all still kind of cowering in their own jungle, just eating spear damage. It kind of shows you the state of the game. Even after a couple of kills, it's like, well, we still don't have control. We still don't have map control. Is damage taken?
That's actually kind of insane.
How did he take so much damage?
He's been involved in almost every
died.
skirmish. No, that's the cool thing. He's also playing Nidalee, which is notoriously a champion that's really easy to die on.
Really easy to die on, very slippery, can avoid a lot of damage, and yet Owner finds a way to take the maximum amount of damage.
Actually, my favorite part of that graph was Gumayushi being lost, because he just hasn't interacted with people.
He's not playing the game right now, yeah.
Well, he is. He's playing Swarm.
Yeah, it's not playing the League of Legends game, let's say.
It's just promo. Here, look at that. No damage taken. Just wants to get his turrets, man.
Area is just here by himself as I think he should be okay just because Owner is nearby and is level 12 as now the stun comes down onto Palu. And he's going to have to back away from this one. Bro looking for any picks they can get at all. As Guma has IE finished.
Yeah, T1 also still have a Herald, which we haven't really talked about yet, but that is a fact that we kind of neglected to mention. It's coming down mid here now.
Yeah, generally Herald's used to take like the mid outer turrets.
And then maybe you do like a cool rotation to bot lane turn and then you pick that one up.
At best, yeah.
The net auto from Guma there doing half of Young Jay's health bar.
Yeah. Zyra also not very tanky.
No.
But he does have a Giant's Belt now. It's going to help him a little bit.
That's nice. That's nice, Valdez.
That's nice, yeah. I like that for him.
The game isn't over yet, technically.
All right, fight over the Krugs. Tristana wins. Tristana always wins. Why is Faker allowed to play Tristana in this game?
We don't. We're not.
Why is he playing Tristana?
We're not supposed to have the answers to these questions, Valdez.
Maybe they saw the Yasuo and they're like, you know what? Maybe it's better that he just plays Tristana and not something else. But in this meta, I think you have to deny it.
So, on the upside for Brion, they are about to walk towards the Cloud Drake. I don't think they should be able to take it. Although T1 might also just stay consistent with their planning and be like, we don't care. We're gonna like take top inhib. But they are actually making their way. Well, they're contesting. They're bringing everyone. And if they bring everyone, Brion is 8k gold down. They should not be allowed to really do anything.
Palu had Celestial opposition when he got hit by that ult.
Okay, the poke. Envy.
Yeah, Karius flanking on Braum. A new kind of engaged Braum in this game.
He saw Poolbay and got inspired.
Well, this Cloud Drake is going to be started up here by Bro. We have the first 5v5, the first real 5v5 as, Morgan going to cancel that one. And T1 don't seem to have a big interest in the Drake itself.
It's fine. Yeah. It's just I told you!
They're actually just going for the inhib. They don't care about the Drakes. The Drakes are fake. They're false. They're not real.
Drakes can't hurt you, Valdez.
파괴되었습니다.
I can't see the Drakes. And now they're just going to start the Baron because of all the pressure they have. They might as well. They're so far ahead. 10,000 gold. Almost. 9,000. Close enough. Oh no, Carry even gonna get in front of the True Shot barrage.
This is very early though, they don't have that much damage. Maybe...
Where's Young Jae? He's not in position. He's not gonna get there on time. The slow is there and he just can't get in there to smite it as, yeah, now they're thinking about engaging as MD getting a little bit close to the sun. A lot of traps here as well. Nice Magnus Storm. Only gonna hit the Braum though, so not very nice actually. I take that back. Cancel the nice. As now Zeus is going 1v2, 1v3 in the backline, gets the knockup, forces the flash, does die, as everybody is super low and Guma is charging into everybody, flashing forward onto Envy, and will take him down. And maybe T1 just end the game now.
They're not even playing the same game, Valdez. That's what we're witnessing here. I look at this game like, all things considered, you know, Breon actually had a lot of great proactive moments. They did stuff, they banded together, it just doesn't matter. They are so far behind in Global Gold, and Youngjae obviously, only way he gets into the pit is flashing, but they're not in time, thanks to the traps and the zoning, and then here the engage from Palu, only finds frontline, doesn't really get a whole lot done. They gotta try something when all turrets are still standing at this point in time, and Zeus gives them a freebie, setting up for Guma, but I think this Nexus should drop.
All right, well, Palu
trap
behind enemy lines, which is their own lane. Faker is going to flash and jump away, and Zeus now 1v5 in the backline himself. I feel like a lot of T1 members are like, please just end the game already. I want to go home. As Zeus, oh no, still alive here, gonna get a heal from Owner. As Faker goes over the wall, they take out Envy, and you are right, Chronicler, this is not the same game that these two teams are playing. Carrier goes down. Meanwhile, once again, Guma is frontlining against 4 people, and he doesn't have to care because they are just so far ahead.
Oh boy. I wonder what actually I don't think Guma got a final. Maybe it was the Collector plus red buff that got the kill. It wouldn't have mattered.
He's got 3 items.
He does.
Oh.
Yeah, he went in, right? Valdez?
Very proactive. Love that. And Morgan is going to go down, as will this turret on the Nexus. And Faker is just going to jump into them. T1 do not care, as Faker will take him down. And the Nexus will fall at 23.5 minutes for T1's first victory.
Well, that's a very different philosophy as to how to deal with jet lag. Which is, if we win fast enough, it won't matter.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think you can notice that we're a little bit out of sorts, because what do you say about a game like that?
Yeah.
Breon, I think their skirmishes were better than they looked before the break, so that was nice. that was the only thing that you can say about that game as a positive takeaway, because the laning gaps were so huge, and the objective control that came through from T1 was so much better. And I'm not talking about, you know, the cool objectives, the dragons in the ground.
No.
I'm talking about cold, hard stone. Rock and stone, all the turrets gone in seconds, and T1, they didn't lose a single one. 10-0.
Yeah. That was a game. I think we're on to something. I think T1 have decided, you know, they've shown up to work today. They are required to do so. It was on the schedule. And they say, you know what, let's just end this as soon as we possibly can. They got Tristana, they got Caitlyn Braum, and the game ended. Owner also on the Nidalee, I feel like, having a very fun time. And that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down that wonderful game number 1, and we'll be right back.
나 철광문 있어.
미드라인도 바로 붙여줘.
내가 할게. 일단 억제기 안 쳐도 돼. 미니언 좀 남겨줘라. 디바야. 레일 노플. 한대 맞
자이라도 노플이야, 자이라 노플.
나 이니시는 나한테 쓸게. 레일 노플. 더 갖고.
자이라 노플.
이제 5초. 자이라 필.
이즈 노플이야.
나 날라갔어. 나 괜찮아.
이즈 앞비전.
한번 깨볼래? 어딨어 이제?
점 노플 노플. 죽여놔.
나이스.
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
Welcome back to the space. T1 brought back a title. They brought back a little bit of jet lag and a word that we're going to use to describe this one, a shellacking, as they took care of business against Bro. Degon here in the space alongside Ox and Wolf. That was very impressive by T1. There we go.
It's a very big stomp. I think it starts with the draft, of course, in terms of what we saw here. The draft for T1, because they got both the Caitlyn and the Tristana here, the Nidalee stocks go way up because you have guaranteed prio in mid as long as you play it well. Gets a solo kill on pull bay. You've got the Caitlyn lane bottom side. So basically this allows T1 to play a PvE uninteractive style of game where you just push turrets nonstop. And then the Nidalee goes in, takes farm away, threatens the Zyra, almost got a solo kill on the Zyra, and he went Electrocute, actually, because it's been subsequently buffed over these last two patches. So basically, the owner said, I want to end this game fast, I want to interact with the Zyra, I want to actually push these lanes to bigger advantages, and T1 just ran away with the game.
And you know, at the Esports World Cup, we saw a lot of like the pace being set to the game being really fast. Once a team got a lead, it was so quick to close out. And if this feels like a continuation of that, you know, there was such a driving force to sort of get advantages in like the mid game, early mid game, and it just felt like Bro couldn't keep up at all.
Yeah, they definitely could not, which leads us to our first highlight here at 11 minutes on the top side of the map, still with gold available on towers. T1 strike.
And I feel like this play, there's more to it than just what's on screen, because as this is happening, you've got 2v0 in the bot lane, taking a tower there. You have Tristana happily laning in mid lane, and Bro are trying to make something happen. They send 4 people top lane, and although they do eventually get Zeus, the cleanup is there. We have this super strong Nidalee coming in from Owner. He's actually confident enough that he leaves one of these kills for a while to try and give the reset over to Faker. It's this one. So we see Faker like, okay, get the reset ready for me. I'm going in. And then he's able to keep going forwards. And essentially, this is like Bro's attempt to get back in the game that just backfires massively.
Really cool interaction that Ox pointed out during the game as well, where Envy is able to flash during the animation of his true shot there. Very tricky move. Not enough damage, unfortunately, to take Faker out, but it was cool to see the mechanics out of him nonetheless. And I think it's time to talk about how much gold we racked up in this game in terms of some PvE action.
Yeah, it was an insane amount. So 2.6k gold from turrets at this point, almost an 8k gold lead at 15 minutes. And there was tons of plate gold going over as well. I believe that was about, yeah, there we go, 1,375. So, you know, obviously kills are nice, but gold is what wins you the game. And the gold lead was just so insane, especially when you think where the gold was allocated. Like, look how many plates specifically Guma was able to get there. It's just, you can't overcome that.
Yeah, and it goes back to the draft points you were making there, Wolf. The Caitlyn, the one that highlighted there on the bottom side of the map, very aggressive, not getting punished there, and Tristana just heading on over to T1. We've seen this champion now be the number one, the premier pick, especially with some of the nerfs that happened to Corki.
Yeah, and you know, we could talk about it from a brainstorming perspective. They have now actually announced the changes that are coming through for Tristana and Corki on the next patch, and it's going to be like a little bit of a mana buff for Trist, but then her Q costs 50 mana. So I don't think that's going to change that much. A health nerf for Corki, so she's going to win that matchup even harder in the future. I'm very concerned about what this next patch is going to look like for the LCKs. It's just going to be all Trist all the time.
Unless it gets banned away.
I think it needs to be at this point. I think it should just be a perma ban at this point. I think there's other picks we see permanently banned, which are, honestly, I feel like less liable to take over the game. So just don't let it happen.
All right, let's take a look at the POG for game number 1 for the T1 side. It does go to Faker in the mid lane. Tristana helps out. 400 POG points for the GOAT.
I mean, he did get the solo kill, which we'll probably take a look at here. This was more of a Tristana and Pulbe thing than a Faker thing, but look, he makes it happen. He punishes Pulbe here. Pulbe just trying to get some XP here and is going to get taken out by 2 autos.
Yeah, I'm going to say, we've seen Faker be on the receiving end of this one a couple of times as well. It's not fun, but yeah, I think this move up towards top side, this was kind of the point in the game where Bro were trying to make the Hail Mary. He was a big reason why it backfired. And then there wasn't a ton of action, to be honest, after this, but he did a pretty good job when the skirmishes did break out.
We gave our votes to Owner. I thought he had a great early game. His control over the Zyra matchup was fantastic, but Faker, he twisted his way to another one.
Yep, he's breaking into the jungle justice pile here, I guess, as the only mid laner making his way into the top 5. There's your votes there. Oh, man. We're going to get based media from this? Based media?
3 to take away Owner's PS.
And they were all together?
You know, I mean, I don't think it's like a terrible vote to go for Faker, and that's a split. You know, I would have preferred to go to Owner, but I think at least there's a lot of representation for him.
All right, I have just been updated for us bros at home. Private Pulbe and Ensign Envy have been relieved of their duties, and it will be Commander Karis and Sergeant Samver going in their spots.
I'll be totally honest, yeah, the solo kill was a bit of a whoopsie, but if you think that subbing these players in is going to fix what happened in that draft, I think you're mistaken, Mr. Edgar. I think this is probably not the play, but look, maybe give some more experience to these players. I don't know, guys.
Last thought?
Just ban Trist. I don't care what adjustments you make with players, ban Trist.
All right, well, let's see if Coach Edgar will figure that one out or T1 make this one 2-0. We'll find out by sending it on over to our casters.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown, as Wolf is losing it as well, I can tell. Yeah, I think the Tristana's got to go, and that'll be a good start. I think the other bans, the Rumble, the Ashe especially, were fine. But I think you banned Tristana instead of Sejuani. Kara's coming in. You know, I think we were having a little bit of a discussion about this. It's not Pulve's fault they lost the game, but he did look very nervous. So I think just, you know, give him some more time. Maybe give him an opportunity in the future matches. Not against T1 again, though. I think that could also be a bit cruel as well. If he goes down hard again, you know, that's not going to be good for his mindset.
Yeah, that to me is the main thing. I don't remember what the other game was where Pulve played in, but I've been very critical of this, not just with challenger players, but in general, only bringing in players in matches that they're definitely going to lose.
Yeah.
If this was a Nongshim series, I would look at it very differently. If Pulve doesn't, you know, perform there, I think it makes sense. I'm with Wolf, though. I don't think this is really going to solve anything. There's nothing against Karis. I think he's actually slowly been climbing up again.
Yeah.
But it is just the way that we kind of knew that this was going to happen. Given the draft, even take into account the big mistakes that Pulbe made, we're going to see if Karis and Samver can do a more consistent job. At least they are now on the blue side, so they can just pick Trist and be fine.
Yeah, I would assume that you ban it away from Karis. He's also a great Tristana player. He played it a lot. I think that for T1, though, Faker is great at the Corki, so maybe they also just trade that matchup themselves. We'll see what they decide to go for, as Vi and Ashe will be banned. I think the ban on Ashe on the blue side is a good idea, especially against T1. Maybe against other teams you would ban other champs, but you got to take Ashe out of the hands of Guma or Keria, or maybe even Zeus one day, I don't know. Rumble, also going to be banned here.
Yeah, you could honestly tell me every single champion. I believe you if you told me that Zeus would play it. Except something like Cho'Gath, that's too boring. He doesn't
yeah.
do that. That's not a thing. I'm not going to allow that Nidalee ban to come through here. I am with the space. I think Faker also went, particularly with his side laning, had a lot of impact, but Owner had an incredible game, snowballed the early game. That mid-jungle duo definitely should not be given over again, and it hopefully won't, because if this is not a Tristana pickup, we're going to be very sad.
Watch them pick Sejuani here.
Why would you even mention that, Feldes? Why would you even mention that, Feldes?
I am one with the universe right now. Get on my level, Chronicler. No, I think it's high comfort for Young Jay. They feel okay playing Corki and Tristana. I don't know why. I don't agree with it, and neither do any of our analysts, as it did get a big groan from the Korean side as well, unsurprisingly.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's obviously... That's... Yeah, no. Take it away, Feldes.
Yeah. No problem. I'll take it away from here. Owner's like, which champ should I troll with today? Callista, pretty good.
This doesn't feel bad. You remember what the space highlighted in the previous draft, right? They were like, okay, so you got Caitlyn and you got Tristana, two really hard shoving lanes, and if they win, they're really stuck. It's the same thing. Just gave them this.
Well, oh,
Well, okay,
oh.
Yeah, the Renekton.
The Renekton,
The Azir. Lock it in. Ship it away. This is a tough situation for me because I don't want to be too down on the team that's struggling this much. We've seen this even with teams that, by all accounts, should be doing a lot better. KT is a good example. We had Nongshim in 2022, right? Sometimes a team just gets to a point where it doesn't feel like they can win. And I think going for comfort, I respect that. I think that makes sense. I don't understand how we go out of that or come out of that last game, and this is the decision making. And like again, realistically, Breon is very unlikely to beat T1, but at least we should give them an opportunity. And this Azir into Tristana is a match like the Tristana started coming up as a counter to Azir.
Yeah.
That's how she started getting play, like way back before she was as strong as she is now. Obviously, really benefited from the AD carry item rework that we had a couple of months ago. This bot side, I don't know what you're going to end up with. Like Ezreal Karma, maybe.
It's getting banned. At least the Leona.
Yeah.
Just to deny like Ezreal Leona. But yeah, it does feel like Bro are really trying to dig deep to their roots. They're like, okay, where have we found success in the past? Let's just try to hold on to our identity. You know? Let's play champs that we know how to play 100%. And maybe from there we can fix some of the other issues. But the unfortunate part of that is that it just ignores the entire current meta, which is a big deal in League of Legends. Especially with Tristana, just how strong she is. It's actually a Zeri ban. So Ezreal available if that does want to get played, unless Zeus plays it into Renekton. I would not even be surprised.
We didn't see the Ezreal Karma last time around. I hope that they see it as a more viable option this time around because they have the Sejuani. Last time they would have been lacking engage. I think this time that won't be nearly as much of a problem because I want them to have as strong of a lane as possible without actually having to engage. Like, I don't think you can pull out like a Draven lane, right? Like, I think that's just not realistic. Trying to do that into Guma and Keria, as we will, of course, not get sucked in by the appeal of hovers. I think T1 is just going to play something very straightforward. Aatrox will make sense, being in this type of skirmishy style, but it's going to go for Cassante.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's pretty straightforward, provides a front line. Again, can kind of run at the opponents to force engages, especially from ahead. And it can deal with pretty much any matchup, including the Renekton. Although Renekton, I feel like, does do a decent job in this one, as Misfortune going to be picked up alongside of Rel. We were, you know, with this patch thinking maybe Misfortune would be played along the way. And here she is.
I really like that. I think it's a good shout coming through here from Boreon. I still would have rather seen something that can at least push back in lane. I do think the laning phase is still going to be really tough. But it's, you know, it's a wombo comp for Breon here. If you didn't look at the T1 champions, I'd be like, man, that's good. But then you do, and you realize that they are playing a front-to-back team fight into Brand and Renata.
Yeah.
And their lanes are not looking good in terms of not getting blown up.
Nope.
So top
not
lane,
a single one.
No, top lane's winning.
Okay.
To be fair, I trust Morgan. You know, he got his Renekton banned, and Morgan should be able to get the better of Zeus in the 1v. That won't matter, but that's, you got a winning lane. So maybe Youngjae and Morgan can take the rest of the team on their back and get them to 5v5s where you might have a shot, but it's going to be hard not to get outpaced by the Brand. It's going to be hard to not get blown up in lane by the Tristana. And the composition from T1 is so explosive. Like, I can't overstate that enough.
Yeah, I really love that Brand R5 as well. I feel like you're just chunking so many health bars. Renekton, Sejuani, Rel all get absolutely blown up by this pick. It's a very popular pick in the LPL. We see it every once in a while here in the LCK, just because we kind of play a wider variety, I guess. of the AP champions, and we don't prioritize the brands quite as much, but in this spot specifically, it feels perfect. And it's already great with all the other pieces that you mentioned, Chronicler, so we'll see if this very cohesive, nice team fight kind of comp from the side of Bro works this time around, or if T1 are just going to smash them over the head with the sledgehammer once again, like what happened in game number 1. Guys, let's get ready. Let's hop into the rip for game number 2.
수험사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 2. Youngjae on Sejuani, Karis on Azir, Morgan on Renekton. Palu, I feel like actually his most played is Rel. I don't have that stat in front of me, but I feel like he plays it all the time. So 4 out of 5. Extreme comfort here for Bro.
Is that enough? We'll see, Valdez. I'm not optimistic, but I'm willing to be convinced. We're going into this with some qualms, with some trepidation, but maybe Brian can finally show us why the Bro Leavers are out there. Well, I mean, they don't really need to do anything. The Bro Leavers are there.
I feel like they're
not
there
going
because
anywhere.
of moments like this, almost more than because of fantastic drafts.
I do really think that there were... They were a team, like back in 2021, 2022, that did actually win a lot of games that they weren't supposed to. And I feel like that just hasn't really been the case. Faker going for Fleet this time around. I'm pretty sure he went PTA last time. So he's going to have the extra sustain. Same for Karis. Movement speed also nice. Into the Azir. The MF, I actually think coming out is quite cool. I do like this pick for what she can provide in terms of obviously team fighting power when you find good old combos, but also her laning can actually be pretty impressive if she does get a lead. It's a short range 2v2 into Kalista Renata.
That's the thing, like if you get a lead, I feel like you're picking this comp, you see Kalista Renata face up, and you're like, let's lose lane. Like, I don't know, when you pick the Rel especially.
Yeah, that's...
Like if it's MF Varus or, something like, I don't know, MF Karma, or that's not really a lane, but something like that you could challenge, but not this.
At least I'd much rather see something like the Leona and Nautilus, which you can't pick Nautilus into Renata, so like that makes sense. But I want to highlight is that, okay, well, as we say, that carrier does get caught off guard a little bit.
He's helping. He's giving him a chance.
Very generous, really. Samver getting a good chunk there is quite nice. It's going to force the back to come through from carry as well, so at least that will provide some respite. But yeah, I think the big thing for me with Rel is that her team fighting is a lot better, but you do just sack lane. Because Rel doesn't have the damage that Leona and Nautilus do, which is why I think they have been much more prevalent. Obviously, Yen picking Nautilus into Renata is about as unfun as it gets, so that does make sense to me as... Morgan doesn't have his E.
Yeah, it's just a bait here. The red buff coming down and Morgan's just dead. I mean, he has flash, but he's not even going to bother to use it. That's first blood going over to Owner. Very nicely baited out here by Zeus, as it was looking a little bit dicey for him, but just meant that Owner gets the kill as the handshake is going to miss. But now Palu's very out of position here against the Kalista as the Ren comes out and he nearly loses his life as well.
That's a really standard timing as well. Owner didn't do anything crazy. He just literally full cleared from bot to top. So that should be something that Morgan definitely expects. If he doesn't use his E and just gets the crash in, he actually might be able to get out. Maybe, but not going to be the case. Try to go as aggressive as possible, and it backfires immensely. Now Zeus is just going to be able to TP back to his lane and be completely fine. Picks up a very early Bramble, which I don't think is the best into Renekton, but still provides you with armor and a good amount of shred. As you're saying, Vel, it's just a bait.
I don't even know if it was a bait, to be honest. I feel like he wanted to take a good trade, but he failed it.
Nah.
But it was still good, because, well, he died.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of that with the brand also coming up. And again, this is as easy of a timing as you could get, so unfortunately for Morgan, maybe they thought that Owner started on top side. I'm not 100% sure what they saw in terms of early jungle tracking, but definitely a big win, getting the brand ahead early. It's the sole AP source on T1. There's a lot of beefy boys and health stackers, like, because Morgan is going to get tanky just from the amount of health he's going to get, which obviously Brand does exceptionally well in. And then if you itemize MR, then Faker and Guma are going to bonk you over the head.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an issue for sure. And Brandon's going to have a fun time in this one, as the double-ups have been nice from Samver. Owner's living his best Brand life. He did full clear into kill, first blood into bottom side clear into Dragon, which is very fast for Brand. And he's just very far ahead. That's an early Chemtech Drake. Morgan is going to be able to get a nice chunk into the turret already. As Faker level 6 threatening Karis once again.
I see Karis doing a good job of navigating this matchup early. Obviously, the fact that Paul Bay made such big mistakes in lane in the previous game ended up being very detrimental. Allowed T1 to really snowball the game through mid-jungle in a much more aggressive way than I think otherwise they would have been able to. This is one of my biggest issue with the Tristana, is that we do see Paulo on a roam here, but like realistically, she's so hard to lock down. Oh no.
Yeah, Morgan's in a lot of trouble here, just gets pulled back into multiple members. His owner is even here as well. The preemptive swap coming out from T1. And everybody's just gathering up for some grubs. They only got one in the last game, but they're going to get a lot more this time.
Oh, the read from Brion just isn't good, because Samver is now going to start to push the wave. Like, they'll be able to crash a big wave into this bot lane turret, so that's at least a bit of a win. We'll see if Morgan can catch the topside wave, then it won't be too bad, but MF, like, the wave clear is okay, but not really going to be that amazing, especially pre-6. If you can just hard shove that, might be able to get a second plate. Now I think it's just going to be one. With Owner still in the area, Morgan isn't going to be able to get any of this.
Well, they might be approaching this turret once Paulo comes here, but with Brand nearby, with Owner here, they're not winning this trade. It is a 3v2, and they don't seem to identify that. Oh, the handshake is just dirty, as Paulo in a lot of trouble. Faker going to flash into the charge from the Sejuani. And yeah, he's going to die. So nice little play traded back here from Bro, and actually Paulo did stay alive.
That's a pretty big win here for Brion. Looking very different compared to that game number 1. Able to get Morgan his wave. Zeus did end up catching the wave, but Samver still did a good amount of damage. Picked up a large amount of farm for his call. He is going to go for the wave clear ult there, as we unfortunately have to take a look at Morgan again. Brion just very caught off guard by this lane swap, something that we've seen a lot, right? Just to get the grubs. And with the Renata and Kalista, because they have the tempo advantage, make an easy way over. As yeah, I wanted to give Youngjae the benefit of the doubt, but that was actually just straight up a flash when the Q was already buffered.
He could have just flashed the other way, like south, and he would have been totally fine. But I feel like Faker was like, no, I win these. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to get him. I'm flashing in. I'm getting this kill. So the neutralizing effect of Karis has been working out better this time in game 2. And a nice gank from Youngjae to get the job done. Has his Zeke's completed. Carry a level 5 here, looking for another cheeky handshake. And there it is.
We've already had 2 examples of people flashing into skill shots. So we had Paulo, who didn't die, and then Faker, who did die.
Hey, that was just a predict, okay, from Carria. For Youngjae, I'm not sure.
Sure. Good enough. Good enough. We're going to have to
We're giving them the benefit of the doubt, right?
You know, Braille with a team fight, wombo combo style composition, not being behind more than 1k gold, that's not too bad.
Not too bad. Look at this. Predicting Owner coming in, and Youngjae going to get ahead of the T1 jungler, as yes, the ult will be thrown in. That's a lot of damage. Faker not going to get the jump in time. Now he's going to jump towards the north, but he's going down. That's a solo kill from Karis over Faker, and he will be punished.
Any bro levers out there? Owner tries to cut corners. They goes in, not having any vision in the brush, just gets found by Youngjae. Ahead of the curve on that one. And then in mid, Karis just gets the outplay. Ooh, Feldes. Brion coming alive in the second game.
That they are. They found a lot of nice picks here, and they have evened up the gold now. You mentioned before, a little bit behind, not a big deal, but gold parity. Definitely a nice little chance here as Morgan is going to dash the right way.
He would have died. Owner was waiting for his snack there. He's like, says, where's my snack pack? Where's my crocodile? I'm hungry. They didn't get his snack. Very sad.
Yeah. You bring any snack today? Outside of yourself?
Well, I didn't have to do that. Just a protein bar. It's very boring. I didn't really bring anything of note. Really good read here by Brion. See the big stacked wave. Have an inkling. Has, yeah. Faker just jumped in. Then he gets the reset, but at that point it's obviously already too late. It's caught off guard, like by just the edge of that ultimate, which, of all people, Faker obviously should have an inkling that he might be swept back there. And at the end of the world, T1 still going to be up and go to 6 grubs here. I don't think they're going to be feeling too bothered about this, but it's a better game than game 1. And after seeing the draft, I didn't see that one coming, and it's a big win for the bros.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. The ones you least expect to be bangers end up being bangers. We do have Cloud Soul again. Atlas is not here, I promise you. He's taken the day off, which must be nice. You know?
Can't relate, Valdes.
Yeah, I can't relate. I hope he's resting up for tomorrow. And yeah, just Cloud Souls abound. I feel like it's going to be very valuable for both sides. Both sides actually did pick up a Drake in this game. T1 electing to actually pick up the first one with the brand in this one. They weren't able to get any Drakes in the first game. Didn't really need any, as Bro got 3 and then immediately lost.
They were instead opting for a cool new strategy where they just got every turret and not get any other objective. I think they got Herald and I want to say 1 grub. Yeah, they got 1
They
grub.
got 1 grub.
Yeah, 1 grub, Herald, only some Void. As we do see a potential dive being set up here.
That's a handshake already. Paulo in a little bit of trouble, but he's not going to get hit by 3 abilities from Owner. As now it's actually T1 who are in trouble as a massive sweep. The Wombo Combo! It comes to life! As Bro will pick up the kills. They will take down 3 members of T1. Faker does get in and takes out Paulo, but man, now we know what this comp does.
Commander Karis swoops in from the mid lane. Is it happening, Feldas?
It's happening.
Are the Bro Leavers finally getting rewarded after all this time? Really, I want to give credit, because you talk about the Wombo combo, but the actual setup needs to be crisp. That was really nicely done. The fact that Owner tries to flash out, still gets swapped back in. The fact that
Karis, the commander, you know, he fights with the squad, and he is totally fine.
Of course.
Untouchable.
It can't go down. He needs to lead his troops.
Yeah.
He's the Emperor.
Well,
Vice
commander. Yeah.
Well, he can be both.
Emperor and commander.
Yeah, I think we should look into Azir lore next and see if he's the commander of the... I assume he would be, you know. Back in the day, I feel like Emperor's kind of all-encompassing as a title.
Samver in a little bit of trouble. Instant cleanse, though. Very nicely done.
Actually gets a whole lot of damage down. Obviously, Gumat bailout.
Look at his health bar.
Yeah.
It's full. So, nice trade for Bro.
Actually ends up working out. As we take another look at this, just caught off guard by Karis being first, and then that flash from Owner. If Owner is alive, I actually think with the Faker TP, they might be able to get something going here. If he can just get an extra rotation in, but he just gets blown up immediately, and with Brand, mispositions like that, you can't afford. And there it is, Magnet Storm. It's so satisfying when you talk about a Wombo combo comp, and then it actually happens, and you just see how it can work. Oh boy.
Samver does have flash, but can he get out of this one? Yes, he will. The stun also hitting, and Samver getting out with the flash. So trading flash for TP is not half bad.
Oh, hey, you'll take that. Might be in some trouble when it comes to the health of their turret. Faker is making his way over to try and take that down. It's going to be probably a Herald for turret trade. They do know Zeus is there. Was spotted on the board earlier on. Paulo and Morgan heroically trying to keep this turret alive. I don't Don't think they can.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. The Magnet Storm,
Oh, the
very
TP.
lackluster. The TP is going to get canceled. That's just not going to happen, as now it's a 3v2. Make it a 4v2. Is Guma going to join up? Morgan, not very long for this world. The only question is, who do they give the kill to? It will be, in fact, Faker, unsurprisingly, who will pick up that kill.
There were a lot of decisions that could have been made there, and unfortunately that was not the right one. If Karis TP's in a little bit earlier, I think it would have been fine. I think in general though, if you're playing for Herald and you're playing for top turret, just let them have the bot side turret. Don't try to win the map on every side of the map against T1. They tried, and they got punished oh so heavily, because now they lose their inner as well. 2 kills going over, and all of a sudden the gold lead firmly back in favor of T1.
You just get so much gold in your pockets when you're taking down 2 turrets and 2 kills at the same time. It's just kind of insane how fast the gold can swing. And Bro had a nice thing going, but unfortunately not able to hold on to it for too long. As we're going to have to watch this once again. Already the turret was taking so much damage, especially with the Demolish, which I think eventually does come in from Zeus once he sees the... actually, it was from Carrion, the Demolish. So he's the one who hits it. And it just goes down so fast that Karis has no time to get in.
Again, I want to reiterate, I think you just let them have it. Like, you're playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Already, don't really need to go for this. Should be able to get mid lane with the mites. So that's it's not the end of the world for Brian. It just means that T1 is in a much better position. And I think, realistically, they should be in this game. I think maybe... How are you doing, Veldas? Is the fatigue setting in for you? Because maybe that's what's happening here.
Maybe, yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit, yeah. No, I'm still okay for now. I'll
Throwing
have my
that
second cup
1-to-1
of
line.
coffee.
Oh, you did?
No, I will.
Oh, you
at,
will?
7 p.m. as you do. We'll get there for Series 2 to keep me afloat. For T1, they only have to deal with this series, and, a couple of turrets did go over to Bro. And yes, T1 are getting some turrets of their own. This is kind of the Tristana special. If left unchecked, she just kills turrets very fast. And they got the bottom 2. They're going to get the top 2 as well. And T1 will maintain a lead of gold.
How are they getting both inners by 17 minutes? Last time it was 15.
It's because everybody on Bro was in mid. And they committed heavily to taking down that tier 1. And then everybody back, so nobody was there to stop the top push. Unfortunate.
Well, T1 back with a gold lead. Nothing too crazy. And I do actually... Again, the Brian composition will always be dangerous to play into, right? I think the main issue for me is that if you don't get Owner into a big sweep with Karis' ultimate, he's going to be doing a whole lot of damage. And the earlier kills going over the Faker means that he has not just hit his 2-item spike and isn't even that far behind Karis when it comes to gold. See the bounties parity there as well. To see what Brian can do. They are posturing pretty aggressively towards his bot side jungle. There's no objective up right now. I want to look for a fight. I don't know, maybe over the blue buff? Could be. These choke points are good for Brian though.
It is a very nice choke point, but you want to elect to just get out of there. Zeus is going to be ulted himself. He does have flash, but he doesn't want to use it, as now he will at the very end. Also, we do see the hostile takeover just sailing by. That is going to force Bro out of the choke. And they don't get much outside of Zeus' flash.
We also haven't talked about it as much yet, but I'm really happy to see Kalista not be lethality. Like, I think the opportunity nerfs really showing their mark, which is good. There was a lot of opportunities for everyone.
Yeah.
Which, from a conceptual point of view, I really like, but from an itemization point of view, I really didn't appreciate. Right now, Brian still have the team fighting power to win at any point, but like when you look at how the fights actually play out, that's where it becomes a little bit tough. Getting a good ultimate is really really hard for Samver, because there is so much threat for stationary targets, right? There's Tristana jumping on top of you, there's Keria with his ultimate. They can get a pick though, that would be huge.
Yeah, it feels like Youngjae and Palu kind of leading the charge on all plays and just begging anyone on the side of T1 to overstep their bounds and just go a little bit too far, which, to be honest, I mean...
They have.
T1 have done that many a time in this game and in other games, and oftentimes it works out well for T1, but sometimes it ends up being labeled happy gaming, which generally not happy for T1, happy for their opponents. So Young Jay and Palu just begging for someone on T1 to get a little bit over aggressive. But as of the last 5 minutes, T1 actually have been playing very balanced. It feels like, you know, they're not taking any big risks. Yes, Faker has been pushing side lanes kind of unchecked, which could have been punished, but it wasn't. So T1 just enjoying a nice little lead at this point in time.
Yeah, I forgot at which exact era T1 gained back the, you know, you can always win a team fight no matter how far behind you are. Because I feel like there was a large part of like 2022 where they were really good early game and they had great team fighting, but it didn't feel like they really had that comeback as much as they did in previous years. And I think ever since we hit like what, Worlds 2023, that's been it's been very much there. We saw it very recently as well at DWC. We'll see if Brion can avoid that. And I know that we're talking about them like they're ahead, even when they're, you know, down about 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
But with the team comp, I really don't think it's the end of the world. The main issue is going to be how much can Zeus do. He is the only frontline for T1. He is the best frontline though, especially with Skarner being taken away, which I think is good. I think we all had enough Scorpion for a little while.
Yeah, I think it was good. He had a nice big comeback onto the stage, you know, had his moment to shine in the spotlight, but then we were like, okay, that's enough. Let's sweep him over to the side of the stage. Let's get Cassante back up there. We haven't seen enough of him. How about Renekton? Now, Palu, okay, that stun is going to miss. Owner not expecting Palu to react quite as fast as he did, so props to Palu.
I don't know about the Q, but the crashdown was good.
Yeah. Crashdown was good. He got out of dodge. He's fine. Now they're going to start up the Baron, actually. Very nice proactive, play from Bro. And T1 don't seem to have any idea, as now they are. The blue trinket does come in, and they will 100% know as TP now utilized by Zeus. But Bro, they get the TP out of Zeus.
That's clean.
But they keep this leash. Faker just gonna...
That's not.
Yeah, gonna dash into 5 people, I guess. The fight's still going as Owner's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes as Carrier gonna handshake here. That's a double kill for the MF, who is now 5-0.
They're just outplaying them straight up.
True. It's not too difficult to do.
T1.
But they're doing it.
T1's just losing their mind. Brion, great Baron setup. They actually have a lot of damage with Karis. So the initial Baron setup is great. And then Zeus TPs and you're like, okay, you know what? Bro backs off, which I think is great. Good. Very clean play. And then that should have been the end of it.
Cut the tape.
That should have been the end of it, Valdez.
Cut the tape. Nobody wants to see
and then
that.
Faker just jumps in. And then that's... Yeah, that he shouldn't have done that. I feel like that goes without saying. Then the rest of Brion is very ready to catch the ball that was so graciously thrown by T1. And now they have an Ashe. They have an insanely strong teamfight composition. Criploom's done for Karis. And they're about to get Soul Point.
Bro are in a really good spot to win this game. I think they actually probably should from this point. I thought that T1, they were hitting that moment of realization where they're like, if we lose this game, we have to play another game. And I thought they were like, oh god, guys, okay, calm down. We need to win this one. We need to get the 2-0. But then they just went a little bit crazy, as you're mentioning it. And Bro are playing great. They're playing as a team. Everybody's playing very balanced.
It's the super subs.
Yeah, they had that one iffy moment in the bottom lane with the TP and trying to keep the turret alive. But outside of that, Bro have been having a very strong game.
All they need to make sure is that they don't have someone like overextend inside, go into ham.
It is, that's the ult, but it is the Fate's call to answer. And so they will be okay for now, but the Baron buff, Red Bull Baron power play is just growing in size. They will take down this mid inner.
I actually really like this from Brion. Instead of going and using the Baron for Dragon, they actually really maximize the pushing power. I think a lot of the lower tier teams especially are not that good at getting big Red Bull Baron power plays. They get, you know, like maybe a turret or two. I don't know if Brion is going to be able to actually get more, but more so the philosophy behind it, actually using it to push and then turning it into an objective as opposed to just being like, someone stand near the wave, we have prio and we take it without actually threatening the turret. For T1, the outs start to become less and less obvious, right? We're looking at eventually, obviously, Faker's going to hit 3 items. Owner is going to be able to chunk through a lot of the health bars on Breon. But if Breon can just engage at will consistently and keep having Samver hit these amazing ultimates, it's going to be really hard for T1 to find a comeback. They're setting up some traps here. And it's not... Cloud Soul, I think, is tough, but looking at Cloud Soul, there's some great recipients and also some kind of mediocre ones, right? Like Renekton is obviously insane. I think for Rel, it's really good. For MF, yeah, they don't really get a whole lot of value. But the individual Drakes for MF are actually quite valuable.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think they're going to enjoy it just in general, even just for getting around the map, just for playing as a team, making sure everybody's in the right place at the right time. Just little things like that to give Bro a really good chance to take down T1. I said it at the top of the day, if Bro were going to have a chance to take out T1 in the current state, it would be today. As T1 got off a flight yesterday. They are playing today some League of Legends. And at this point in time, you know, the MF is going crazy. Karis also has not died. The Sejuani looking incredibly comfortable for Youngjae. We all rolled our eyes and shook our heads when we saw the Sejuani pick. And I think, in theory, it's probably still not the right pick, but...
I'm sticking...
But...
We're not results-based analysis.
No, I'm just saying, I still don't think it... I don't think it was the right choice. I still think you should have picked Tristana.
I just want to make sure, Veldes.
But he has looked great on the Sejuani.
I agree.
So, at least the comfort's there.
I'm with you. Einar is going to be taken here towards the top side. Morgan needs to be careful not to overstep.
Okay, he's going to get away from that one. Nice reaction from Morgan. As now this turret is just being...
Wait. Hold up.
Guys, are they going to get the inhibitor here? Really? I mean, Youngjae is going to come back, and in the 3v3, I think they have to respect. Now, Guma is here.
Oh, if they can cancel the backs, Karis actually should be able to just get the top side inhib.
Yeah, he should be able to get this inhib. Meanwhile, Faker trying to go back, but it's too late. I mean, this inhibitor is already going down. So he's going to give up on that. He goes mid. And now the TP's coming out from Karis, actually. The inhibitor already taken down. And T1 going to respect that TP and try to back away out of this one.
Veldes. Well, they really wanted to try. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Oh, they're going bot. And there's zero vision in this jungle right now for Bro. Actually, there's one ward. Sorry.
Like, they don't win. I don't think they win. Even with Tristana, I don't think they win the base race with the state of the wave.
I think they do. I think if they had all committed right there and we went,
yeah,
I don't know. It would have been really close. 6 grubs being pointed out on the side of T1 as well, which certainly would have helped them on the turrets.
I definitely think Breon made the right decision not to commit to a base race when they're in this good a position.
Yeah.
For T1, it would have been very in line with how they're playing this game out in general.
They're like, please end this game now.
One way or another.
Yeah. Well, they definitely want the win.
So as you're saying, especially when the series will continue further on, exhaustion is actually going to play a part. They're looking for a pick, but Morgan is respecting.
The gold leads in mid and 80 carry are huge.
Yeah.
It's 2,000 to 3,000 gold in favor of Bro. No deaths, so there are some pretty big shutdowns that have been built up for Karis and Samver. So maybe if T1 get a pick somewhere, that would be pretty big, but they need to get those picks. And right now it's not looking too likely as Bro, they want to start this one up, but there is a ward that spots it immediately.
That ward is really, really important. Because they don't have any control of the jungle outside of that. Breon, are they going to risk it?
I think they are. Owner has flash as well as he goes in very early, and it will go the way of Sejuani. Youngjae gets the smite down. T1 in an awful spot, but now they have the front to back here. Morgan is going to go down. Keria gets the bailout, and now K'Sante is going insane, but Faker in a really rough spot. He's going to go down. Guma and Zeus, the only ones left alive here, but the core of Bro are still here, still pushing, and they have a Baron buff once again. As they try to get on top of Guma, he's hopping around, he's trying to dodge, and he has dodged everything until that last stun. And he will be taken down as Bro, 3 members strong, will win the team fight.
Oh, that kill on Morgan, I think the biggest. If he can just TP towards top, it might have been able to end the game there. And T1, Breon called their bluff. Owner goes over, doesn't win the smite fight. And with that, Breon win the fight, take the objective. As we're taking another look, Owner, only way he over gets actually flashes away from the ultimate as well. Very nicely done, but he doesn't get the smite. And even though Samver gets the ultimate off on only Owner, he still ends up going down. And then it's some heroics from Zeus who actually gets the Q3 on top of Samver here, which ends up making this fight even remotely close, but unfortunately they don't have the damage with Faker. Goes down later on, but especially with Owner dying so early because he had to try and get the objective. As Guma, you can hit, you can hop, but eventually you are going to get taken down. And now Soul there for Breon. 6k gold, leading another Baron goes their
Look
way.
at how fast the MF is. He's sprinting through the jungle and Faker's left all alone. Down he goes. Doesn't even have a chance to flash away.
I think that's it. I actually think that's should be enough. They can just push bot side in now, get the inhib there. And Breon, they're gonna get the game win. It's looking like Velves.
Not surprising to me in the slightest.
He called it at the top of day.
Yeah. And, bro, they're pushing. They have the Red Bull Baron power play ticking. They have 3,000 gold from that one. As the wave clear is there with the Brand and, you know, even the Cassante. But it's still going to be 2 inhibitors at least. And actually, with the top inhibitor already down, that will be number 3 once the mid inhibitor does go down. Deathless game so far for Youngjae and Karis. Just really clean stuff from the side of Bro, as they will punish T1, it looks like, in this second game, unless T1 can pull off the immaculate and miracle holds here, as they are going to get on top of Karis. He does go into his Zhonya's as he's just tanking the MF ult, but he doesn't seem to care. Down will go Karis, as T1 actually do have a chance here. The flash in from Morgan Guma is fine, but Zeus is not, and this MF is just way too large as Samver gonna take them all down. Faker gets stunned, and Bro is going to win game number 2. And a potential Penta to come in here if Samver can get close, but he's not gonna risk it. Bro just wants the win, and they will have it against T1.
Oh, there needs to be a little bit. I was like, oh, don't risk that. Even with the minions, probably would have been enough. And T1 learn, as we have done so many times in the LCK, the lesson again, you can't discount any LCK team. If you try to cut too many corners, you are going to get punished. And for the Bros, what a win this is. Yes, it's just a 1-game win. But who would have expected that after game 1? Who would have expected that after the draft? As Karis and Samver come in and transform Breon into a team with good enough team fights to take down T1.
The super subs are real. T1 left scratching their heads about how they could have potentially ended this game quicker. It didn't happen, as 32 minutes was the score, or the time rather, for Bro to get the win. Almost 30,000 damage for Samver, as he had some huge ults in this one. And Bro are going to bring us to a game 3. They will have to play from the red side. We'll see if they can find that Tristana ban, or if it will matter at all. As guys, we're going to take a break and have the space to break down game number 2. We'll be right back.
거 조심하고. 아즈리야 손. 이번 라인 들어온다. 천천히 봐. 타워 쳤어. 타워. 이번에 공합 던져. 아니 아래 타워 아래 타워. 나 공합 던져. 딴테 있어. 야 얘네 공 던졌어. 빠지고. 얘네 급해. 맞아. 나가죠. 상태. 한타. 쌈박. 리퍼에 딜해도 돼. 가격이 안 나. 칼로 볼게. 자, 빼면서. 너 맞으면서. 딜해. 나 딜 못해. 가져와. 나이스. 그래, 다 잡아. 빼지마. 펜타 가자. 펜타. 어려. 나이스.
Now, he's taken some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen.
Here he is going to arcane shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away as now, look at this, once again, in goes Raptor, just following with a flash. They're very deep onto this one, as now the Impale's coming in. Big Way ultimate, though, is going to take down the Rel and Desante. Taking, can anyone kill him? The answer is no, and Bulldog just gonna kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Desante, and Quantum Freak easily win the fight.
Lip eating is such a broken strat.
Yeah, Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on a dude who will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this 2v2 in the top side, now a 3v3.
Presence means Lucid can't really do anything, and Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything, and there is that soul point, and there's the knock-up, the double on the seismic, shoves into the backline, goes King in, and buys all the space, but Bulldog, it's his turn to react, he finds Showmaker, he also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end.
Right, so for me now, the question becomes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive will be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah, I like the word you use. They're trying to turn on the death though. He's so low and he will be taken out. As no stun goes on a Guma. He can't even get the kill. Flash rock, no, he misses. And Cario, well, he's probably gonna go down here, but they don't get Guma, and a 1-for-1. Already getting some nice value with the big shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over to their side. They're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Asteria looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a limited shot to Biotic. As CDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Faker and Guma still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here as Zeus. Not sure about that, as Biotic going to be able to take him down. The TV's coming in. KT, they get the streak.
Oh, really big there. As Wolf set up.
Now trying to make the play on the Cassante. Does all out the Skarner into the turn, and now Zeus has to flash away. Going back in onto the all-out Cassante. Not sure about that one. Impale on a bow. Do they have the damage? So perfect. Goes in, assassinates the Nidalee, and now he's totally fine. Zeus with 0 mana. And eventually he's just gonna die. I mean, there's nothing he can do here with no mana, no health. BDD picks up the second kill.
choose. Either bow before the Primordians, or break before me. We are...
Message deleted. Next message.
It's a Lowy. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going...
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Can you hear me? Is this thing even on? The darn glass door won't open.
Message deleted. Next message.
Hi, friends. It's Seraphine. But, you probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander out. Ugh, that sounds so grand.
Message deleted. End of messages.
Okay, man, bro, strike back and send a message. I mean, message. There we go. In that last game, 1-1 is the score as it's all tied on up here. Digon alongside Wolf and Hawks. Wolf, hold it together.
All right, so this is the Valdez angle, right? Valdez has been talking about this like during EWC, like before EWC even started. He was like, oh, we're going to come back. We're all going to be a little bit tired. It's going to be a long day because T1's going to mess up because they're tired as well. And we're going to have one game where T1 totally drops the ball. This was the Valdez game. Like, he called this a long time ago. He's right there. He knows it because Faker, there was almost no defending the Tristana play we saw from him in this one.
I think what made it even more egregious is we saw game one and Tristana was like so relevant, doing so much work. And then this game was like, you know, I was here sitting. I was like, you know what? We need to emphasize they left the Tristana go open. This is inexcusable. You know, this pick has been so strong, and it just felt like it was Faker specifically saying, you know, I'm gonna say that draft doesn't always win the game. You know, it's not always just on a draft. Tristana can lose. We saw that here.
Yeah, again, I love you guys as analysts, but only one of these drafters have won a world championship that is being adjudicated right now. I guess both of them won world championships. Never mind, I changed my mind. But let's get to it. All right, Tristana, looking a little balanced here. Let's take a look at our highlights here. It started off with the bro synergy here. It's a wombo combo that looks great, and why we picked Misfortune. Great job.
Yeah, also Faker TPing in here, thinking he could save this play, ends up losing TP on this, but Tristana is still relevant. Like, this is after Faker also died in the 1v1. It was 0-2 at this point in the game.
Oh, God.
But he's still Tristana, and they're still able to do an insane amount of damage to this turret. They cancel the TP, huge whoopsie from Bro. Then, you know, speed it forward, they end up grabbing an inner turret in the bottom lane as well. So you can see the value of this Tristana even from behind, like what it can do. So T1 actually kind of staying in the game a little bit after what was a disastrous early game just because of the Trist.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing is you've seen a lot of these games that have been very fast-paced. It's down to the turret-taking potential. But I feel like when it came down to scrapping, the execution from Bro was just way better in this one. We saw the MF as well, obviously buffed on this patch, going the Bloodthirster Essence Reaver builds. So just loads of AD between those two items. You know, Bloodthirster is now 80 AD, Essence Reaver is 70, which is just, compared to like before we had the AD carry item rework, you'd never get that much AD on two items.
Yeah, well, you know, all the bros were really doing was just giving him some false hope, Giga Chad. Let's see when they were like, let's take this game, as we know. This was the moment where they brokered the deal. They start off Baron and then pull off for the TP. You think it's good. And then Faker tries to kill the Sejuani.
Yeah, this one's really just not defendable for me. I have no idea what the thought process is here. Maybe he's thinking if he does enough damage alone, Bro back off, and then they don't do the Baron, but they were already pulling off of it anyways. There's a lack of vision in the river because there's a control ward there, but very weird call from Faker in general, and this means that Bro can turn what was a Baron tempo play into an actual Baron take, which pushes them way further into the lead.
And there was definitely some moments after this where it was a bit of a struggle. You know, there was the kind of base race angle where both teams were like, wait, can we base race? No, we can't base race. They're recalling and stuff. Bro struggling a bit to close out cleanly, but still I feel like overall definitely showing a higher level of play than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that you phrased it, I'll paraphrase, was that it looked like they were learning how to win, learning how to play some macro from ahead. Doesn't happen often, but when you do, it requires a POG. Let's see who it is for the bros. That's right, Commander Karis, Emperor Karis, whatever we're calling on the broadcast, he gets his first POG of the season.
Very confident play in the lane, gets a solo kill on Faker, and then takes him out a second time. Also, his side lane pressure this game with the Nasher's Tooth pickup was pretty aggressive. He was pushing the advantages pretty deep, which is more macro than you normally can expect from Bro. Faker was some bizarre decisions in this one. I don't know what else to say about it. There's really not much defending him, but Kara's played it well, punished him well, side lane incredibly well, and then this play was really the game-winning play for Bro.
Yeah, this one really cemented it and just finding a great angle with that Streamer Shuffle. Obviously, Karis is someone who's played Azir extensively in the LCK, but subbing in, having a really good game against that broken Tristana, well deserving of the 12 out of 12.
That is awesome. A perfect POG vote by everyone, 12 of 12. All right, now's the time. Will the bros close it on out, or will T1 battle back and take the victory? Let's find it out by sending it on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Digon, for that awesome send over to the cast. And yes, we do have Karis picking up the 12 out of 12. Nobody messing that one up. And this should mean that T1 do move over to the blue side. And we'll see if, after Faker had kind of a rough game, T1 were able to shut it down with the Sejuani. Will they just leave this Tristana open for a third time in a row, Chronicler?
I don't know, Valdez, but after that last game, I think I have to accept that I don't know anything. We don't know.
Yeah.
We are not ready to really know how good a Breon that is 0-6 truly is. And T1 wasn't ready. That's the reality of the situation. I am sure that the takeaway is Tristana's fine. And Karis can just gap him. It's okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't
change.
I don't think that should be the takeaway, but I think that's what we're looking towards here in this game number 3. And you know what? Okay, man, bro, they deserve our faith after last game. And oh my god! Karis getting the ban.
Azir too strong right now.
Now we do ban Tristana, right? With the Azir gone.
They didn't ban Sejuani. So...
I know.
You...
No, it's fine. Faker will just jump into everything again. It's actually a really good idea. And T1 seems to agree with them, which is perhaps the most baffling thing out of all of this.
The more you know, the more you can say you don't know.
It's like I said,
right?
We don't actually know anything. Clearly, we have our priorities wrong. With T1 just prioritizing the Sejuani.
Well, it worked for Bro, right?
Bro
so...
Yeah, I just feel like the circumstances of the game do really matter on that one.
Nah.
But we're back.
It's unimportant.
I do really like, though, and we're memeing a lot, and I think that's warranted. I do want to highlight, and I really appreciate, though, that Youngjae is going for Maokai here, not Nidalee, because given the priority, I think it's a good matchup into Sejuani. It's one of the best matchups, one of the reasons why she started coming up in the first place. And it is a matchup, or a champion that obviously at the moment is insanely strong. But I really do not want to see Youngjae playing Nidalee because of what Breon needs. I think Breon, in the last game, showed Youngjae. I think it's fair that he didn't get any votes, but I imagine he was second on most people's list. His ganks were great, he was very proactive, making a lot of moves around the map, secured a couple of key smites as well.
He didn't do as much boom boom damage as Sombra did, though, so...
Yeah,
I think Sombra was at least second for a couple of media members.
And also, to be fair, Sombra did actually play a clean game of League of Legends, so it's not as bad of a boom boom damage vote as some other ones I've seen. Morgan gets one of his comfort picks in the Jax. I do think Jax into Gnar is a matchup that can go very wrong very quickly if the Jax starts falling behind. If you stay even, obviously, eventually in side lane, you'll have enough ability haste to just stay on top of him and take him down. As the respect being paid here is really nice. I do think that Sejuani in particular is one of those picks where I know that realistically you don't need to play with melee characters, but it really feels so much better when she does. And Gnar obviously has, you know, Mega Gnar, but that's not really a great representation, as we do have the Ziggs. Man, actually really like that. Samver could have definitely gone towards that, like Ziggs Leona here.
Yeah.
They do have Maokai as well for extra setup. They already have double AD.
Ezreal is available, though. I feel like Leona, though, is being prioritized above Ezreal when it comes to that duo. They say, well, Leona can go with a lot of things. As Zyra Khan, this was a winning duo in the final game of EWC. Not necessarily because this duo is super strong, but we do have a lot of other bans towards AD carries and stuff that can go on the bot lane already in this game, so they just opt for that duo once again. As it could have been the Ezreal, but instead, it's just going to be Jhin.
I do kind of like the Jhin here. I think the Jhin works well with Maokai in particular. I think that's one of those 1-2s that can be quite impressive if you do get a decent amount of leads, the amount of traps, saplings you can place down. And realistically, Zyra Khan should lose lane as well against Jhin Leona. So if you have a losing bot lane, you get to snowball through that mid jungle as well. Actually really like the draft that Brion have here. Now I do think the T1 comp is infinitely more stable. You have Rakan, you have Sejuani. The Xayah though, I'm not super enthusiastic about. I think Xayah does kind of struggle into comps that outrange her, and Tristana obviously is naturally just going to outrange with drawing her beads, and then Jhin doesn't really have to walk into range with his ultimate and his W as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there is a decent shot for Bro to come in here and take it down. We did see that say that we liked the T1 draft in Game 2 as well. But I love that sign in the bottom left. It's time to go to bed. Yeah, it is.
For T1, because Brian is gonna beat them, right? Valdez?
I think it's just saying, like, I think they are sleepy and they might want to sleep. But they're not allowed to. They're here doing their job. They're pros.
Got to get another game in. And this draft, it's a lot of comfort for T1. I think it's the most cohesive, though. And maybe, imagine if Brian's first series win is an upset against T1.
Could happen right here, right now, as they force a game number 3 against T1 already. Can they take down the series is the main question. As it looks like we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
The Brion fans getting more feisty as the day gets along and as the games slowly but surely go in their favor.
I miss feisty. Sad he didn't make it to the
What are Loopy and Gamin up to?
So Gamin, I actually have no idea. Loopy was on DK, but he's now been replaced by Mr. 2K LP himself, Moham, who you might remember from playing for Kwangdong last split. Together with Wayne. We don't know if he's related to Bruce, but we assume so.
I think he's related to... I think he named himself after Wayne Gretzky, actually. A big ice hockey fan, obviously. This Korean pro gamer.
What do you think is more likely, Valdez?
You know, I've heard before that Korean pro gamers sometimes just like to choose random names, right? Or like random words, English words, right? Because they have to have an English name as their ID. And some pros use their own name and they just Romanize it. Of course, that's acceptable. Think about Yahoo. But yeah. So at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if he just chose Wayne because he likes the way it sounded.
That's a good name. I don't mind it. As we do see Jhin in some struggles here. A lot of those, though, were, you know, games where I'm like, that team has not got a whole lot of wins. So Karis is Tristanaing, as you do. So a lot of damage goes down onto Samver, unfortunately. Being Jhin just has to reload his gun. Keria sets up a nice pullback for Guma.
He's still fooling us all. He's just running around reloading.
Just doing nothing.
Like, we think he's actually doing damage, but that's false. No, he's just running around in circles reloading.
I really don't mind Jin as much as I know some members of the LCK team do.
I wonder how Atlas feels after they won with Jin Bard.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of high stakes Jin games as well.
Yeah.
So Semper playing it, you know, Semper's
nice
quite solid
here, but it does put Palu in an awkward spot. That is one place where. Well, that's a nice little stun. He's going to push him into the turret, but actually Faker's in a lot of trouble. The solo kill again as Karis will go down and has to use his flash to do it, but he gets that extra 100 gold.
Ooh, I wonder if there was an opportunity there, maybe because I think he hesitated for a second there, where maybe he gets the reset and jumps out. I don't think that he does, though. I think the turret will always get him. Not that bad, though. The wave was also pushing back into him. As long as he doesn't get punished by Owner, who is sniffing around jungle. He's looking with the boar.
The boar is doing the sniffa emote right now.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can see it. Look. It's happening. Now, Youngjae's going to find the boar and Sejuani. As, yeah, Owner's just 1v2 right now, and he's in a bit of trouble. They want to try to turn this. Nice knock-up, but Owner's just so low. The flash over the wall, the Q gets it done, as Owner does not respect the 2v1. And now Faker's in a lot of trouble himself. He has to flash, so there goes your flash advantage, as even now Karis' flash will come up first.
Valdez?
It's happening. All the Believers will be rewarded for their belief, for their faith.
They have been waiting. It would, oh man, that would be something. If T1, who are currently obviously, you know, sitting at 4-2, one of those losses against Gen G, the other one against KT, if they lose against Brian as well, be very funny. So take another look at this. Faker, unfortunately, like being a level down, I think, especially in the early levels, really matters. So even though he gets the setup and is able to knock Karis back into the turret, this I don't know, Owner.
Yeah.
You're playing into Tristana.
So
like Tristana is a really easy time to get to you.
Yeah. For you guys who may not have noticed yet, Tristana does have a move called Rocket Jump, which allows her to go over terrain. So
yes,
when that happens, Karis is there as well as Youngjae making it a 2v1.
Nautilus also has a decent amount of, or Maokai rather has a decent amount of CC.
Yeah.
And, you know, his W and his Q, so he can lock you up for a good amount of time.
Good damage. I mean, his base damage is quite good, right? Especially into a Sejuani before she's built much tanky items.
Yep. Youngjae, as a result, picks up an early kill. Gets himself a Haunting Guy. Going to be very happy with that. Now, this isn't like game number 2, I think, where Brion was able to get a pretty sizable lead and then just run with it. I need to keep the expectations realistic, okay? I think Brion have had a lot of issues with actually closing out games. Right now, though, things are looking okay. As long as we don't look towards top CS.
That doesn't matter.
Morgan,
it's not real.
Did pick that.
We do have a wall coming down here, but everybody gets over the wall. So T1 should be able to take both of
they're going
scrubs. Wait, they're okay.
Okay, they're not going back.
They did go back. Yes.
I really think they shouldn't have. So that's good that they don't. It's a bit worried for a second there because Morgan is not in a position to join. And even with Zayas not having Mega, you run a big risk if you just walk up there. See if they make a play towards the bottom half of the map. Kuma is looking like he is going to respect, as he should, but he does get the crash, so I don't think he's too bothered. Oh, very close. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the lore, Zayas' Gnar was the pick he debuted on, and it was... He was really good with this champion.
Yeah.
And I saw the Jax counter pick, and I'm like...
Nope.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
And now seeing it in play as well, I'm like, I still don't...
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one, yeah. Generally, with counter picks, you're not really looking to take a big hit. Because if the Jax is picked, like... Because the Jax was picked third, right? First rotation on blue side. So it feels like they didn't have to do that. Because if you deny, like, Jax Sejuani or something, I think it makes sense, but they didn't.
Yeah, no, they didn't. Nice buffer here from Karis. He's going to get out of dodge there. Hehe's doing a very nice job. Tristana-ing. They did get the dragon, yeah. I think Bro are in a pretty good spot at this moment in time, especially with Karis pretty fed. The top lane, as we mentioned before, doesn't exist. It's not real,
God.
so we don't think about that
No, but
when we factor this in.
Zeus just pulled the wave, and there's no jungler. Well, Youngjae eventually will get there, but he also has always camps up. So I think Morgan is just... Oh, no, Jonas Strong! Hand away!
Yeah, it's real whenever Jonas Strong decides it's real, so now we can take a look. Especially with Meganar timing here, it's just perfect from Zeus. And
yeah, this is a nightmare. This is a truly abhorrent wave state here for Morgan. Really good job by Zeus. And like, how are you going to fix this? As if Talia doesn't show, even without the ultimate, she can roam very quickly. I'm going to catch the wave of mid now, so this should give him the opportunity to roam towards top and maybe break the freeze, but there's a lot of vision as well. So someone needs to go and help more. He's been sitting at like 55 CS for like a minute and a half.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Bro have also decided that top lane is not real. And
but it is!
Yeah, Morgan's dead. He does have flash, so maybe he can flash out of this one, but the hop has larger range, and there's the counter-strike flash on in from Owner, and the boomerang gets the job done. So the inevitable punish that we were talking about, that you called Chronicler, does come through on top of the CS that was denied.
And he has no TP.
He's so far behind.
So they had to just go up. I know that you might have to drop a wave in mid, but this is really, really bad. Because as mentioned earlier, I think this is a very volatile matchup, where if you do get Morgan ahead, like he can start running down the Gnar, and obviously Jax does have a lot of 1v1 potential. But like once you start losing against a ranged top, that's already bad. Losing against Zeus is like... I know Zeus has really embraced his flippy nature of, you know, like I'm playing the ranged top laners and I'm going in aggressively, and sometimes it looks really goofy. But I do also really think he's one of the best like punishing players that we have in the LCK. I think when it comes to things like teamfight, Keen definitely isn't beat at the moment, but...
I don't think Morgan can do this either.
No,
like, even though his lane
not.
state is really destroyed, like, he can't be killing a control ward.
I agree.
Zero vision, like, Owner could easily be there.
And he uses his flash as well. It's a disaster, Valdez. And now you have a Gnar who is going to make that lane even worse. Like, he's going to hit Triforce first because he's up 1k gold. And then Morgan is just going to have to sit there and eat waves. And this Jax is not going to be relevant for another, like, 25 minutes unless he picks up a bunch of random kills across the map. Like, even with bone plating, like, look at that trade. It wasn't even a trade. Let's just say he's standing there and be like,
yeah,
whatever.
He doesn't have a completed damage component yet. He does have one sword, so that's better than nothing, I guess. Looks like T1 are going to take down 5 grubs unless Karis and Palu can say something about it. Here they come, but the Meganar timing is also going to go down, but now the engage comes in from Keria. Here's another wall, and Palu is in a lot of trouble as he has to flash away, but the knockup is going to catch Karis at midair. The turn, trying to come out, though. Karis pushing forward, jumping into everybody. He does get the kill, and he jumps away. Karis able to make it happen. Only Palu has gone down. As now Morgan trying to be relevant, and I think, unfortunately, the timer has run out on this fight as Zeus is going to come in, and there's the knockup from Keria as well. And the Gnar is too strong. It was looking so good, but eventually the fight went too long, and Zeus just popped off.
Oh, that's so rough there for Brian. It looked attainable. Wasn't the case. In the end, Zeus just gets even further ahead. Morgan doesn't even get a kill. Doesn't even get gold for his troubles.
And they still get all the grubs.
T1, earlier on the rotation there, I think crucial as well. Karis doesn't actually get the kill because he jumps into the Rakan charm. So he doesn't actually get the final out off until much later. So them trying to go for this fight, even though they're member down, Karis actually plays this really well, right? They get the jump, but then look here. He jumps on top, and I think that extra amount of time, you know, Keria is able to just make his way out. And then here Morgan, Owner just dragging him away for a little bit. Counter-Strike doesn't mean anything. And we see T1. Zeus now even further ahead. Triforce, he's 3-0. He's up 40 CS. This Gnar is a real raid boss. We'll see if Brilliant can at the very least get a second dragon. It would be big.
Uh-oh. Oh, the smite is good. It's early from Owner. And Young Jay keeps his cool, is able to hold on to it. We got Ocean Soul in this game.
Ooh, okay. That'll help Morgan if they get it. Not.
I don't think anything's helping Morgan in this game.
Well, I'm talking in like 25 minutes when he has items. You know?
All right.
This was a counter.
We'll check in 38 minutes into the game.
Well, this was a counter pick. I know it's hard to get counters to Gnar, but especially Zeus' Gnar, but this definitely wasn't it. I think Morgan's dead again.
Well, the Boomerang's going to miss, so
yeah.
He stays alive for now.
Maybe Faker could. Yeah, well, does he really? I know he isn't, you know, his screen isn't gray, but
yeah.
We got to talk about other stuff. I'm getting bummed out. This every top laner knows this feeling.
Well, we have a Cleanse Flash from Samber. So he does get away as Cario was just very menacingly sprinting at him with the quickness. And, well, at least Morgan's going to farm here. But not over there to the left. That's Zeus territory. Everything outside of the turret. Actually, even next to the turret, I'm a little bit not 100% sure about. And it's going to be Morgan going bot here to go up against Guma for now, as the rest of the team is going to commit to the Rift Herald. You just had your top laner TP out of this one, and Zeus has his TP.
Yeah,
so
there he comes.
Now Guma isn't here, and the turn is coming in, but the recon play is fantastic. Is it enough to save Owner? As, that blast code not going to help him actually, as Karis, he is on something today, and the shots from the Jhin are so big from Samber. As now we do have Zeus, he is isolated, and they get the shutdown onto Morgan as well. Bro are coming back, they call the bluff of T1.
That's a game-saving fight, Veldes, because you get the shutdown onto Morgan of all people, and the call from Brilliant is actually really good, because if T1 actually has Zeus there for the entirety of that fight, you're never ever winning it. But what happens is they pull the trigger, they go for the engage. T1 isn't ready. They get blown up before they can actually have their members advantage. And now, okay, they still don't look at top, but the rest of the map all of a sudden in much better shape.
Wait, he's 2,700 gold behind still. He got the shutdown. Owner goes in,
we're not focusing on this.
Checks it again, and the second check is the issue here.
It really is. And I actually think this could have gone worse. If Youngjae ults earlier there, I'm pretty sure Keria also ends up dying.
Yeah.
So like this is, I think, a relatively okay scenario. And then, yeah, you know, by the time Guma shows up, the fight's already lost. Morgan just walks up to his Tormentor, takes him down, so that's nice at least. Again, that part isn't going to change too much, but Samver, you know, getting some gold into him is big. Kara is also, again, I know his KDA might not be too impressive, but still having a big performance here in this game. Breon, they're down 3k gold. If they can get one more of those fights, though, it might be looking a little bit better, but yeah, I think they have to give this up. With the members' advantage there, we do see Samver is on his way. He doesn't have the ultimate just yet, and he can't walk for this jungle. This is T1 territory.
Well, it's going to be Guma getting engaged on, as Palu wants to deny the T1 territory, as now we got TPs coming in here. Guma in a lot of trouble. He's not able to Featherstorm until the very last moment, but the pullback is huge. It doesn't matter. Karis is on the hunt once again, charging into multiple members, as down will go Faker.
They're doing it!
And Morgan, he's got another Counter-Strike. He's going to live, bro. They're winning another fight, down 3k, as the hit here from Youngjae is huge. He stays alive, but the Mega Gnar not gonna be enough. Karis is just going off in this one. Karis and Samber, they sub in for game number 2. They shut it down in game number 3 as well, and bro, they're still behind, but they're coming back.
That's an ace! Where were you when Breon aced T1? Oh, it starts off here with Guma getting caught, but it's fine. It's Xayah. You're not scared of this. But then again, this aggression of T1, sometimes it backfires, and here it really does. The combination of CC there, Flash Q, Counter-Strike, and yeah, Guma ends up living, but there's so much mobility here. And then look at how many autos Karis gets to have in this fight. And then Samver, this is what you want to be as a Jhin. You don't want to be the main carry. You want to sit there, take pot shots on the edge of the fight. And T1, again, look disjointed. Zeus with the flash, like, yeah, he kills the Maokai, but that's all that they're getting. As Feldos highlighted, still behind in gold. I think maybe once this mid lane turret falls, it'll be relatively even. But if they can get the Ocean's soul point on this next play, ultimates are going to be up. It'll be really, really big.
Absolutely.
It's still 2k gold down.
I mean, they've won 2 fights. One was down 5k, the other one was down 2k, essentially.
Yeah, you're right, Valdez.
3k. And, you know, T1 still haven't fought on their terms yet. So let's see how this one looks as the ult goes straight into Youngjae. That's not going to be good. A lot of damage being thrown into Palu. Those are not the right targets for T1, but Palu eventually does get low. The steal on the Dragon as well. And Youngjae is low himself. A lot of low health bars here on the side of T1. Faker going to be isolated. And now a forced Featherstorm as well from Samver onto Guma. As meanwhile, Youngjae trying to go 1v2 against Keria and Zeus, not really working out, but Karis once again unchecked, and the frontliner that is Morgan is huge as another hop comes in. Karis looking to take down Guma and Owner, not going to be able to, but does push them away.
Oh, and the gold lead remains about the same, even though the kill trade favorable for Brian. They are going to get this mid lane turret now, finally. And the bros are doing it. Look at the fans.
The bro leavers.
They never gave up, Valdez. As of right now, they've won 4 games this split. 4! And these team fights are games. Just want to really, really clarify that. So here we get an isolation, or rather we had Palu and Keria in isolation. For Keria though, it's a lot easier to get back. And they do end up killing Palu. The big thing though is that against Jin in particular, actually exiting gracefully is insanely hard. And Morgan, as you highlighted, actually does such a good job. The 4th shot means that Guma has to ult defensively. I do think Brian kind of lost track of the fight happening. We have Karis like, could have probably jumped towards Youngjae earlier so that they could get more out of that. But crucially, Morgan still cuts off the escape, and they still get more gold onto those carries. Morgan, somehow in this game, is relevant. He's just making it happen.
He's got a bounty.
Fights. He's got a bounty.
The Lord himself.
I also think it's really important to note that, yes, we know T1 still has a slight gold lead. And how much does it matter? I think the T1 composition scales really well, so I don't think they're too worried. When you look at this in isolation, right, between Xayah, between Gnar, but how does this game feel? I mean,
it feels like a Tristana playground right now. Like, they're using everything into Leona, into Maokai, and then Karis is jumping from person to person and getting a million assists. Like, he's not getting kills, which is kind of funny, but he's just unchecked. And Samver, there's no engage on him either, as now maybe an opportunity here for T1 as Palu a bit out of position. Youngjae being chased as well, as Palu might just have to be left here as a sacrifice. The wall does come down, and Palu not even going to flash. So down goes the bro supports. As T1 now, they're not going to be asking twice. They're just going to go for the Baron.
Yeah, big thing here is that they also used a lot of cooldowns. Samver does have his ultimate. I think that Jin ult is going to be big.
Oh, the flash on in. They want to isolate. Zeus says the Steric shield is massive, though, and now a huge Gnar ult is going to win this one for T1. You would imagine Morgan being chased down, and he will eventually go down as well. Samver still firing shots. Owner trying to block here. Faker's still going to eat a bunch of damage. A lot of poke did go down onto T1. Even the sapling, you talked about this actually in the draft as well. That's not going to hit Youngjae, but Samver looks like he will be isolated and killed. So it does work out in the end for T1. And now they're going to start the back.
And T1, they take a beating, but they still come out on top. So can be back in 10 seconds as well. As can Karis. Youngjae, crucially, he doesn't have an easy way in, doesn't have his flash available. I don't know if he can get the W off. I think they should be able to zone him away. The health bars are low, but I don't think it's going to matter. And T1 get the Baron. That should be enough to regain control of this game.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, finally T1 find an answer in a team fight as something was flying across the map there. I don't know what that was. So this is what happens, bro. They're invading. They say, hey, we have a disengage cone, we should be fine. Baited by disengage cone, not the first time. Palu is going to get isolated and taken down. And then the fight goes very wonky, but this one looks very different from all the other fights where Karis doesn't get any CC on him and he's just jumping around. Speaking of which, in live, we have him being bullied, and down he will go. So T1, they find him, they save their CC for him, and Owner will make it happen.
The Magic Might have passed. Breon going to try and look for something here. No ult on Samver though. So Youngjae just going for an ult to try and keep this mid lane turret alive for a little bit longer. If on the next wave it is still going to drop. T1, all they needed was that one fight. Ends up being absolutely huge. One overstep. Crucially there as well as Faker actually a lot earlier on the TP. I think if they were able to anticipate that, play a little bit safer, they might have been fine, especially with how good the disengage on Maokai ult is, but it just wasn't there for Breon. And now kill score, that one's even. Everything else though looking like T1 back in the driver's seat. So we take another look here. The attempt, they do spot out crucially carry, and like if they actually get the kill on Zeus, that fight's win. I actually really like the call from Breon there. I think that's the only way that you get out of that.
It's close.
It was. If he wasn't as fed as he was, that could have been huge.
He wouldn't have the Sterix, he wouldn't live. And this is what happened afterwards. This is how Karis got caught. Just trying to trade with Zeus and a nice flash, but then eventually, you know, the rest of the squad rolls up.
Yeah, nice ult from Zeus there. It's a messy game, Valdez. That can't be denied. But it does feel like Breon's moment, unless they can get another insane team fight, might have passed. And now we see Morgan, right? Even with him becoming a little bit more relevant, still a full item behind. Randuin's done for Zeus here.
Yeah, and the Randuin's is just massive. I mean, you look at the composition of Bro.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Chronicler, if we talked about it much, but the damage profile, it's just very heavy AD, especially when you have the Jax, which is a heavy auto attacker. It just feels like, you know, armor in general, but also the Randuins against the 280 carries that are going to build crit. It's going to just feel amazing, and they've got Maokai for AP, which I know you hate.
I mean,
a little bit of Jax as well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Jax can go Zhonya's 4, but like that doesn't really do it. Yeah, that's not enough.
So Zeus is just unkillable, is the point. As now we do have this Maokai ultimate to be thrown in, and it doesn't do much. Not going to push them off of the inhibitor either. And they just get the inhibitor and get out.
Samver really needs LDR. We see Karis does have it done now, so that's going to help at least a little bit. Yeah, the expectation is T1 is just going to continue building full armor. We see Owner as well, Bramble Vest in his inventory already. Imagine he wants to look towards a Thorn Mail.
This is a very interesting fight as the Solar Flare goes very wide and Morgan's dead and so is Palu.
I guess that's just it.
Just not expecting them to stay.
That can't be how it ends.
Just not expecting them to stay, and they're like, hey, maybe they're here. Oh, we're dead. T1's wallets are very large at this point in time. As here comes the quickness. Karis will be caught this time around as the follow-up comes in, and Karis does hop away, but Owner also very tanky, and again, Zeus is unkillable. It looks like T1, they've had their fun tonight, but at the end of the day, they will just pick up the clean 2-1, nothing to see here, up against Bro. Eventually, maybe not right now, but looks like we're heading in that direction, guys.
Really does. Mid lane inhib goes down as well. T1 can just go back, set up an objective. These shots, I don't think we're gonna let Faker get hit. I think the reinforcements were very ready for that one. Even if he does, shouldn't go down off of just one shot. For Breon, from here on out, it's looking really rough. That mid lane inhib by itself, I don't think the end of the world. But as you were saying, I think they were looking for some extra kills here. T1, like everyone is there though, so it doesn't really do a whole lot. Morgan gets CC'd. Faker like simultaneously kills Morgan while also locking off the rest of Breon, so they don't get to join. Faker almost ends up going down, but it doesn't really matter. Crucially, Karis does get hit by the E, which makes life very easy for Zeus as he walks in with his Gnar. And I think we're seeing some of the glimpses as to why this guy was known for Gnar initially, even though it's not by any means a clean game. Really, I think the only one playing a clean game on T1 is just Guma.
Yeah.
He's just been good. You know?
He's had a very...
Yeah, and even he had the I'm going in the enemy blue jungle to try and kill a Leona. That was a moment.
Nobody is
nobody comes out unscathed.
Yeah, exactly. As now we're looking for the Gnar here once again, but Young Jay just unfortunately not that tanky. He's only got Warmogs and Eliandres. There's a lot of damage just coming out actually from the 80 carries of Bro, but I feel like the wallets are just too heavy as now Faker gets in that backline and Karis eventually will be taken down by the Gnar. And here comes Zeus bouncing over that wall. The knockup will miss, but yeah, I'm just going to throw an ult into the wind. Why not? That's what I would do.
It's a revitalized Brian, but it just isn't enough. T1, in the end, rely on their team fighting. Faker might die. I don't think it matters.
He's baiting them in. Samver just going to open up the curtains and immediately gets flashed on by Zeus. He's like, how dare you open the curtains against us? And it's not going to happen. We'll keep that room in darkness for now. Down will go the Nexus, and T1, they get it done. It wasn't easy, it wasn't clean, but they will win the series up against Bro tonight.
A win's a win, Valdez. In a couple of weeks, people aren't going to remember that it was messy, that T1 did not play their best game here. All that matters is you got the win. If they actually lost against Brion, obviously, considering the circumstances, it would mostly just be funny. I don't think it'd be detrimental to the team. But none of that here today. The only one that looks happy is Zeus because he got to play Gnar, and I think this is the type of game where as Gnar you feel great. You won your lane. You know, your team fighting, it was messy, but you got the job done. And T1 take the win over Brion. Much more messy than was expected, but enough nonetheless.
Enough nonetheless. A clean 2-1, nothing to see here.
Yeah, no big ceremonies from T1 this time around. And they look happy, and I think Brion should be very happy with what they did here today. This was better than anything we've seen out of them the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there were certainly some mistakes made by T1 that allowed members of Bro to like have big pop-off moments, but the pop-off moments, they still need to come from the player themselves. I think that Curry looks like he's about to fall asleep here. I'm sure he'll get some rest tonight, don't you worry. But you know, Karis having a big game, Samver having a big couple of games. These guys, you know, that could be the building blocks for Bro in the future. Not sure about this season starting off 0-7, but I mean, at least, you know, we get Karis a little bit back in form. Samver's looking better and better every time we see him. It's nice to see. It's good stuff from the side of Bro. But eventually, T1, the favorites in this one, do take it down. Not without their hiccups. It's owner, a little bit of a roughie here, but somebody had to check, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still impressed by Samver. Like, as this game comes to a close, as this series comes to a close, I still think he can be very happy about his performance. And the Karis performance here today, after getting subbed in and Coolbay really struggling, actually ends up being absolutely huge. I also do think that we saw Faker, particularly in Game 2, take some liberties with how the map was played, as I think the space highlighted very well. In the end, T1 could rely on their team fighting. I think also, especially looking back at these replays, one of the people we didn't really talk about nearly as much, and he did look like he was about to snooze, but I think Carey actually having a lot of impact in these fights, creating a lot of space, making sure that the rest of the team didn't really get walked over the way that I think it felt like at times might have happened here. Really able to get a lot going on this Rakan, which isn't the pick we see nearly as much anymore, given the other, you know, tank supports and engage supports being a lot more prevalent.
Yeah, it's nice to see Braum back in the meta.
I agree. Yeah, whenever everyone's blind picking Leona and Nautilus,
and 380 carries sometimes.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good. Look at carry. He's making calls for the timers while he's like falling asleep in his chair. Oh man.
How are you doing, Valdez?
I'm fine. The vibes are carrying me. This is great. I'm having a great time today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun.
The games have been great. Casting with the Chronicler man has been great. And for T1, you know, a lot of tired faces, but it's a win at the end of the day. And Zeus gets the most damage by far on his Gnar.
It is very fitting, and after they lose to KT, T1 pull a classic, clean 2-1, nothing to see here. It's very, I like the, the story cohesion on that one, Valdez.
Bro show that they can take a game up against a tired T1. They show the potential, right? We'll have to wait and see if they can get anything done in the rest of the split. But guys, we're done on the cast for now. Let's throw it over to the space to break down the series.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler. They did indeed show that they could take one game. But bros, it is over. T1 take the win 2-1 in a comeback fashion. It was a comeback here in this one. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. And yeah, they banned the Tristana, but bros can't get over the line here.
Everyone's talking about EWC jet lag, but no one's talking about the fact that Bro is the same as Team Liquid. They took a game off T1, BLG. So Bro's the same as BLG. Bro's the same as Top Esports. Took a game off T1. Wow. Maybe we should invite Bro next time.
Yeah, I think Bro, I kind of like the way the draft came together. Like, okay, it's worked really well.
You're not going to do anything? Yeah, the draft.
I'm not going to human these things.
Okay.
Just Maokai works really well in unison. I also like the way the composition opens out, like the fact you have the Jin ult. I really would have loved if they'd got the Ziggs here, but unfortunately it was banned away. I think it would have really brought this composition together. And you saw them get an early lead. They played pretty well, but it just felt like when it came to the later team fights, some of the decision making wasn't quite so sharp, and Zeus really just became a monster.
I think there were some really clutch team fights for Zeus. Obviously, the laning phase was a big problem for Morgan, who fell extremely far behind. I think if Zeus wasn't as ahead as he was, some of those later team fights, especially the Baron, could have looked very different. But, T1, a little sleepy, but they get it done in the end. I think showcasing that there's still, probably a top 2 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, yes, a little sleepy, but this definitely turned into a slobber knocker there. A lot of fights here.
You know what this reminded me of?
What?
Is that Faker posted when he won Wills the night before, he had a sleep tracker, and he had his best sleep of all time, and then won the most recent World Championship. So maybe there is something to this whole sleep thing that we're going into.
That means he slept well before the EWC Finals since he was the MVP. Didn't sleep well here, but still got the job done. Let's take a look at the highlights. First one at Grubs, and you're kind of wondering, how did Karis and Palu wander their way here?
This is a lot of value for the Leona. Throughout the early and mid game, Palu's Aftershock and his Eclipse got so much done. And the turn here is actually super cleanly played by Karis. Gets on top, gets the reset so he can back off, and then see Morgan come over here, grabs the shutdown as well. So lots of value here for Bro. T1 sticking around a little bit too long here, especially the composition that is Gnar based. And, at the end of the day, pretty good fight.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about, a Yordle 80 carry, and it kind of just ended up being Zeus, not the Tristana, and was kind of ignored in that fight, and just cleaning up, getting that consistent damage, getting the hyper procs, had a lot of value in that extended skirmish.
Yeah, and then we have ourselves a fight over at Baron after that one, around 20 minutes, and this is where it gets really crazy in this one.
Yeah, this is where things are going to get a little bit messy, obviously. I think, Bro, at this game state, you've got to try to push forward, try to look for a pick. Paulo did so much this game in terms of absorbing aggro, absorbing pressure, but there are obviously limits in terms of what you can do, and the rest of the team was backing out long early. He kind of tried to absorb that pressure, and at this point, you've got a Jax that's super far behind that's going to try to TP in, but watch Zeus gets collapsed on, and then turns it into a huge opportunity with a 3-man Gnar.
Yeah, and even though he doesn't get a stun here, the damage the ult actually does, and just splitting the fight, essentially pushing them towards his team. Does he carry on this flank as well, who just ensures that the Jhin can't really do anything. The ult comes through, but way later as a result of that flank pressure. So just well played by T1 to sort of regain control of this, but also Bro, maybe a bit overzealous with that engage onto Zeus, but you can understand the theory, what they were looking for.
Yeah, the idea is to burst him down before he goes into Mega, and I guess zones everyone off. Wasn't able to do so there, and they lose control of the game. T1 take control. They close this one out. Who's the POG for game number 3? Game 1, it was Faker. Game 3, it's Zeus. It is a Yordle, and it is a carry from the top laner.
Another Gnar POG for Zeus. I think this is probably not a surprise to anyone with the game that we did see from him, the laning phase, these skirmishes, and then later on in the game as well, that massive play on Baron. But he also split pushed a little bit. He was kind of, we've talked about Guma a little bit, or the cast talked about Guma a little bit being the most consistent part. I feel like for me it was definitely Zeus.
Yeah, it felt like he obviously was sort of good from start to finish. And the team, this game as a whole wasn't clean. And definitely there were some moments where he did get caught out. But for the most part, just being such a threat and a menace. And kind of achieving that both with Mega Gnar and while in Mini Gnar. Because obviously we all know Mega Gnar is hard to deal with. But he was just consistently causing issues for Bro.
Yeah, another 12 of 12. And part of me thinks this one, like, you got to give this shout out to Jonas Strong because he showed how long the freeze was on the top side of the map, where Lord Morgan was clearly donating some CS to the other side. But all jokes aside, it was a great freeze. Morgan gets set so far behind, and then Zeus takes over the game here.
Pretty straightforward. I think T1. It's a series that, like the caster said, you'll probably forget that they played close. If they had lost, people would remember it forever, but they're still maintaining that place in the standings.
We know that T1 looked, and very clearly, a little jet lagged. How y'all feeling after this first series? Because I'm awake. The bros are prepping for their big matchup against Nongshim later. I'm awake now. What about you guys?
I'm great. I actually stayed up till midnight yesterday because I got in at like 11, didn't sleep, stayed up till midnight, slept then. I'm golden.
I'm pretty tired. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm more on the carrier side of the spectrum right now, but we got one more best of 3 after this. I'm feeling good. We can close it out.
That's right. Wolf and Carrier, 2 peas in a pod. Let's send it on over to our interview right now. Translations by Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Faker and Zeus on the side of T1, who just scored a 2-1 against OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations! Thank you. Zeus, after winning the Esports World Cup Championship in Saudi Arabia, you secured a match win today. How do you feel? After winning the title, hasn't been a while, and we have our spirits up right now, and I think we do believe that today was a really good place. Although the jet lag was quite rough on us, I'm just really glad that we were able to secure today's victory. And Faker, I have never played a match right after landing, so it wasn't a very satisfactory game. And in game 2, yeah, we were looking very shaky, and we had a pretty funny instance, but I hope that in the next match we can come back even stronger and more solid. Zeus, since you got to play in the patch 14.13 ahead of time and played on LAN against the other regions, what was the key factor of today's match? So just from being able to play ahead of time, I feel like top has a lot of leverage and impact in the game. And I just try to make sure that I am able to sort of contribute a lot to the match. And Faker, you pulled an amazing Tristana gameplay. And Tristana Corki matchup is a pretty hot matchup lately. And as a veteran who has experience in this matchup, what's the core of this matchup? Yeah, it's a pretty common matchup, and I'm sure that a lot of players, they have their each and own proficiency, and everyone has their own style playing this matchup. And I think what really matters is their experience and proficiency on the champions. And Faker in game 1, with a huge gap, you closed out the game convincingly, and even after giving 4 Drakes away, you ended the game with just 1 Baron fight. So what were your thoughts on the objectives? The very early game in game 1, rather than playing around the objectives, I think we just tried to snowball off of team fights. And I think game 1 really went the way we wanted, which was great. And with your POG today, Faker, you have reached 400 POG points. And it looks like the Royal Mid has infiltrated a pack of junglers in the standings. So what are your thoughts? Mid is not considered royalty anymore. I feel like royalty is really just junglers, and being able to be a part of the pack is such an honor. And Zeus. So it looks like not a single top laner is in the top of the POG standings. So what are your thoughts? I feel like in order for a top laner to get POG, it actually you need to fulfill a lot of conditions. But with the meta shifting towards the top being able to sort of tank everything and be the wall of the team, I think I'm just really thankful. Thank you, guys. And without knowing the enemy top pick, T1 blind picked Gnar after the Sejuani and Talia comp. So what compositional synergy were you looking for? Since we had a Talia, I think we were able to go for a pick that can really pressure side lanes. And I don't think Gnar is a really a champion that actually gets countered or anything, so I think that's why I went for that pick. And Zeus, you created a big gap and led the team to victory in the Jax versus Gnar matchup, and even with a fed Gnar, the enemy Tristana remained as a big threat, so what was the game plan? I feel like the pick itself actually really depends on how the team is doing. And since the Tristana got a lot of kills, I think, given that I was pretty confident with the 1v1, I tried to pressure the side lane as much as possible. And now your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. What are your resolutions? Baker? Hana Life Esports match will be very important to us. And since we have about 2 days of time to practice, we'll make sure that we can bring us a satisfactory match. And Zeus, Hana Life Esports is a strong team. And their top laner, Dundun, is quite strong and they're reliable, so I want to be as reliable as him. And that's the end of the interview from Baker and Zeus from T1, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. Yeah, everyone in the chat sees it. It's a little tired. Tired times here for T1, but going to bed now would ruin their sleep schedule. We're going to educate you on jet lag.
We're kind of getting a repeat with Bro07, so I'm really worried for whoever faces them at the end of the round robin because, you know, we saw what happened last time. They went from 0-8 to the back-to-back takeout. They're just ramping up. They're generating power.
Yeah, this game loss actually affects T1 in the standings. If Hanwha Life actually takes that series over them as well, they'll rocket up to second place depending on what happens with D+. So every time you're trying to battle for top 2 to get that top 2 seed into the playoff bracket to skip the first round, you know, this game could in some way affect T1's chances. We'll see.
All right. Hey, guys. You're not tired yet, right? You guys at home aren't tired yet either because we got a whole nother series. Nongshim versus KT, the Battle of the Red. Who will win? We'll find out after this short break. See you for series number 2.
젠지 흔들림 없습니다. 자, 깔끔하죠. 무실 세트 전승입니다.
LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 뉴네오 데플라스기야. 이 비전이 우리가 괜찮다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨! 우승자입니다. 지난 시즌 1위 나간 이후로 많은 호평을 남겨주셨습니다. 여러 같은 성원에 힘입어 후아유맨 시즌2를 진행하게 됐습니다. 박수! 이전보다 더 강력해진 예측 프로 미스터리한 칼바람 대전.
이상한 사람 아니에요?
누구지 지금 정체를 모르겠어요.
왜 이렇게 잘해?
후아유맨 정말 쉽지 않습니다.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨.
Aiming now. He's taken some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by Aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen.
Here he is going to Arcane Shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away as now, look at this, once again, in goes Raptor, just following with a flash. They're very deep onto this one, as now the Impale coming in. Big Way ultimate, though, is going to take down the Relic. Desante. Is just taking, can anyone kill him? The answer is no, as Bulldog just gonna kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Desante, and Quango Freak easily with the fight.
Lip feeding is such a broken strat.
Yeah, this Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on Adu, who will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this 2v2 in the top side, now a 3v3.
Presence means Lucid can't really do anything, and Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything, and there is that soul point, and there's the knock-up! The double on the seismic shoves into the backline, goes King in, and buys all the space, but Bulldog, it's his turn to react. He finds Showmaker, he also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end.
Right, so for me now, the question comes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive will be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah, I like the word you used. As they're trying to turn on the death throw. He's so low and he will be taken out. And so stun goes on a Guma. He can't even get the kill. Flash Rock, no, he misses. And Carriel, well, he's probably going to go down here, but they don't get Guma in a 1-for-1. Already getting some nice value with the big shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over to their side. They're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Ascaria looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a limited dunk to Biotic. As BDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Faker and Guma still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here as is. Not sure about that, as Biotic going to be able to take him down. The TP's coming in. KT, they get the Drake.
Oh, really big there. As Wolf set up.
Now trying to make the play on the Cassante. He does all out the Skarner into the turn, and now Seas has to flash away. Going back in onto the all-out Cassante. Not sure about that one. Impale on a both. Do they have the damage? So perfect. Goes in, assassinates the Nidalee, and now he's totally fine. Zeus with 0 mana. And eventually he's just gonna die. I mean, there's nothing he can do here with no mana, no health. BDD picks up the second kill.
ENG 이거 재활용해서 바텀까지 이번에 왼쪽 컵 가능하죠. 그래서 내려왔다. 왜저 게임 안 줬냐고.
전령이야 미대 갈래? 얘네 이거 못 오는데. 이거 바텀으로 끌고 와도 돼 전령.
뭐 이런 잘 해봐요.
나 할 수 있을까? 나 여긴 처음 해보네. 야 이거 뭐야? 이거 보여주지 마. 오만 보자 이거. 야. 까꿍. 그럴 줄 알았다. 그럴 줄 알았다. 아니 형 그럴 것 같았어 뭔가. 야 너무 괘씸해. 형 전령탑을 왜 이렇게 좋아하는 거야 근데? 내 전령 운전은. 마이크 체크. 1, 2. 이기고 싶네 오늘. 진짜 폼 좋아 지금. 오늘 느낌이 좋은데? 파이팅. 아니 천천히 좀 해보자. 빼자. 가. 이거 레벨 위치 좋거든. 천천히. 야 따져. 아 천천히 하면 이겨. 천천히. 진. 나 아래 쫄게. 빼. 야 이게 봐줘. 아예 집중해봐 이거. 나 봐줘. W5초. 하지게. 그냥 흔들어 버려 그냥. 그거 알리 궁합 볼게. 야 이거 살짝 왼쪽으로 막히는데. 야 맞았어요. 야 나이스. 노공이야. 프레이. What the? Let's go. 프레이. I'm the 프레이. 쫄지 말고 완성하자 이거 그냥. 여튼 정말 그냥 나 궁 지를게 이거. 알리 갈려있어. 야 싼데. 때려봐. 터져 내가 싼데. 뒤쪽 알리 내가 막아줄게. 알리 빨리 나이스. 얘들아 미드가 안 끝나 이거. 네 나이스. 이기겠다. 긴장해야 돼. 원래 한 판 이겼을 때가 제일 긴장해야 될 때야. 이거 싸움 이기면 이긴다. 오 와우. 쌈 보자. 나이스. 알리 잡았어. 알리. 야나 갑본다. 칼 잡아줘. 야 맞아. 나 죽었어. 칼 잡아줘. 와! 야 바텀! 나이스! 밑에! 테디 왔어! 이게 테디야. 테디 메타야. 캐리어. 이번 판은 솔킬 역으로 따줘. 솔킬?
근데 우리가 더 잘해.
느낌 왔어. 이길 수 있다. 그냥 이길만해. 그냥 진짜. 나 못 빠지나 야?
아래 보자. 좋아. 위에도 높으려. 나봐줘.
까비. 이름 많이 갔다. 미드 바텀 하자 라인.
미드부터 쓰자.
아니 타워부터 까볼래?
나 죽어도 돼. 그냥 딜해 얘들아. 무조건 이거 싸우자. 우리 싸움 안 좋아. 너무 떨지 마. 좋아. 싸움 하면 좋아 얘들아. 야 끝내. 이번 턴에 끝내.
야 제리 근데 이거 제리 캐리야.
제리 공 있다.
흩어져.
하지 말자. 야 한번 참아 그러면. 이 개출보들 뭐야? 버스.
쌈바운드.
싸우자.
나 지를게.
여기 맞아. 위에 맞아.
야,
너무 좋아 여기. 야 너무 좋아 여기. 나이스.
이겼다.
다행이다. 너무 잘했다.
Welcome new recruits to Anima Squad! Please pay attention to this briefing for the highest chance of surviving your first day, and maybe even your second! Prepare to face massive hordes of Primordian enemies in and around Final City. Your objective? Hold them off for as long as animally possible. This will require determination, creativity, and a huge arsenal of mega powerful augments. I calculate your chances of death to be—
Whoa! No need for that. Thanks, Yumi. Sorry about her. First rule of Anima Squad, we're stronger together. So always bring your friends along. You never know when you run into an extra mean Primordian.
That way you won't be alone when numberless enemy forces overwhelm your squad. Again and again and again.
But don't worry, that's how you get stronger. Keep trying and you'll discover your true power in no time. Might even get your own suit someday.
Unless the Primordians obliterate everyone, of course.
We're not gonna let that happen, though.
Do it for the digital accolade!
Or do it for the last hope of humanity? The whole world is counting on Anima Squad. On you. So get out there and kick some Primordian butt.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got Nongshim Red Force up against KT Rolster, and for this one, Chronicler, for some reason we can feel a three-gamer brewing. Do we think that KT will take them down cleanly, maybe a clean 2-0, nothing to see here, or will Nongshim actually fight back?
Before the first series, I would have been like, no. I think KT have bounced back. I think this team is going to reclaim their spot as a really solid middle-of-the-pack LCK team. But Valdez knew somehow that the pros were going to get a win. So I think I'm going to follow you on this one, my friend, and just accept that Nongshim the Noodle Boys, they're going to get a win. Not necessarily of the series, but this is a free gamer, through and through.
It's just about Nongshim having a chance to shine.
And hey, based on the standings...
Yeah. Right next to each other.
Yeah.
KT just the one extra win. And that one was against T1. It's personal against T1, right? They try out of their minds. They go crazy. Especially a lot of those players that have already beaten T1 on bigger stages. They wanted to get it again, and they did. Will they bring that same level of performance against Nongshim is what I'm waiting for. Two teams in opposite spirits, winless, aside from the DRX match, is Nongshim. Whereas it's a 2-win streak after 4 back-to-back losses for KT Roller Coaster, which is on the rise and should still continue to rise.
And I want to highlight as well the KT losses to Kwangdong, to DK, and then to Genji, like out of those 4. So is that bad? It really isn't. The one against DK was also quite close, right? There was a 2-1 series, and then they also took 3 games to beat Brion. So KT are just still KT. They're an enigma. We don't really know what's going on at any given point. As Pioshik did get, and we both voted for him, a very deserved Player of the Week, obviously for his contribution to beating T1.
He just loves to do that for some reason. Regardless of the team he's on, he just always turns up the performance against T1. Still favoring him in the jungle matchup, although I think that Sylvie has been pretty good so far for Nongshim. Feels like his climb is also slow, but at least it's a climb.
He's climbing, and I think that Fischer has actually had a very solid performance. I don't think Fischer is like a crazy standout guy, as I love the confidence from Chelly. Chelly also has been with Nongshim / his challenger roster for a really long time. Also, Chelly got called up, and the current Nongshim roster is in complete shambles and have not looked good. So I do think that you see a lot of his contribution there. I don't know if they just lost the DK match to draft issues, but it depends on who you ask. If you ask Orcs, I'm sure he agrees. And it's all a fluke.
It's because they didn't pick Ziggs, I think, is the main issue.
Yep. That's Barrel.
Yes.
That's so Barrel. I don't know what the context of that picture is, but... And I gotta give credit to
You
Barrel.
always have to be healthy, Barrel, it says.
Aw, that's good.
Stay healthy. And I'm sure he will. Well, after, you know, his surgery, I'm
Had a week
he's
off.
feeling better.
That should help a lot with recovery.
For sure. Here's Nongshim, and, you know, they have brought in some specific members for tonight's matchup. Mahal is going to be up there in the top lane. Guger's still playing alongside of Jiwoo, although, you know, we're not sure 100% what the... somebody's going the wrong way there, Mahal. We're not sure exactly what the contribution has been so far in terms of his shot calling, because again, for us on the outside, it's hard for us to truly tell what he brings in that facet of the game. But so far he's been okay. You know, he hasn't really been a standout in the support role, sometimes getting caught out, and I feel like he does need to improve that part of his game if he wants to stay on the roster.
He really does. The Guger experiment so far doesn't really feel like it's worked as well as we'd like. That's a new word, Valdas. Stay the Guger experiment. Stay with the times. As we do take a look at KT, Barrel's doing the walkout again. That can only mean good things. Obviously had a pretty rough position just physically last time out we saw him, and then still beat T1, which is still kind of mind-boggling. Think KT. We talked about it a little bit during their loss streak. Again, they lost to Kwangdong, DK, Hanwha Life, and Genji, right? So realistically, I don't think any of those losses, especially now that we've seen more tape, should come as a complete surprise, but it was how they looked. I do think they looked considerably worse than they have in a long amount of time, and I do really want to see them continue that upwards trajectory that we saw. As we take a look at some of the stats here, Daft's stats are actually quite good, which is interesting because I feel like he hasn't really been the standout. If it's much more so the top side, Perfect, and Pioshik. And for Gio, it's kind of the opposite, but I'm of the opinion that it's part, you know, we've seen this with players where if they just keep on losing on weaker teams, they kind of lose their touch. And I also think that he misses Peter. And I don't think Guger has been able to do the same thing.
Don't we all?
We do. Maybe we'll get Vital at some point called up because he's now a support. Jiwoo Vital playing together would be quite interesting.
Yeah.
But we'll see. As Mao is back, I think that one of the other big issues is that Dundun unfortunately Similar to what we've seen with Breon, it's kind of still kept the bad parts of Dundun, but the good parts were kind of gone. Where sometimes he did actually have pop-off games. He did have a really creative champion pool, and it's really important to play well, because Perfect has been one of our standout, definitely not rookies.
Definitely absolutely not a rookie.
Absolutely not a rookie.
He has experience playing in the LCK.
A game.
Before
Sorry,
this season.
a series. No, it was just one game.
This year. Yeah, it was game 2.
It was the one. Yeah. Yeah, that was... if you can't notice, I think it will be such a cool narrative to have the Perfect versus Lucid fighting for Rookie of the Split.
Yeah.
And then that obviously isn't.
That's always fun too, because then regardless who we choose, we're always wrong, because the fans of the other player would say we're wrong. So.
Yeah. Well,
that's always fun. I always enjoy that.
Unfortunately, everyone can say that we're wrong regardless. That's the beauty of the internet and of human beings in general. If you disagree, that's great. That creates discourse. And in this case, the discourse is perfect. It's really good. And Mahal has a very large task ahead of him, as does this man, because I think Guger, we haven't seen what I think you'd want to see of a player that's supposed to come in and really bring stability, shot calling to a team, because you can kind of excuse weaker performances in lane if the team as a whole looks better.
Yeah.
But we don't really get either.
That is very true, as Beryl with a smile on his face got a very happy yell from the Korean commentators. It's very excited, I suppose. And, it's always great to see Beryl happy and in good health, of course.
We also had Dundun and Calix sitting in the booth, and then here on the other end is just the KT coaching staff at the ready. They're expecting, I imagine, to take a decisive victory here after their great series against T1, but blue side is going to remain up. We'll see what happens to Tristana, because BDD, he's been happy to play some Yone, but hasn't necessarily always worked out quite as well as you'd like.
I like this, referring to one of my predictions early on.
Yes.
I think it's probably going to happen in game 2, but let's see. Ash is going to be the first ban. And Oshim... Wait, I did say they were going to ban Corki and then leave Tristana open. That was my prediction.
Yeah.
Let's see here as Pioshik, please find the Tristana button and click it. Now, we're already getting a lot of AD carries banned away. Marksman, I suppose, the broader term, especially with the Ashe, could be support. Corki goes mid most of the time. There's the Tristana.
We did it!
We did it!
Now what?
Leave it open after banning Corki. So Ezreal and also Talia going to be banned. BDD special, of course.
I'm kind of... Is it an early Azir pick? It's kind of what I'm looking towards with everything that's been taken away. As we do maintain the Sejuani prio. So the Sejuani to me is so interesting.
Oh,
I like this a lot more. I think this gives you a lot more flexibility, because I feel like Sejuani, as strong as she is, also is a champion that just can actually be countered by stuff, and realistically has a great counterpart in Maokai as well that I think you'd also be happy to take. I do think Maokai is a decent amount weaker as
Azir Senna?
Yeah, that seems likely. And then,
I mean, Def loves his Senna.
I had to pick with the Nautilus.
Kalista.
I think you just go Senna Nautilus. I don't think you overcomplicate stuff here. A Senna Naut.
Yeah, I don't mind the Azir prio for BDD. The Kalista is very strong, but you are giving an insanely strong bottom lane alongside of that first pick Sejuani by doing this. You could just go Kalista Renata and say if you want a handshake in that way, the Renata's fantastic into Sejuani and Nautilus already, so we're okay to go for it.
Might be Nico as well if they don't end up going for Nautilus. We'll see. That's definitely the pick I think of when it comes to Beryl specifically. Loves to play those style of characters. What is going to be the final lock-in here on the first rotation? So we're not going to get excited about anything until we actually see. There is, of course, also potential that the Sejuani is okay, well, never mind. I was saying Sejuani could theoretically also be flex support. You have a lot of flexibility with the Senna, but this is going to be Senna Not, which I think should come as no surprises. KT, they really highly rate the Leona. They've been doing this very consistently, so it's not surprising, but it's I agree with you. I think the Renata just feels amazing here.
Just feels like a great spot for it, but Leona's power level right now will be prioritized instead. And of course, I mean, it does have good synergy as well alongside of the Kalista, just not the same type.
Yeah.
And not as much like counter into some of the picks on the side of Nongshim. Still a good pick, I would say, in general. As the Yone going to be banned away, you saw them toying with like the Silas pick instead and stuff like that on the side of Nongshim, but I think Yone definitely the pick you would expect.
That's the standout. Sejuani's already been locked in, so I think I wouldn't even mind a Silas ban, honestly. If that's the direction you want to go in, just ban some of these melee mids that can really create a lot of problems for you as you get deeper into the game. Especially with Sejuani, right? The 2v2 becomes a lot stronger when you have someone with an auto attack reset. So might want to not let that one through. We'll see, though. Gonna be Renekton, I think, very much in the same vein for Meow, who probably is just gonna lock Cassante if it's not taken away here by Perfect on R4.
Yeah, Cassante, the stocks are going up. Could be banned here by Nongshim if they give credit for Perfect picking it in the 4th spot and leaving counterpick to Pyoshik, which not always something you want to do, but sometimes with Cassante left available, you can cryo pick it.
The shout out.
Ivern, okay.
Okay, I like that from KT. They've been paying attention. Do have Azir and Kalista. It's not quite as insane as I think with double-A character. Tristana obviously is kind of the, as she is in many things, kind of the standout way. Would make a lot of sense when it comes to Fisher's champion pool.
Just play Akali here.
I mean, I would love it. I think playing an assassin, though, into Ivern is kind of feels bad.
That is pretty int, yeah.
Because and there's also the Leona, which does have a harder time than like a Nautilus would to lock down an Akali, but still will have some tools. Cassandra makes the most sense here. It does kind of make me worry that the comp won't have enough damage available. See what Meow is going to pick here. This would definitely help with that. I don't think Sejuani Aatrox is like an amazing combo, but there have been a lot of top lane bans. So a lot of the things that you normally go have taken a pretty considerable hit. Looks like it's just going to be Cassandra here for Perfect, which makes sense, but is going to be rough into the Aatrox when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, though, it is a lot of comfort for pretty much every top laner in the current meta. They all know how to play Cassandra. Some are better than others, but Perfect is great on the pick. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't gifted a Rumble. They had to ban it on the red side. I feel like that's his best pick. But either way, pretty interesting. We see the Ivern coming out here. Generally, we saw it in double marksman comps, which are almost all comps nowadays, but because of all the mid lane marksman bans that we had in this game, specifically on the side of KT, it just gets picked for its power in general. I mean, they still have the Kalista, but it's an Azir in the mid lane. So pretty interesting to see Pyoshik pull it out in this game.
I also really like when you're playing Ivern into like relatively low damage comps, and there's only 2 carries on the side of Nongshim. So if they start falling behind, it's going to be really hard to reliably get the damage necessary to actually chew through these shielded up targets. As I'm really excited to play Swarm, fellas. I can't wait. It's going to be fun because they have
yes. I was like, what did you see?
Yeah, no, it's all the...
Did you see something on the sign
cheerfuls,
about it?
yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll enjoy playing that. As here's the comp for the side of KT Rolster. Definitely a very fun and cohesive composition. We'll see if it does work out here for game number 1 as we hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, here we go. Game number 1 of Nongshim up against KT. Will we get the 3-game banger back and forth? Nongshim challenging a top team again. I mean, I say that KT's tied for 7th. Or will KT just come in as the favorites and win?
Well, I gotta correct myself, actually. I was thinking that Maha was playing Cassandra, because if you've watched Maha on Challengers, you'd know why.
He is Cassandra.
He really is, yeah. But the Aatrox actually does help with some of the damage issues I think the composition of Nongshim might run into, particularly with the Hui Senna combination. Like, obviously gonna reach a point eventually where they just take over games. But that is a good amount, and even later into the game, I think that Hui in particular really wants to get multiple rotations of spells off. That's the main thing that I'm interested to see, to what extent Nongshim is going to be able to play that out here, because I really like the composition if they can just have their beefcakes in front and have Fisher just lob a lot of skill shots at KT, because KT, obviously they have the shielding, but I think eventually you are going to be able to chew through that. They're early to mid game though, particularly with this Ivern and Kalista can be really explosive.
Hide on bush.
Yup.
And then not hide on bush. Hide out of bush.
See as well what Guger is going to max here. I'm sure our resident support player Orcs is anxiously waiting to see.
Yeah, I do wonder what the max is right now for Nautilus. Because I remember with like, what was that support item? Bloodsong?
Yeah. I imagine
like Emax, and you were going for a lot of power and damage.
Yeah.
In the mid game.
I imagine that you'd still go Emax just for the relative value as...
well, yeah. Beryl does eat a turret shot, kind of unfortunately, but the idea is still good, trying to pressure after hitting level 2.
There's definitely one trade for Nongshim, though, once they get the level up. Although, there we go. It's actually, it's pretty even. We do see Pioshik making his way through his jungle. Ivern obviously can clear quite fast, given that... I don't remember the last time we saw Ivern in LCK, but if you're unfamiliar, if you know, just tune in like, who is this weird tree guy? He's a friend of the forest, so he just walks by camps and then he tags them, and then later on he walks by. It's like, hello. Which is why
he does sound like that too.
He does actually sound like that, yeah. Ooh. Which is why, hello. He's currently at like full clearing, 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
And might be looking for a play here.
Unless you're Chan.
Yeah,
which case
well,
it's 3 minutes,
yeah, no,
30 plus. We're just diving the turret, and you know, level 4 Ivern, pretty good at doing that. And you see that Ju totally zoned away from the wave. Guger's still here, as they do want to go in for this one once again, as Ivern is going to tank it up. And there's the damage. First blood with the ignite does go over to Beryl. And nice juggling of the turret aggro here from KT, and a great dive.
Really looking good here is KT right from the get-go. Pioshik using the tempo you get from the fast clears, BDD.
Uh-oh. And, well, he just used that, so he's going to have to flash out of this one. And there's the flash. No kill. Fisher also, though, couldn't really posture very aggressively. Here comes a very big rotation up from the side of KT as the roots are in, and Sylvie has to flash himself. You can see that Pioshik wanted to continue on that, but not going to overplay his hand. As, once again, KT get a nice win.
And Sylvie, I think, could have definitely gotten the kill there, but then given the roam that would have come through, he definitely would have just immediately died. And that's a really strong 1-2 punch. So what happens is Pioshik gets a full clear, dives bot, and then immediately runs towards mid to save that play as well. A good flash from Jiwoo. If he gets locked down, he definitely dies. And then Guger hooks back here, so feels relatively safe. But he doesn't actually get the auto off on Beryl. Wouldn't have mattered because Pioshik took aggro early on because he's not in range of getting CC'd. So I think really nicely done there by KT. You already highlighted the juggling. Also means that Jiwoo needs to show up mid to help out Fisher, who did take a bit of a beating from BDD earlier. The one good thing for Nongshim is that Miao is currently proxying. The bad thing is that Pioshik is on his way, is getting pinged out as well. So this proxy not actually going to come through. And Aatrox's early wave clear isn't really as strong as some other champions where he can just like clear that wave and then still get out. So he just needs to abandon ship. And, I'm going to get that proxy off and not going to have as much pressure on Perfect, although still doing great here, which is good because I think he needs some wins as well. Level up.
Yeah, Perfect. He calculates that perfectly, funnily enough. And Mihail is going to have to flash away. And early on, going down a flash here up against the Cassante. Perfect knew he was not in danger at all. And he is going to be able to push this wave in as well.
And that's actually thanks to Pioshik showing top, right? Because Mahao had to run all the way around, which meant that Perfect was actually able to make us back. Like, neither top laner has left the lane, lad. So it's not like there was an opportunity for either of them to fall behind in XP. So big win there. Main thing is that it allows Perfect to have a lot more kill threat on the turret and set up for Pioshik possibly, but Miao not going to be able to play nearly as aggressive. I imagine he's going to go for an early cleaver, although for now is just going to go towards the steel caps. As might have a fight on our hands here, but Mahal needs to catch that wave on top first, and same for Fisher, so I don't know how much Nongshim can really do here.
I mean, they are posturing pretty far forward, but already one of these grubs is going to go down. It's going to turn into a 4-on-4. BDD ready and waiting with his ult, and now the Hex Flash comes in from Beryl. That is an Aatrox in a bunch of trouble, but has the World Ender, and now Beryl taking up a ton of damage in the front line, but so is Sylvie, and Sylvie will be the first one to go down as Beryl. Oh no, he gets sniped. I thought he was going to get out of there. Also, another grub did go down to the side of KT as they get the cleanse here out of Jiwoo, and he is in a lot of trouble as well. Down he will go. Level 4 Senna, not able to do too much at this point in time as they give the kill over to BDD.
And Beryl staying alive there is absolutely pivotal between Eclipse and the Aftershock. Leona stays alive for so long because that's what denies the reset to Mihao. And by the time they do get the kill, eventually with the Hui, the fight's already lost, so Aatrox can't really pop off, as Mihao is the one that gets engaged on here, but that's not the end of the world. The problem is that BDD just gets to get so much damage off for free, and you can see the Nongshim Hellforce is not really ready, and Fisher this early on also just doesn't do that much. Same for the Senna. And then Nongshim, fortunately, in the chase, get taken down. Jiwoo, nice attempt, but like even if he didn't get knocked back, would have ended up going down. Nonetheless, big wins for KT here early.
Uh-oh. Banana Brush control here for KT. They're going to hold on to it. First Drake Infernal. KT want to stake their claim over this one if they can. Spacek might just come over and use Daisy to help take that one down, especially after Beryl helps clearing out all the vision. Would be pretty huge for KT if they could get all three of the grubs and the first Drake and really put on a lot of map pressure early on in this game.
We'll have to see to what extent they can unlock BDD and Death. I think they both have great early objective take. One of the big weaknesses of Ivern's is that his neutral takes suck. Like, he can't really solo a dragon the way that a lot of other junglers can.
He's got Daisy. He's not alone.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean, though. Have you tried taking an objective as Ivern by yourself?
With Daisy.
Even with Daisy.
Not alone.
No,
Sylvie's just going to take the Drake instead.
You need actual teammates. Let's put it that way. Do see Sylvie, as pointed out, he actually has a pretty decent time between Permafrost and the health damage on W, so gonna chew for this relatively quickly as he's setting up for a dive towards the top side. Pioshik does have Smite, so she'll be able to get the blue buff at the very least. They did know this was going on, and then the question is he gonna play towards top? Doesn't really look like it. I don't think you want to risk it with an Aatrox, and especially with Pioshik's topside being up. As I don't know if they spotted him actually with the control wards that were there.
Pioshik, this is the catch-up moment. All those camps just primed and ready to become friends. Gets in, takes down 3 camps in the span of 15 seconds. Here's a 4th one.
It really makes sense that Pioshik is playing Ivern. Like, out of all the junglers, I'm like, yes, he would.
Yeah.
He is that guy that's willing to play a lot of creative stuff. Always has been. Early here, just from laning, you see a really substantial lead, and most of that is bot lane. A lot of this has also been the isolated 1v1. I already feel like Igor on the Nautilus not really... Like, I know he died once, but he immediately TP'd back. So that's not where this disadvantage is coming from.
Yeah.
Really need a lot more money on the Nautilus for him to actually be not just a support, which is what makes this combo so strong. KT showed us. They're still the only team in the LCK that was able to take a game of Genji in between spring and summer. So, oh, Sylvie.
Well, he's going to run into a lot of CC here. They don't have much damage, but might just be enough to keep him in place for long enough, as now over the wall, here comes BDD. Didn't even really need him, but he helps a little bit at the end, as Hui Fisher did throw his ult in, but not able to help out too much. And so that's just another death here for Sylvie on the Sejuani.
And this again goes back to the fact that it doesn't feel like Nongshim has any laning pressure. I feel like this is a jungler's kind of your worst nightmare, where like your lanes are just getting shoved in, so you're just getting perma-invaded. Like particularly towards the bot side of the map, I think you're really looking to try and at least have a little bit more pressure there, but it just doesn't really feel that way. So Barrow can just roam, just get himself a free invade towards that bottom half and just be waiting for Sylvie here. Right, like Deft is literally already roaming up towards Krugs in case there is a rotation here. So not all that you can do, as you point out. Don't even really need BDD. Sylvia, unfortunately, not tanky enough for that one. And Nongshim now, 2.5k. Feels like a little bit lifeless. They're going to need to find an amazing team fight to try and come back from this. But unless Mahao really pops off, I don't know if they have the damage to do so, Valdez.
Yeah, it is pretty rough to do that. I mean, especially, you know, you've got a lot of AoE damage here with the Hui, but you just have Redemption ready already for Pioshik. And yes, we do have Zeeks here for Sylvie as well, but just feels that like that early Redemption spike in team fights can be so huge, as now they're going to get the engage on a Sylvie once again as the follow-up ball comes in, but Daisy, I told you he was a friend, he is going to block that one, and now we do have the kill on a Sylvie. Down will go a bunch of people swept into the team. That's just going to be a double kill here for Deft, as Fisher, he's getting flanked by Perfect, who ran behind the turret just to bully the Hui. As the blast cone is probably going to do it to me again, isn't it? Oh, nice blocking here, but eventually the fear comes in, and Fisher only survives because of a random blast cone in the jungle.
Okay, to be fair, he did actually play that well. He made sure, you know, he did the manipulation. You guys can't see Valdez's face. He manipulated his position, you know, Perfect tried to follow him. There was some happy feeding going on. And I can't believe you're defending Cassante, Valdez. That's very disappointing. As we take a look here, Beryl has been absolutely important with his engagement, and we're really seeing why the guy has a skin on the champion, why the priority from KT is so high, even though Beryl never plays his own skin, unfortunately.
Daisy MVP.
Yeah, I think Daisy did a whole lot, but I also think that Nongshim probably should stop trying to engage on the Leona with, you know, Kalista being there and Eclipse and Aftershock. As I think this is some great gameplay here. It was well done. But I know you disagree, fellas, and that's okay.
Yeah. I do.
One might also say that putting what has been your generally and historically your best player on Senna doesn't really feel like it's working out. And like Miao and Fisher, they're both doing fine, actually. That's good. That's something. It's not enough, but you know.
Yeah.
It's rough, Valdez. I'm trying to find angles, but
hey, I mean, Bro lost game 1 in 23 minutes, and they came back and won a game.
Yeah, I don't think KT is jet lagged though.
Yeah, but
I feel like
KT.
So they're always.
I mean, they're always kind of out of sorts, regardless of if they're winning or losing.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a good point.
Are they gonna? No, they're just creating room, as Ivern has a real friend in BDD to take down the dragon. I hope.
So now Daisy isn't real anymore. I'm joking.
Why is that?
Because you were saying a real friend in BDD.
I see.
Therefore implying, I mean, maybe Daisy isn't real, and Ivern is just, you know, he's a really strong psychic, and he's like making us all believe in Daisy. He's just willing her into existence.
Yeah, like Faker earlier showing us the Yasuo.
Exactly.
That was
it's
really
like
cool.
the projection.
Yeah. Well,
can we do something here?
They're gonna try. I mean, this turret isn't even okay. It will go down. But now we got a TP from the side of KT as well, and Deft is not dead yet. He tries to flash into the Aatrox, and finally he will be taken down, as now, with the TP and everything, Nongshim just have a huge man advantage. Tanaka will come up from the Cassante, but even Cassante isn't crazy enough to get out of this one. A nice play from Nongshim, as they will pick up 3 kills.
That's a 3 for 0. I think you'll take that. Might get a bot side turret as well out of it. And KT getting caught off guard. There's Fisher. He was 100% dead there. Very clean with it. Gets the fear. And all of a sudden, it's still a freaking gold lead at 15 minutes, but it's more playable than it was, Valdez, and that's a win.
Yeah, it's about to be cut down a bit here as well. We're going to take this bot turret, get...
Mile is actually quite big. Actually quite fat. So the starts are very aggressive. With Guga just going in, and this is why I was hoping for more aggression earlier on. The key thing here, though, is that ward, because without Miao, this would have been a disaster in the 3v3. I don't think they would have had any chance of winning it. And then no TP on either mid laner means that this will just be a man advantage here for Nongshim. Really big win. Getting gold onto the Aatrox I think is huge as well. Sunset Sky now done here for Mihao as KT will pick up the Herald. And also I want to reiterate, I think KT have a composition that up until we get to like the really late stages, say like 35 minutes plus, then I think they might actually start struggling, because then I think you start losing a lot of the value of the Ivern, because you're going to get to the point where Gio and Fisher are just going to have the damage. But that's 20 minutes away, which is an eternity in league time.
Yeah. It is quite a length of time. It's pretty lengthy. And KT just going to group up in here, look to push down mid. They do have the Rift Herald, so Beryl, if he did want to use it, he could. For now, he's just going to hang out in an Ivern brush as he pings himself, probably. He's just waiting in this bush.
They have no idea. They have no possible way.
Hide on bush.
Of knowing Beryl's in there.
Did he avoid vision? No, there's a bunch of pings there.
I think they know.
But it's in the it's in the river though. Okay, no. Okay, now they know 100%.
Just making sure that they really knew.
All right, he's back in another bush. Never mind.
Really, when you think about it, Ivern is just there to enable Hex Flash. And Beryl has actual Flash available right now, so he doesn't really need the brush. He can just Flash normally. But once that Flash is used, you know, those brushes are going to get sick value, Valdez.
Yeah. Very true. I think Beryl's very much enjoying himself in those brushes.
Also, Jiwoo rather is looking at, like, maybe he'll have 50 souls at 20 minutes, which is not where you want to be, as TP comes in to defend this turret.
Well,
I don't know where that was going.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Perfect did go unstoppable, and he dashed the other way, so maybe he thought he was going to dash
like it predicts.
Towards Nongshim.
Yeah.
And he wanted to peel for it, and it just looked really silly, but...
I do think with Sejuani is one of those champions where it's easy to not look bad by just not throwing ults, but I'd rather have people just, you know, throw them into the net. Or as someone who's played Sejuani and missed a lot of ults, I can definitely relate.
Chronicler's lying. He doesn't miss skill shots.
I would love to say that was true. Unfortunately,
I've played with him before. He doesn't. It doesn't happen.
Then how do we lose games ever, Valdez?
Our teammates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, good point.
It's League of Legends. I mean, it's not us. It can't be. Has to be everyone else. Yeah. Well, Beryl's going to go in, and he's got Daisy, the real friend, to help out. And you know what? He's providing a really great front line. There's not a lot of damage into Beryl, and now they have Redemption, and he's going to get healed up. And there's the Fate's Call as well, as CP is coming in, and Mihail now might just tear Beryl apart, but he's still alive somehow, flashes away, and finally goes down as a lot of damage comes in. The divide is not great, as Perfect also going to be ulted up here, flashes on top of BDD, and Jiwoo's getting a lot of value here out of that Senna. If that hook hits Deft as well, maybe he goes down, but it's a pretty good fight here for Nongshim.
That's still a colossal win, as you're saying. Mihao is insanely strong, has the Black Cleaver done, and that's going to be Mountain Drake going over. I want to, again, remind everyone, KT have 2 carries. So if you actually start stacking Mountain Drakes, Nongshim do have a shot. This alone is not enough, but I feel like Beryl, all those earlier plays kind of got to him. Actually, Jiwoo gets the 63 souls, so still not great, but better than what we were looking at early. As we take another look here, and I do think that this makes a lot of sense with how a lot of the fights have been going. So Beryl uses the Ivern Q to get over to the wall, but Sylvie at this point is relatively tanky, and then Jiwoo crucially doesn't actually get knocked down. So you just get the front to back here. A lot of damage goes into Sylvie, but he doesn't really matter, and then Mahal does a whole lot of damage. I want to look at this Q that he's about to find here onto 2 people.
Well, bam!
And that forces a flash, and if BDD doesn't get that shuffle, things might have gone even worse. If that hook hits on Deft, even with the cleanse, he might have been in trouble as well. Exactly.
Yeah, he's dead.
I think KT actually got off relatively scot-free, and they're still up a good amount of gold. I don't think that they're still close to hitting the expiration date of their composition, but if you do that like once or twice more, we saw it earlier with Breon today as well, like you cannot underestimate Nongshim if they just get to play this very classic front to back
Yeah,
and KT aren't really playing the map, and I feel like that's when Nongshim really struggle.
Absolutely. I mean, well, absolutely to that part as well. Maybe not as excitedly, but I think that the comp really benefits from each individual Mountain Drake, even the New Age Aatrox as well.
It's good Aatrox. It's fair.
Aatrox the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
played. Yeah.
He's a bruiser, you know.
I mean, he was basically unkillable in that last fight. If Deft is not constantly hitting him, and BDD, I suppose, he is going to just heal through everything.
At least he doesn't two-tap people anymore. That's
while also being super tanky.
Exactly.
Just as tanky.
Yeah, that wasn't very fun. Right now, though, we have no objective on the map outside the Baron, which I don't think either team really wants to do, although KT have a really quick Baron, so if Nongshim overstep or pushing this turret, it could be in some deep trouble. They need to be careful.
Yeah. Daisy going to be called out here, and you see that Nongshim just very scared of Daisy.
I do love
I would be.
Daisy being piloted by like a little alien. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's adorable. My God. That's amazing. Look at that.
Isn't that kind of like rewriting lore, though? I don't think Daisy is normally...
Well, no, it's because it's a skin, right? It's a skin universe, so
piloted by an alien.
I think normally she's a golem.
Yeah. But not in this skin universe, I guess.
Nope.
And BD wasn't even there, by the way, when they were pushing mid. It was just, you know, the illusion. Daisy was there, just standing there, and they're like, that's a little, you know, not sure about that. They do have pretty nice poke just with Hui. I mean, Hui, that is one of his strong points. But, yeah, they just decided to take it safely. It's been a pretty balanced game in terms of action. We've had some moments, but for now it's just a little bit of a lull state. Nongshim not over-pressuring, just happy where they're at. Just vibing.
KT still have a good amount of time. I think the timer we set earlier was very apt, as in that post 35 minutes, you're going to get to the point where both Senna and Hui are going to have insane amounts of damage. And KT, if they lose either of their carries early on in the fight, and there is a lot of lockdown for Nongshim, it becomes really hard to play out. Mountain Drake's also going to play a big part in that. And you see as well, like already Cryptbloom second here from BDD. I imagine he's just going to go for a Death Cap next. Maybe he'll go for Stopwatch, but we'll see what he ends up going. And then Deft, I imagine, looking at getting the Terminus next, just to chew for what is going to be some very tanky frontline with a Senna as well. Like, it's important to note that between Warmogs and the Senna healing, we're gonna hopefully be looking at some healing reduction. And I know there's what's gonna probably be double Thornmail, but I don't know if that quite covers it.
Yeah, it doesn't really, especially if, you know, you got some of those frontliners who are not really looking to attack Leona or Cassante. I know it does happen a lot in our games for some reason. Mostly just because Leona will just really get up into the front line and almost force people to attack her. But yeah, I mean, ideally you want to be hitting those guys that don't have Thornmail.
If KT win this fight though, and they get a big team fight win, they get a Dragon and they get the Baron, I think they're completely vibing. Mid lane turret still being up though for Nongshim is actually a really big win. Yes, same for KT, but KT also still has their outer turret in the top lane, and I think that their objectives have taken less of a hit than Nongshim's. We do see Hui consistently spotting out who's hiding in those brushes. It's a big fight, Vel, that's about to come up here for this Dragon. Possible soul point for Nongshim.
Whoa. Very nice flash from Pyosik, and now Barrel's going to get in there as Guger got himself into a rough spot. The Fate's call just to reposition Barrel here as he throws himself back into the front as BDD is going to find Fisher, but the follow-up a little bit slow. He is surviving. Finally, he will go down, and the redemption keeps BDD alive for even longer. And all the while, Deft is just raining down spears into everybody in this one. Meanwhile, Mahio wasn't even there. He was just zoned the entire time by Perfect, so it's a huge team fight win over to KT, and they want to bite off more.
That's the fight that KT was looking for.
You guys can't stay here. They're just trying to defend this turret. That's not really going to work out for them, as Barrel will just die to the turret. Just Barrel things, you know? And they will take down the mid turret eventually, as you guys should go for the Dragon here. That's the best call.
So Fisher is going to TP in. I wonder if... No, I don't think they'll have the time. I'm like, can maybe they stall with Fisher until Mahal TP's in, but I already think they have the ward set up, and no, we're going to see instead TPing towards the top side of the map. This is actually surprisingly close. So it starts with Gugar almost finding Nuke on Pioshik, then he flashes, and then they go in here. I think a really big part is that Mahal wasn't actually in that fight because he was taken out of it. First he has to flash away, and then I think Perfect later on is going to zone him. It looks like it's just one here because Fisher doesn't have flash. But again, the fact that you don't have the Aatrox reset, yeah, that ult from Perfect was super big. Because if Mahal gets like another Q or two off, if he's actually in that fight, I think Nongshim might have a shot with Sylvie, or with Gio rather, still being alive. And you see he actually does a good amount of damage. But instead, you take away what I think was the most fed member on Nongshim, like level 15 Aatrox on 2.5 items. So really nicely done there by KT, really important win. By itself, not enough, but they are still in a very comfortable position here. And again, I kind of expect that to continue as Dawn Core done now for Pioshik. That's not an item.
Yeah, that's not an item.
Ever.
I was looking at that, I'm like, man, I haven't seen one of those in many, many years.
Yeah, if I remember correctly,
it wasn't around.
So it gives AP and ability haste based on mana regen.
Yeah, they're just doing the Baron here, and that's going to be the Ivern for the smite. And now we do have the front line getting pretty low on the side of KT. Pioshik is very low, but he's eating so much of this damage, and even Mahal on the Aatrox not able to survive for long enough, as Fisher not going to be feeling too good about frontlining on the way. As KT, they get the Baron and 3 bonus kills on top of it.
And right there is why Ivern is so frustrating to play into. You think you get close, you think you have the reset, and maybe Mahal can pop off, but it's just not enough. The shielding, the healing to come through. Everyone on KT ends up staying alive, and if Mahal doesn't get the big resets, if he can't buy space,
oh boy,
the fights just aren't going to be won. Yeah, I think that fight in mid, that was maybe surmountable, but KT, cool, calm, and collected, immediately follow up with going for Baron, and this is where I think the difference between, you know, like week 2 KT and current KT, I think they actually play this out very cleanly, very confident. And here, Pioshik, yeah, he gets low, but as long as he doesn't die, it doesn't really matter. Gugar, not really that beefy, and the rest of Nongshim, at this point, I think you, at that point, should have just tried to like hard commit and just run it out and see what happens, but you have half the team going in, half the team being like, oof, I don't think we'd take this fight, and they were right. I think that's going to be game 1 now, firmly in the grasp of KT. A 10, almost or a 9k gold lead here should be insurmountable for Nongshim.
Yeah, and now from ahead, the Ivern just feels like the value is just insane. I mean, the shields that he gives, you know, you remember that buff, that big buff on that patch that Ivern got, where we were like, oh, we're going to be seeing Ivern all the time. I think it was at the beginning of spring, actually. Not 100% sure. Maybe it was last summer, but it's you just have shields up all the time. It's just gigantic shields with 3.5 items, and everybody is tanky now. So, you know, maybe lacking a little bit of damage, but if you never die, then Kalista and Azir are going to be 2 of the best at just staying alive in team fights forever.
Wei also needs a lot of rotations to actually get through any of them.
Yeah.
Given that Fisher hasn't really been able to accelerate. And then Gio, I actually love the Serpent's Fang. I think that's a great buy, especially together with the Executioners, but it's just not enough damage. There's not enough time. And KT looking to go to a very comfortable 1-0 lead here. A lot of cooldowns being thrown, but not a whole lot being found, Valdez.
Yeah, and if you're ever in doubt, you can always head back to your giant bush farm that you've got back there. And now Barrel's just gonna pull the trigger on the engage, force the flash out of Gugar, as now they're trying to engage on a Cassante. That's how you know things have gone horribly wrong. As down will go the turret now, and we got the front line coming in. Perfect. Oh, he's just got everybody up against that wall. And he might go down. Even Ivern not gonna be able to save him, but the Nexus of Nongshim will be the one that goes down in this game. Mahal surviving for about forever, but it just does not matter. KT pushing in as they run out of the Baron buff, and they are up against a Hui. I'm not sure it's going to matter here, Chronicler.
As BDD, yeah, he's just flexing on them.
Yeah. Just dabbing on the haters here as he does take down another member of Nongshim, and they're just going to gather around the fountain. Just that extra bit of BM as they look for that 1 extra kill. It's not going to happen. Down will go the Nexus as KT will take a clean first game of the series.
KT, there's a couple of moments there where it looks a little bit dicey, but I think they kept their cool. They didn't really feel like they were ever truly in danger. I always felt like, yeah, you know, is the lead big enough? But I think we really saw why the moment that you take a fight that isn't optimal against an Ivan, like there's just nothing you can do. Shout out to Ox, actually. He texted me the specific stats that Pyosha got with that Dawn Core. It gave 22.5 healing and shield power and like 93 AP. So that's actually, yeah, no, that's a lot to come through there. So I'm sure Pyosha will get his I think that Beryl to me was the standout in the early game, but the team fights in particular, I think Pyosha really had a great game. And really, I think anyone on KT had their moments perfect, had the really good fight in mid. BDD and Deft, I think self-explanatory, just got to output a lot of damage in the fights. And Nongshim, unfortunately, they did look close, but in the end just couldn't really pull through.
Yeah. A really fun game for those two, I think. The giant shields given over to BDD, who just got to stand there and wait for his moment and then make big plays as well. That's going to be game one going over to KT Rolster. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
후원 막을게. 앞에부터. 형나 공 써줘. 더 가야 돼. 뛰었고. 나 허용 안 돼.
큐 맞춰야 돼. 프로 안 떨어질 거야. 가볼래?
끝났어. 형은 조심해. 얘네 풀 좀. 얘네 후에 노플이만 해. 나 이거 피 좀 리전할게. 이거 나 이거 풀 볼게. 끝내. 안 닿았다. 야, 안 돼. 풀 볼게. 끝났다.
와, 0018 뭐야? 마이크 깔끔하네.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨! 우승자입니다. 붕대맨! 지난 시즌 1위 나간 이후로 많은 호평을 남겨주셨습니다. 여러 같은 성원에 힘입어 후아유맨 시즌2를 진행하게 됐습니다. 박수! 이전보다 더 강력해진 예측 프로 미스터리한 칼바람 대전.
이상한 사람 아니에요?
누구지 지금 정체를 모르겠어요.
왜 이렇게 잘해?
후아유맨? 정말 쉽지 않습니다.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨.
Now, he's taking some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen.
Here he is going to Arcane Shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away as now, look at this, once again, in goes Raptor, just following from the flash. They're very deep onto this one, as now the Impale coming in. Big play ultimate, though, is going to take down the Rel and Desante. just going to kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Casante, and Quantum Freaks easily win the fight.
Lip-feeding is such a broken strat.
Yeah, Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on a Adu, will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this 2v2 in the top side, now a 3v3.
Presence means Lucid can't really do anything, and Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything, and there is that soul point, and there's the knock-up! The double on the seismic shoves into the backline, goes King in, and buys all the space, but Bulldog, it's his turn to react. He finds Showmaker, he also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end.
Right, so for me now, the question becomes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive would be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah, I like the word you used. They're trying to turn on the death though. He's so low and he will be taken out. As so stun goes on Akuma. He can't even get the kill. Flash rock, no, he misses. And Carriel, well, he's probably going to go down here, but they don't get Guma in a 1-for-1. Already getting some nice value with their big shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over to their side. They're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Ascaria looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a limited jump to Pyosik. As CDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Baker and Guma still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here as is. Not sure about that, as Pyosik going to be able to take him down. The TP's coming in. KT, they get the Drake.
Oh, really big there. As Wolf set up.
Now trying to make the play on the Cassante. Does all out the Skarner into the turn, and now Seas has to flash away. Going back in onto the all-out Cassante. Not sure about that one. Impale on a both. Do they have the damage? So perfect. Goes in, assassinates the Nidalee, and now he's totally fine. Zeus with 0 mana, and eventually he's just gonna die. I mean, there's nothing he can do here with no mana, no health. DDD picks up the second kill.
Never quitting are the shields that Pyosik is giving on out, as it is a 1-0 so far for KT over Nongshim. What's up, everyone? Degon here in the space to break down that matchup alongside Ox and Wolf. And it was shields for days and not enough damage for Nongshim to break through.
Yeah, we didn't really like the comp that much for KT, Ox and I, in terms of how it works out in isolation. Like as a 5-man team, no double AD carry here. The Azir not going to necessarily get that much value out of this. But when you look at the comp that they're playing into, a lot of burst upfront damage for the way. The Senna's attack speed is quite low, pretty low damage output. It's pretty good, the shields into this comp. You drop the redemption down and nobody can kill anybody on the side of KT.
Yeah, I think target selection has to be really good for Nongshim here. A lot of times they're dumping so much damage in Leona, who gets shielded and takes even less damage. Also, the Aatrox build is now that Bruiser build, not like the Lethality build, so it just felt like they were really struggling to cut through, and once you fall behind, you're really in a bad spot. I feel like one thing to mention is that with obviously Callisto going the Ginsus, and Azir being able to apply on hits with his soldiers, the W damage from Pyosik's bushes actually was quite significant, especially when he picked up the Dawn Core to give it quite a bit of AP.
Yeah, it really felt like this was a composition that was on a timer, and KT played against that timer. They're able to get it done. A lot of the time, you don't get to see teams be able to do that. Let's take a look at the highlights here from this last matchup. As around 12 minutes, we had the fight on the bottom side of the river.
It was a fight early on in the game, and the composition of Nongshim is not quite online just yet, right? Jiwoo can't really offer much in this situation. Sylvie gets caught first here. Daisy blocks the hook. And overall, KT just in a much better position to actually capitalize on this. The ult comes down from Jiwoo as well, but it puts him in a position where he can get ulted here. It's just a cleanup from the side of KT Rolster. I think opting into this fight at this stage of the game with the composition of KT was just not the right play.
Yeah, and since Beryl led the charge, they kind of just focus damage on him. He survived so long, and then the Kalista ult there as well, so they don't even get that fierce target. Just obviously not an ideal way to start the fight.
Yeah, a little ring around the rosy on the blast cone as well. You can see the mind games that were happening. Both teams knew that the timer was there, and they felt like the gold lead was going the way of KT, so the fight was taken. Then at 25 minutes, the mid-fight where things really opened up.
Yeah, and I think here, once again, trying to find an engage onto the Ivan doesn't quite connect, and similarly, we just see Beryl tanking up a lot, able to re-engage. And it's here where BDD really finds a good opportunity to get in the fight and survives just far longer than you'd expect Nazir in this situation. Kind of reminded me of the tank Azirs that we used to see.
Yeah, BDD a little bit overzealous, I think, with this play, but you could just see how much time they can buy with Redemption, with the shielding. It almost feels like you could do anything as Azir in this composition because you're so well protected. And yeah, it was a bit of a messy fight for KT, but this is another illustration of the shielding, the healing, all of the ways that you can survive and out damage this Senna or just survive through her damage there. And Guger, he wanted to get that pick on the Ivern. If he hits that hook and they end up blowing Ivern up, Pyosik dies, maybe the fight looks completely different, but it was actually his attempt there that really gave KT the opportunity to turn it around.
I also think the sort of Moonstone Redemption combo, we've seen it quite a few times before. It's really popular, obviously, on Ivern right now. I just think it's so strong how much it amplifies Redemption, which is already a strong item, and can just get like team-wide resets in terms of health. It's insane.
Yeah, plus putting that on top of Kasante just made it so difficult to get anything done. Let's see who the POG is here of game number 1, and it is Pyosik with his run here. That is 2 from last week and starts off week number 4 with the POG.
24,000 heals and shields to his teammates. 100% KP, that's not 100% KP at 14. That's 100% game-wide. 18 out of 18. I'm expecting he's going to get a 14 out of 14 vote here. Sorry, 12 out of 12 vote here. We're not 14 just yet. Maybe add a few more media.
Justice for host, please. Justice for host votes.
Yeah, all right. But honestly, it was a great Ivern game by him. I think despite the composition, he played it incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think obviously the time we've seen Ivern stand out the most is when paired with picks like Tristana, super powerful. But just the fact that, when piloted well, you can clear the jungle so fast, and the value you can get even when it's not specifically with an AD carry, still pretty big.
Barrel votes, I'm totally okay with that. Bit of a top and mid situation, a little bit less
Media's
interested in that.
Kind of all over the place,
Yeah.
Feels like there's 2 blocks with everyone else that Media just missed.
Media got the Giga Chat Pogs all correct in the first series, but all over the place here. I guess they're just trying to figure out where all the healing came. Yeah, they're just trying to figure out where all the damage came from. Some boom damage with Kalista. I'm not sure.
They just hate support. With a support in the jungle and obviously a support in the bot lane, and they just refuse to vote for them.
You forgot that the mid laner, the bottom laner, and the top laner all got value out of shields from Ivern. They were like, wow, he's got a big shield. He's doing a lot. They forgot where it came from.
Must say Kasante, though. Kasante has his own shield, right? Look, piloted so well. It was all perfect doing it on purpose. All right, game number 1 is done and dusted. How will they do in game number 2? Let's find out together.
Thank you, Spacers. As that was one of the rare moments where both Digon and the Korean host stopped talking at the exact same time.
Wow.
Amazing throw from Digon. Unbelievable. He can't even hear her. Insane. 10 out of 10. Some Pyosik fans here. Also, Mom. I don't know. I didn't get the reference there. But it was on the sign. I don't know. Nongshim, we'll see if... We'll see if they can come back here in this series. I would expect that they stay on the reds, or the blue side rather, but maybe they want to try their chances on red just to try to mix things up. Let's see. Nope, they'll just stay on the blue side.
I wonder if we're going to see like an Ivern ban. That's going to come through.
Saw a lot of that at EWC. for a good reason.
Yeah, Ivern to me is also one of those champions where I think you can learn how to play around it, but it takes a lot of games. I think a lot of windows that a lot of players will be accustomed to that are kill windows just don't exist when Ivern's there. Even more so than with traditional enchanters, right? Like just the Lulu. Kind of need to learn how to play around that as well. This is very similar. We'll see. KT might just keep the prioritization on it, as they are going to probably just ban this same thing. If you ban Tristan, I feel like Corki just naturally follows as well. So Azir taken away.
Nongshim give their POG vote to BDD. So they're alongside a middle media there. I don't agree. I think that BDD is totally fine if he bans Azir. In fact, I think he doesn't care at all. As Corki is going to be banned here once again. Same bans, different order from KT. The Sejuani first pick. And what's it going to be this time? Wouldn't be surprised.
What will it be? There is actually a good amount of the highest priority mets already taken away. You can go towards stuff like the Yone. You can also get really weird with it.
You go Ari-Vi.
Yeah, or LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Both work really well.
That's fine.
Depending on what BDD prefers.
I don't think that blind Yone is really...
No, I don't think you want.
I don't think you want to do that, especially with Vi. Yeah.
I don't imagine that's...
It just feels like that's the net... Okay, this champion doesn't exist. Wait. That's not a champion.
Okay, maybe the Azir ban was good, actually. I take it back.
I take it back. I was like... Yeah,
yeah, that's not the combo I was looking for. It still works, right? You can, if I can go in, it's a good ball delivery system, but...
And what if you pick Ivern again? Wait, they already have Vi.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, so many shields. Yeah, this is a good angle for Yone here for Fisher, especially with the Sejuani on their side.
Okay, I got it. You go Yone, Renekton, and pray that they don't ban Ziggs. Easy.
I mean, Ziggs isn't the only AP champion
that
can be played in the bottom
Let's be honest, it's the only one that's going to get played in the LCK. I know that we can play other things.
Remember when we had the awesome dude meta and we had like Vladimir and Morgana?
Yeah, and I would love to
Cassiopeia.
see. I would love to see Swain. I would love to see bot lane Karthus, but we both know it's also Karthus obviously also just got hit. I don't know how much it's going to matter because I think that the draft in last game from KT was also not perfect. It was good, but I don't think it was necessarily like top level when it comes to strengths and synergies, but it worked out very, very well. Deft is going to try and trick another media member into voting for him with the collect. He had a great game, don't get me wrong, but he was very much just, he was there. And he didn't get killed, or he didn't get killed like in a lot of the fights. He just played out his lane well. He had the little oopsie towards bot side, but it's against the Nautilus.
Meaty was very impressed about how well he laned against Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Igor has not had the best of time.
So, I feel like a Leona ban should come out eventually. Otherwise, we're just going to get Kalista Leona again, because you're not giving them Ezreal Leona. Yeah,
this is the most obvious
I am picking Leona.
Guys, we're picking Leona.
So now, for Nongshim, I want you to find the Leona and ban it
They're not
away.
gonna. I feel like they're just gonna ban, like, Nautilus. Or I can feel...
They'll, like, ban Rel or something?
No, ban
We're like, wait.
Wait, hold up.
Well, they banned Renata Glass. That one's good with Kalista. What else is good with Kalista? Not Gnar.
I told you.
It's not Gnar. Gnar isn't good with Kalista.
I told you, man.
Although maybe T1 would play that at some point and prove me wrong. And they're not even going to pick it. Okay. Well,
I guess...
Let's just throw everything out the window.
Now Nongshim pick Leona. That's even Jason's like typing like Leona question mark?
Yundo.
Oh, Yundo's typing, where's Leona? And we don't
Where is Leona?
I mean, maybe it just doesn't get... It's Ezreal Leona.
Yeah, it's like a game of chicken where, okay, if you don't ban it, then KT almost definitely are going to pick it. And then if you don't pick it, then almost definitely Nongshim are
Okay, so no, then Beryl just has a great R5 pick. Like, I trust Beryl to just pull out something crazy that is going to make this happen.
Because they know 100% that they're playing Leona.
For sure. I think Aatrox is fine. I'm kind of thinking, like, I would actually love Gwen. I think Gwen is really good into Cassandra. I think it goes well with the Sejuani, and you do really need AP.
But That's not a champion.
Yeah, well, I know they're not going to pick it, but I would have liked it. That's not what I was thinking towards. That's more like it. Yeah.
Taric,
we'll see.
Seraphine.
We're not going to get baited in by Barrel. It might just end up being
I don't mind the Braum at all.
Honestly, I like the Braum a lot more.
Poppy's a similar vein.
Yes!
And it's just Taric! Just...
Woo! I told you Barrel was going to do it. Oh, Barrel. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar, Kalista Taric is actually insane. Like, that's a really good 2v2. Because Kalista can hop forward, activate the stun. It's also a nightmare to play Leona into Taric. And I think a lot of what Nongshim have is really telegraphed, right? Like Yone ult, Leona engage. Sejuani is a little bit more snappy, but...
Even then, it's like, okay, you know...
I love the Taric. That's actually so good.
Well, this is what happens when players in the LCK, like Beryl, don't only commit to one specific meta, and they say, hey, there are certain picks which are amazing into those comps, and I don't just have to pick the top tier pick. He didn't just have to pick Rel or something random there, you know? Like, the Taric makes so much sense, and, you know, generally it's not a great pick, but in this specific situation,
I love it.
It becomes amazing.
I'm a big fan. We'll see. As we have some
only 26K.
global fans there as well. We'll see what Barrel's KD is going to be by the end of this game. The one thing that is a little scary is the Ezreal. I do think that Ezreal is one of the picks that can reliably both like poke down, which is one of the weaknesses that Taric comps can have. But man, dive potential, it's great.
Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I'm just imagining Valdez, Pioshik ulting in, and then whoever gets ulted also gets hit by like a ball, and then Deft throws in Barrel, and then Barrel also stuns you, and it's just... It's a very bad time. Oh, we're going to get the graphic with the last time Taric was picked. It's going to be like, okay, okay, let's do it. Everyone in chat, join us. How long?
The Price is Right.
Don't look it up. How long? How many days?
I feel like it was played last year at some point. I'm going to say 312 days.
I'm going to say 820 days.
Okay. Well, whoever's closer...
I'm not going to game it, right? I'm not going to say...
Wins a prize.
Like one day... Because that'd be sick.
You should have said 313.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's actually the way to win.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Which is all that matters.
Okay, Jisun and Yundo, they're also joining about 700 days. So we have 300.
It was played last year, though. Somebody played it.
We have 300, 800, and 700. And I'm sure everyone in chat would know.
I said 312.
Yeah, okay.
Not
without looking it up. Yeah, but... If it's close to 300, you'll be right nonetheless, Valdez.
When it's 312, I want everybody to know that I said 312.
That you exactly said that? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because we know the graphic is coming.
Yeah.
It's on its way.
It's being made right now, in fact.
Okay, I got Wolf with 950. I got Dagon with 299.
That's the American show.
Yeah,
he knows how to play the game.
Yeah, and then Dan is or Ox is 543. So we have a good spread.
Yeah.
Of when was Taric last played?
Here it comes. 718. So it wasn't last year. It was 2 years ago.
Jisun and Yundo.
You losers. Oh my God.
I was relatively close. I was not too far off the ball.
I was so convinced that it was last year, but it was actually Snowflower.
We even at
2
Atlas.
years ago.
Atlas with 311. Oh, was it Life or Snowflower? It was one of the two against the other. I think it was Life.
Oh, it was Life.
It was Life.
Okay, it was Life. Okay. That makes sense. And then he went to the LPL. Well, not immediately.
Yeah, he did leave us.
Eventually.
Oh, that was. I'm like, wait, that was when Snowflower came back. That split. That was.
Yeah.
That was not great.
Yeah.
That didn't really work out, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, you gotta try everything, including Taric. This feels like a much better spot for
I thought you were going to draw the historic parallel between Snowflower coming in and Googer coming in.
Yeah, we always make the Bible reference.
Yeah.
Not to the book, but
the
to the player
yeah.
Bible. So one thing that Orianna does really well is lane. She is one of the best laners, and it used to get picked a lot in a bunch of metas just because you basically don't lose to anything that's meta.
Literally Lost World. She was like, her and Azir were very far ahead of the rest of the curve.
Yep.
When it comes to picks.
She's not really, well, she's definitely not meta right now, but we had so many mid bans. Once again, Azir, Talia, Tristana, Corki, all taken away in the first round. And besides Orianna, I mean, we were thinking like the Ahri could have been chosen just for the nice synergy with the Vi. I mean, Orianna also has synergy with the Vi, but a little bit less kill potential, a little bit less CC, right? So, pretty interesting that he digs deep for, R2 Orianna.
What's next? Zoe? Now remember that
champ doesn't exist.
Well, you said that about Orianna. She's on my screen, Valdez. Fisher is really struggling, though. And I do think that this is a matchup where you're not supposed to go even, but I feel like he is really taking a beating. And just when it comes to consistently hitting CS, not really able to make it work. Obviously, our golden standard when it comes to this is Chovy, so that's also a little unfair.
Yeah.
So we do have the junglers both already gotten in their first back. Sylvie obviously is going to have a much earlier power spike because he's buying a very cheap item. Top side, we had a little bit of a risk there. Pierce was actually hovering towards top, but I'm not sure if they knew whether or not Mahal had warded. If you do end up 2v2ing early on against Sejuani Aatrox, you're not.
You're losing.
You're not winning that, yeah. Not going to happen, especially pre-6. Post-6, I'm like, could probably make it happen with the isolation, but not going to be the case.
Trying to make a play here, but everybody's level 5.
That's cute there. Sylvie making sure that they actually get it. I don't think they can actually make it here in time, though.
Might be able to fight afterwards, but oh, the flash out of the Leona here. Beryl with the killer instinct on the Taric. Not even the right champ as Cougar now flashing away, and Deft is just going to get in there and try to collect first blood, but now immediate cleanse. Deft is struggling, but he does get the first blood and immediately does get traded back, but still 400 gold does go to the pockets of Deft.
I don't know if that's really worth it. Like, obviously getting the first blood is good, like that part's great, but you invest full summoners for your bot lane, and yeah, you get first blood, which is nice, and it goes to Deft, which is also a win, but you also lose the full wave on bot. So I don't know if that's worth it. This was nicely done though. They actually, I think, used the vision of the ward in the Ghost rather, and then are able to take down, or rather get Cougar very low. But like Deft is just kind of, I don't think he should have went that deep necessarily.
He just, he was inspired because he got that one vote from Right Media in the last game, and he's like, you know what? I gotta do it for Right Media. I gotta get first blood. I want another vote.
Oh, I did get it.
He just wants to be noticed.
It's also, it's not the end of the world, right? Even with that, I think he was able to catch most of the wave. The death timers are still relatively low, so it's still a KT favorite trade, but it depends on whether or not Nongshim's going to be able to punish this lack of summoners. If they do actually get another skirmish, could definitely be a difference maker. See if that ends up happening. Maybe nothing happens, and then KT is just going to take their win and be happy about it. As we do have a lot of great and really, I think a lot of people would say only good dragons still left.
Yep.
Which is very cool.
It definitely does feel like Chemtech and Ocean Souls are the two weakest. Obviously, it depends on the game and the situation, but
Ocean, I think, has actually a lot of... It's very swingy.
Yeah.
It's either really good or it doesn't really feel like it does anything.
And then Chemtech's only really good when you've got like a lot of tanks, or like a Renekton or an Aatrox is like okay, but generally you'll like something else better.
And now we're continuing. Yundo votes for Hextech next. We're just gonna try and guess everything in this game.
I'm gonna go for Cloud.
We're crowdsourcing. There's been a lot of Clouds. I'm going Infernal.
I feel like Alice is watching over us today.
Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher is very dead. He's gonna get his ult blocked here. Does hit two people as now Sylvie desperate to try to help him. As over the wall comes back Fisher. He is behind 4 people. Even Jonah Strong is confused about where to go.
Yeah, just die. Just execute.
Wow, Chronicler toxic.
Well, no, but it's good.
Just die.
It's a good death.
Chronicler 2024.
It's a good death.
The death is fine. A little jump scare here for the crowd who's going crazy.
Guys.
And Fisher just back. So, yeah, no, he's fine. But the rest of the guys down here on the bottom side, not very fine. Way too deep to try to get deft or something.
Nongshim, you really don't have to give over leads like that for free. You kind of want them to work for it. Fisher just backs.
Yeah.
I know that BDD wasn't
He wanted to
directly
deny
involved
Chronicler the joy
in that play. Well, Fisher getting out there is actually quite big. I think the execute would have been completely fine, but he doesn't have TP, so him actually making it back is quite nice. I think because of the wave, plus the fact that he did have a lot of bushes to hide in, it kind of can waste a lot of time if you don't get him. Or if he just executes, you know, it's kind of a double bluff. Where if you're like, oh no, I'm going to execute them, it's not worth for them to actually continue. As Barrel's just walking by.
It's like, yeah, it's like the Nidalee thing. Just run into the lane, heal him, and then run away.
So unfair.
He healed him again.
Yep. It's not cool.
Well, we're going to take another look at this.
I don't want to.
So they think Deft is alone, I guess, but once you commit here...
Okay, I'm gonna. Actually, the idea behind that play is great because Deft doesn't have sums. So if you have Sylvie and Jiu right there with you, that's a good play because then you lock him down and he dies. But they're not there, so you can't go in.
Yeah.
At all. And now the sums are about to be back up, and now Deft. You know, one of those kills, fair enough. Other one of those kills definitely shouldn't have gone his way.
Yeah, just an awareness thing, a communication thing, you know, still trying to work out some of those issues on the side of Nongshim with this relatively new set of guys in the roster. You see Guger trying to stick around here. Would be nice if he could hit level 6. Barrel was able to do that and then immediately left the lane and doesn't want anything to do with the bottom lane anymore. Every once in a while we take a look at top lane as well. You know, they're still fighting each other. But not much else. That's a nice knockback and a turret shot taken by Mihail, but not going to commit to too much more is perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Sitting on a decent amount of gold and doesn't have that much mana. This could be a good angle.
Yeah, BDD's actually in a lot of trouble here. He does have the flash, but he is going to get a very nice shockwave. It just dodges the follow-up from the Leona. He's totally fine, actually. And now the Taric ultimate coming on in. You're not doing any damage to that, as the timing very nice here from Barrel. Waits until they absolutely need it. And then the turn comes in. Another kill under the belt of KT.
BDD didn't even have to flash.
He just walked it off.
Mihail shows up, but they don't. Yeah, they don't have Sejuani, so I don't think they can really do a whole lot here. I think Nongshim wanting to fight for this is understandable. There are 2 ultimates, or 3 ultimates down rather, on KT. But with Guger's health bar, the fact that they also invested a good amount themselves, I don't think there's really an angle here. As the ward will cancel Guger's back. And I hope we get a replay of that because I really feel like...
Why is Yundo always right?
Yeah, wow.
Hextech Soul.
It's so fun. I love Hextech Soul. So, that wouldn't have even really been a big difference. I think the problem there was they tried to get the guaranteed E-proc, and then with that, if you get the E-proc, like there's no way that BDD ever lives. But by doing so, I think it would have been better to like just ult him, force the flash, and then you could try and pivot away from the play. But instead, Sylvie flashes aggressively. They get the E-proc, but it's too late. BDD still gets to use his ultimate. And now, game slowly starting to slip away from Nongshim yet again for a couple of unfortunate skirmishes. 2 Drakes going over to KT as well, and if they end up picking up Hextech, so I don't think they have like anything insane. They don't have like Ezreal, Nidalee. You know, even Azir, I think, are the type
Oriana's
of champions that
pretty good with
Oriana's fine. Yeah.
But not not like S.
But that's
tier,
my
as you're
point.
mentioning.
Even when it's not that good, it's still insane because of the ability haste and attack speed.
Yeah.
Like you still get so much out of it, and the fact that you have the slow is always going to have a ton of value. So for Nongshim, that next dragon fight is going to be a must-win. We'll see if once Mihal join, maybe they can make something work. But thus far, it's looked a little bit disjointed here.
Yeah, absolutely. KT looks like they should be able to take down at least 2 of the grubs. We'll see if Mihail wants to make a play for this by himself. But no, it looks like it should be 3 to go towards KT. Koshik gonna take all of those down.
Tragic.
Got him. Meanwhile, Fisher's just alone.
That's nice.
With the turret.
That might get them a plate.
1 plate? Yeah. Not bad.
I actually thought BDD was going to TP towards bot, but maybe he doesn't want to because I think they spotted the fact that Sylvie is there. Igor is also there, so he would have definitely died if he did. Good read there from BDD. Still going to be a plate. Nice nonetheless.
That was the 1 plate that fell in this game.
That's really interesting, actually.
That's really rare.
Huh. Didn't expect that. I thought KT would have gotten like 2 or 3 plates just, you know, by existing on the map. Especially like, mid. BDD was shoving in every wave.
It just felt like a lot of times the trades got the players pretty low, I guess, and like fully committed to a long trade, so they had to back afterwards. Either way, just 1 plate. TP to the bottom side here. Gonna hold on to this turret.
Interesting. I'm trying to suss out what's happening in this game. I don't know, Valdez. I'm trying to make it fun. There's not a whole lot going on.
Fisher and Sylvie want to do something. The issue is, I mean, it's just incredible how much value the Taric has in this game, especially from ahead. It definitely feels like a win more kind of situation in this one, as we do have the Sejuani being fully engaged on, and now the Yone gets the full turn as the Taric ultimate comes through, but you're already so low and the TPs are raining down from both sides. Perfect trying to frontline, and now the Ezreal and the Aatrox have an angle here as BDD and Perfect desperate to try to get some kind of kill. Finally, the all-out comes out onto the Aatrox, the one guy who was not low enough for Perfect to kill. As now it looks like he's just going to try to run out of this one. Might be able to as the flash comes in. Jiu does not want to put an end to this one. Gets the flash, and now the turn comes out as Beryl is going to go down. And Def trying to frontline here into Jiu. Doesn't have enough damage through the barrier as KT baited into sticking around so that Mihail can get more hits into them. As he wants to get 1 more. Woo! He's going to have a chance here on a Def, who is going to get knocked up and eventually does get taken down. Noshim chased them forever and turn the fight in their favor.
Oh, Valdez! You called it at the top of the day! Nongshim, that is everything you could possibly want. KT don't actually end up using the ultimate. Like, they know Fisher's there. So this is the one trap I think that you can get with the ultimate of Taric, is like wait for the perfect opportunity. So what happens is Beryl doesn't activate it, and like at this point, they have no health. Like, yes, you're alive, but you're not actually part of the fight. And then here, the rest of the team just doesn't have the health bars. Everyone else shows up, but it's very messy. It's very skirmishy. And Nongshim is able to get a whole lot of value out of that. Then this play here, my God. The fact that Jiu somehow survives throughout the barrier. The fact that, look at this, after this, he's forward!
Yep.
Valdez,
He knows
he's insane!
He knows he's safe. They used everything. Everybody's low. Def won't have access, so he's like, hey, I gotta layer in 1 more Q. It's just a smart play. Somehow Pyoshik is gonna get the Rift Herald. I guess it's in trade for this Dragon here. Nongshim wanting to stack up those Hextech Drakes early, which does make sense, but KT are getting a lot of gold to immediately come back in the game now. So 1 Drake to go to Nongshim, but KT's sticking around in terms of gold parity.
Second game for Mia as well. I feel like his Aatrox has actually had a really big impact in these team fights. We'll see the Herald get the charge. First turn blood going over to KT. One of the things we haven't really talked about yet, because we always talk about Taric as like an anti-dive tool, You can also try and use it offensively, right? Vi can go a lot more aggressive than normally if you try and use it. So maybe they're going to try and look for something that we used to see with the Nocturne Orianna, right? Where you just have Vi going extremely deep, and then you can't target her because of the Terra Code, and then BDD can just hold on top of that. That requires a coordination that we think we saw with KT in game number 1. I don't think there's any cause for concerns for KT fans. That statement in of itself might, be cause for concerns.
Yeah, it's fine, guys. Just relax. No problem. Like, they're definitely not going to lose this game and then lose the series.
Okay, well, I don't want
that would never happen.
As we do see the question mark pings going down there. Did spot Pyosik. Could have been a big catch. Fisher doesn't want to overextend in the side lane. And I think Fisher has really been, not necessarily a stand-up, but I feel like he's been really stable, which is something that the previous Nongshim mids have always lacked. Like, between Fiesta and Call Me in particular, I think both of them have really, really rough times in laning phases. And yeah, Fisher fell behind early, but right now, within a wave, I think we'll be like, what, 2-3 CS if he catches all of this? So definitely no cause for concern in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a fine spot. He has the 1 kill. He got the plate and bot. He's probably even ahead of BDD in gold at this point. Well, I don't know. It should be kind of close, I guess. So even CS, there's 1 turret to BDD. Either way.
Yes.
Yes, interesting. We were denied a lot of action, I feel like, but then we got a lot of action that was just very long and drawn out and crazy.
I actually think, game number 1 didn't really deliver. I think this is I think we're slowly, this is the portal to Challengers territory where we're just going to flip Elders and it's going to be a complete fiesta of a game. I can feel it. Elders, I think we're on the precipice of it.
KT would do that.
They would.
Even if they're intending on winning, it's just, they like to make it interesting.
And I know Nongshim isn't a challenger team and hasn't been for a year and a half, but they still feel that way, which definitely isn't a good thing. Don't get me wrong, that shouldn't be the case. Just want to make that clear. So we set up another trap.
Any combo enjoyers?
Any traps?
Yeah, this one. Fisher is going to just Unbound Soul, as now we do have it coming out, and the stun, as now Pyosik is going to go in, and there's that offensive nature. He goes in, but there's so many members of Nongshim still here as the Sejuani ultimate comes in, and the Yone is dragged out of position, but they still get the Cassante down. Asperl going to have to walk on an awkward angle here, in a bit of trouble himself. And they have to use the Fate's Call as well, as now he's going to throw himself back in. They get the kill, and a chance for Death to extend this, and Beryl is still alive on the backside of this fight somehow. Pyosik doing Krugs is like, wait, we're still fighting? And he's back. And now we have the flash in here from the side of BDD. Still on the chase is the entire team, as Pyosik just going to smite him down for the kill. And now this is the perfect Kalista moment. Everybody's super low. They're all running away from you. And Deft is able to pick up a final kill.
Oh, and now disaster for Nongshim. It's KT. Put their sights to, this is a very early Baron, and Gio is there. We'll see if he alone can make it. Oh!
That's fine.
I don't know if it's fine, Beldes.
We got Tarek.
They're behind Nash.
He's hitting, he's healing.
That's a little dangerous.
Tarek's hitting and he's healing.
I think they should leave.
Okay, he's going to leave.
They leave.
They're going to leave.
Good. That could have gone from great to very... You know what? It might actually be better for Nongshim. I think they now will have the ability to push in mid and get first rotation to Drake. That can't be the takeaway from that. There's no way. The Hex Gates, I think, will make it a lot harder to really keep control of this area. Nongshim, I hope we get a replay. We won't have time right now. Oh, that's a big cancel.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge. That probably is soul point for KT. Fisher can TP in, but I think KT are really going to push the effort. Yeah, that's going to be it. Wow. Perfect. Like, Fisher actually, this is so, I don't know if this is, I don't think he knew. When he gets the Q-free interrupt on Pyosik, then BDD goes for a one-man ult. Nicely flashed on the stun there, and then this is the aggressive Tarek we were talking about. And this fight is won and lost by either side, like, repeatedly. Really good flash from Pyosik. They should have just been happy with this, right? You get the kill, just play it slow. Just play it slow. Sylvie goes in, gets baited in by the Fate's Call, dies. Then Guger goes in, dies. And then now all of a sudden, you know, your Aatrox is out of resets. Mahal dashes in. Guess what? Dies.
Yeah.
They really...
I'm learning.
That Milkshake and Fisher again, like really cute here as well. Gets the mystery. It doesn't matter. They don't need the damage. He doesn't actually have tools to get on top of the backline. Doesn't have his ultimate. So now Soul Point is there for KT. That really is the only takeaway. I think KT could have gotten a lot more out of that if they hadn't gone for a very ill-advised Baron. That ended up not backfiring, but it was a little scary there, Valdez.
Oh, nice sidestep here from BDD. Also going to miss that one, but he can't get out of the Yone ults. That's going to do the trick as everybody and the kitchen sink gets thrown into BDD, and they do take him out.
Nongshim's like, see champion, kill champion. Missing ults, doesn't, oh
Two
god,
Baron.
now it's them. Well, Pioshik has the back, but he can get her very, very quickly. I don't think that they're gonna, they might get it, but it's gonna be a flip. Pioshik gonna make his way over.
Oh, they want to engage onto the Taric, but it's Fate's Call to come through, and Perfect TP's into this one. So they do get the TP. Will they continue on the Baron? It looks like yes, they will.
Oh, it's a flip. It's a flip, Valdez!
It's just a flip. It's just a straight up flip. Okay, they're gonna stop damage. Stopping damage. Waiting to take the fight. The Taric ultimate used expertly. The timing is fantastic as now they're putting in the damage, but the spike goes to Sejuani. Sylvie to get it down in the flip. And it should go all the way on Nongshim. Even Perfect not gonna take out Jiwoo here. And it's BDD to do it, but it's still Nongshim that win the fight and the Baron to their side.
That's challengers, baby! Oh, a pure 50-50 for the Nash. Goes the way of Nongshim. KT that could have avoided the whole situation if they didn't try to defend, and even with the sidestep, nicely done. Fisher honestly having a great performance on the Yone, allows Sylvie to get the passive off. These Sejuani first picks are really paying off. And then they try to, like, Cougar, there is a Fate's Call. You can't do that. If Devs is ultimate, but it doesn't matter. They still get them away from the pit. And then here, actually think KT have the right idea, you know, use the ultimate on Pioshik to ensure Sylvie and the gang actually getting out of this pit. I think is nicely done, but it's a pure 50-50. It was 11 or like 10 or 1,093 when it gets smoked by Sylvie, so very nicely done there. And then here, Jiu, just take the gate. Just take the gate, my guy. No, he didn't. And that gives BDD and actually takes away a lot of the tempo that they could have had. Still though, Valdez, I think Nongshim is looking good. The main question is, can they turn this into no one getting caught inside and actually getting the next dragon? Because it's Nongshim, and I'm a little scared that someone's just gonna get caught and die. And I don't want that to happen. I want to go the full distance, Valdez. You called it.
There we go. They're going to get on top of Fisher here as the CC chain comes in perfectly, but he is able to flash and get out, so not so perfect after all. But they're at least able to get the flash on him and stop the push from coming down. Still a minute here on this Baron. Already 4,500 gold is the Red Bull Baron power play to Nongshim.
Well, that's actually a really good play from KT. So you get the flash out of Fisher, which is big. You also get free ultimates for Nongshim, whereas Pioshik was the only one that used his. That's a good back cancel. We'll see if that's enough. I think by 30 seconds, the ults are going to be available again. So that's not going to be the end of the world for Nongshim, but they won't have the flash on Fisher, so repositions won't be available for him. And we're seeing already that even with just the resistance items, he was quite tanky. Now actually gets his Jack shows as well. And I love this from Nongshim. They need to fight very aggressively to ensure that they keep control of this pit. You can't risk the 50-50 this time around. You can't give up the soul. Even though I know that spawns Elder, and that's a great objective to have.
They're very excited.
I don't think they should give them the opportunity. KT is pretty substantially behind when it comes to the items. Free item spike for Yone in particular. Can Nongshim win the fight, Valdez?
I mean, they're in a favorable position to do so, I would say. They do need Fisher over here. And KT, you
Ward.
do have the option to just drop this as well. Let's see what they want to go for as the sun goes in, but that's Leona as two-shot barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line, just being flashed on. But the turret ultimate timing is very good. He is going to stay live, and the Yone ultimate in the front line. A huge shockwave from BDD might just get the trick done, as now you've got Perfect finally able to frontline. Down will go Barrel, but he is nothing compared to Perfect on Cassante. Jiwoo still alive.
Can they get Warmox?
Still trying to kite this one out, but he is going to avoid the knock-up here, but BDD just does way too much damage at this point in time. The follow-up comes in from KT, and that should be, you would imagine, the Hextech Soul to KT.
Oh, Nongshim! They get so close to killing that, but I think they were in a great position if they played that slower, wait out the ultimate, and leave it be. Oh, Sylvie, he's trying, but yeah, I think Perfect. He's the guard. Standing there. Oh, Sylvie, you gotta try, you gotta try, you gotta try, you gotta try. Just Q in.
Nope, too late.
He doesn't have flash, so he does die. Well, on the plus side, Elder spawns now, Velda, so that's something. As we take another look, I think Nongshim actually had the right idea as they just sit here and poke and prod, slowly play this one out. And then here, you're so close, but Deft is just barely able to get in range. Does end up not going down, and then that shockwave from BD. Oh, absolutely incredible. Deft not going down, I think doesn't actually, like it looks good, but the moment that freelance shockwaves hit is what wins the fight. And then here, yeah, Sylvie, Guger desperately try to maybe get the Warmox back up. You see Sylvie actually regens a lot. Here for Jiwoo, I actually wonder if he couldn't have just arcane shifted towards the turret and stand behind his other members, but I don't think it would have made a big difference. BDD coming up absolutely clutching that one. Now the Hextech Soul here for KT.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge power spike for the side of KT. Obviously, they're still down in gold here. Nongshim enjoying a lead in that facet with their big Red Bull Baron power play that they had, but still, the Hextech Soul is going to provide a lot more than just that small gold lead at this point in the game. It's kind of funny, too, because you were talking about, waiting around, poking game, patient, collected from Nongshim, but the second Deft got chunked, they all just kind of sprinted at him, Yeah. And the issue is they were all on the choke against BDD, so Right Media is still voting for Deft, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm glad you're getting us ready. Okay, KT, just don't flip unnecessarily, okay? You have Hextech Soul. Play it out slow. Just use the power of that. Don't unnecessarily flip.
Flip it. It's
KT.
Challengers, baby.
Don't do
it,
KT.
No, it's fine. It's Challengers, baby.
They're gonna. We know it's happening.
Everybody is taking damage right now.
Oh no!
Sitting there. The Tarek ultimate, though, once again is huge, and the front line from Fisher this time is just not good. And now they're able to turn onto the Baron. An easy smite for Pyoshik. And now, 5v4, they are running at them. The Hextech Soul helping out quite a lot. Jiwoo once again trying to be the one guy holding this team together. But I don't think he's quite able to do so as waiting. Jiwoo has to flash away already. And BDD just waiting with that ball for a potential shockwave at this point in time. Didn't have to use it onto Fisher. And that's going to be the turret, the first one in mid to go down.
KT able to get and this is where you see those longer fights, getting a ton of value out of that Soul. BDD doesn't even have his death cap yet. Like, once that is finished, he's going to become an even bigger menace. Gold is relatively even. We're going to reach the point, though, where Perfect's going to be extremely hard to kill. As we take another look here, it actually, again, looks so good for Nongshim. Like, look at this. The health bars are low. Meihao is on the flank. Yeah, he's spotted, but that's not the end of the world. But Fisher, Pyoshik gets him with the ultimate, and then he just dies. It's very straightforward, unfortunately.
And there's no trade back because Barrel ults at the same time. So
yeah. And
that offensive ult we talked about.
If that's Guger or Sylvie, the fight is actually playable. But Fisher is the one guy that can't get caught. I think Fisher up until this point actually had a decent game, but that might end up being all that KT needed. As that's a KT gold graph. I don't think that should come as a surprise to anyone.
Yeah. And not very high and low peaks.
No, this game has been very even. But I think the combination of Hextech plus another Baron should be huge. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's Ezreal. I mean,
Yeah.
He does do a lot of damage, just in general. Like AoE damage, damage in team fights, he's spamming a lot. But unfortunately, it's not quite enough to get the team across the line for Jiu, who's having a good game, but not able to carry at this point in time. So the push coming in from the bottom side.
We got a flank
Still
ward.
a minute left on Baron.
Oh, they got a one flank ward that's not spotted right behind them, and then a deeper one that will get spotted if they end up going in. Doesn't look like they want to use it though. 40 seconds on the Rebel Baron power play. Bot lane in it being down is quite big, although to be fair, you want to go for bot lane push anyway, because Elder spawns at about a minute and a half. KT really want the mid lane as well.
Yeah, mid and bot would be huge. As you mentioned, top would be best, but ooh, nice stun actually. Def gonna jump back into it. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he still has cleanse as well.
Yeah. And so that's 2 inhibitors down here with the Rebel Baron power play. 4,000 gold as well go back into the hands of KT.
All right, as long as KT doesn't unnecessarily flip Elder and lose that flip, I think don't give me the finger guns, Elvis. I think that they should be completely fine from here on out. It's really hard for a short-range composition like Nongshim to win fights if they don't get a flank angle, especially against Taric. And I think with how they've executed some of these fights as well, we can see that they're a little bit unsure as to how to really deal with this. But we'll see. As
good ward.
Good ward.
They just know.
Risk. But look, BDD has death cap. Like, he is chunking people out in seconds.
Yeah. And that Oblivion Orb actually feels very nice.
It does.
Like, he's got that little bit of extra gold. It's going to be perfect for the next fight. Also, you're dealing with Aatrox mainly, but even the Yone
guys, someone
as
needs
well.
to go mid. Like, someone needs to go mid and catch that wave and then TP in. That mid wave you can't just you can't
just ignore it.
Okay, there we go. You can't just Elder. Okay, so we're gonna set Meow back. It's gonna clear the wave. Does he have Death Stance? Could actually be quite big. I'm able to pick that one up.
Looks like
okay,
no.
but Aatrox doesn't actually clear that very quickly. Well, as long as he can kill the supers, I guess they're fine. I think KT just pulled the trigger on this now. Like, really go in on this aggressively.
The second the True Shot Barrage sailed past, they started it. And now TP used by Fisher here and now by Mahal, but it's a little bit late. I mean, this Elder, it's already so low and they don't have any vision and it's just gone. They just take the Elder Drake away from Nongshim. And now the Taric gonna help out excellently here. Pyoshik gets pretty low, but he is the only one. BDD as well, actually being hounded by 2, but this game is over. The Elder goes to KT as we have a triple kill actually going the way of Pyoshik as well. And we are going to have a 2-0 here from KT over Nongshim tonight.
Oh. And KT fans, I'm sure at no point in that game felt any form of stress for Nongshim. You can see that's a rough loss. That game felt like it might have been in their grasp, and it just wasn't meant to be. KT, they got the Dragon, they got the Baron, they got the Elder. And they're going to get the 2-0 here. Happy faces as KT continue their redemption arc. Come on, KT.
All right, they're lining up. Nicely done. Good picture there at the end. Excellent form. And that's going to do it. KT, they get the 2-0. Deft wins the production POG vote. We'll see who actually wins the POG vote. And yeah. KT, good stuff tonight. Obviously some stumbles, some fun KT roller coaster moments, but it's still a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
It actually was. There were some moments.
Mostly, yeah.
I think like 10 minutes of game 2 that felt a little bit dicey. KT continuing the upswing. Perfect. They played Cassante. They did it well. Wasn't really the standout, but didn't need to be. For Nongshim, I think the main thing, in a positive sense, is that I think Mihal actually looks, they played 2 games of Aatrox, but I think he looks a good amount better. Pyoshik, very happy. I think for KT you can see as well, this is not enough just yet. Got to keep getting those wins.
See, that signs his mom.
Well, I don't know the meme. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Happy Deft.
Yeah. Everybody's just got smiles, no big performances from Pyoshik or anything. I thought he was going to do like a Vi celebration little uppercut or something, but not meant to be. Not this time.
And it makes sense as well. You know, Nongshim, I feel like Nongshim, Brion, those are the teams where if you win, you take the win. You let it go. I think the draft priority from KT, this is when KT was good in spring as well. This is how they looked. And this is something that all the way back to 2022 DRX as well, the willingness to go for things like the Ivern and the Taric. I think it's something that barring T1, a lot of our top teams in the LCK really miss. I think neither Hanwha nor Gen.G are necessarily known for going really off the walls. The play, I'm sure Supreme and Hirai have some notes as to how some of these mid-game fights were played out, but they were able to secure the objectives. And I think mainly in how they set up a lot of these objectives, you can really see the difference between these two teams.
You definitely can. There were some good examples, as you mentioned, in the same game. Just because Nongshim was ahead at a certain point, they were trying to do the things that KT then eventually did better later on in the game. This was really the big turning team fight where Deft is going to pick up POG for baiting the whole team. No, but actually it is going to be the Shockwave that comes in here, perfectly timed, and excellent dodge from Deft as well. And this really turned it, because just a big overcommittal from Nongshim trying to kill a very low Kalista did not pay off.
Perfect, doing a good job here as well. This is something I really love to see, because it's something that in theory we always talk about, but when you have a character that allows you to displace enemies and they actually zone the enemy jungler, because that should be a no-brainer, but we've all seen moments where that isn't really the case. And KT, very nicely done. Big win here for them. Not an unexpected win, I think, particularly after what they were able to achieve against T1. And then looking ahead as well, they got BNK to play up next, which definitely should be a very, very doable opponent, and then DRX. So KT, the upwards trends continue, and then by the end of round robin 1,
gather for a group photo.
they're going to be, I think, pretty much where we expect them to be. As
the vibes are good. I mean, this team lost 4 series in a row. Giving a thumbs up. Also, BDD and Beryl discussed taking the Krugs while the enemy, while they were pushing in to end the game. They're like, "Hey, you want to take this?" They're like, "Yeah, let's take the Krugs." Jiwoo, he's trying, but you know, it's just Nongshim.
Give Jiwoo's the light arc, man. Please, next year, someone's got to free this guy.
I'm sure someone will. I mean, he definitely does obviously show that he can win in games where they're not winning, and when they are winning, he's oftentimes the carry, but not this year.
Absolutely not.
So KT with the clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. Let's hand it over to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler, for a great cast on the day, as it is KT get the job done here against Nongshim in the long route here in game number 2 to close out the series. Digon alongside Ox and Wolf here in the space. And yeah, they close it on out. It was clean. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought this was going to end up being a 3-gamer, but KT managed to close it out. But it still feels like, you know, if you were thinking, okay, they beat T1, KT back on form, this is redemption, there is still some work to be done. Now, at the end of their first round robin, a lot of the teams they should still be beating, even in this form, but there's still a long way to go before they're playing at a sort of satisfying level.
Yeah, I don't think this is anywhere near the dominant KT we saw last year. Like, not even close. Completely different roster, of course, but there's some work that needs to be done. Let's talk about the draft, because, you know, there was some work that was being done here that we didn't really agree with all too much, but Vi, cool. Vi Arya, I was like, oh, it's the Lissandra angle. Maybe we'll see, you know, that get pulled out by Fisher, but they went Vi Orianna, which was quite unique and different. Slight buff for the Orianna recently, but it felt like this draft here for KT didn't have a lot of cohesion. Like, you have the Taric, which is great with Kalista, can help protect the Vi, but the ultimates we saw from Beryl were very hit or miss, and it felt very reactionary a lot of the time. On the other hand, the draft from Nongshim was actually quite good. They have Permafrost synergy with the Yone, they've got good follow-up damage, they have great engage, they've got a Bruiser Aatrox, and I think part of why this game ended up being as close as it was, even though KT was a better team, is because the draft had so many different ends, so many different ways to control objective fights, and KT had to follow the play oftentimes. BDD, though, he really clutched out a lot of those fights and brought KT to the 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, definitely felt like him going the Orianna. I mean, the buff wasn't really major. It was just a bit more base AD, but was a lot about getting him back on a comfort pick. And I feel like, you know, BDD's performances, he's done a lot better when he's been on picks that he's sort of been known for. And he had a strong performance this one, some big shockwaves in the team fights.
Yeah, and early on, there were some messy team fights that both teams opted into. No one dying earlier. I think it was perfect. Taking one of the players all the way across the dragon wall, which was a lot of fun on the Cassante. Not a lot of deaths there. So we take a look at the highlights that get us into how this story unfolded here at 20 minutes top side of the map.
This is such a goofy set of plays. Chronicler pointing it out, like Fisher kind of accidentally knocking Pioshik up here, so buys a decent amount of time, and then Nongshim are like, okay, well, let's make something of this. We're grouped up here on top side. Fisher has to flash. Via ult comes through. And, you know, in these types of moments, you can see the defensive ult coming through again from Barrel here, but it doesn't really work out in terms of the synergy. Pioshik has to flash. They get the pick. And this is the moment where Nongshim should have been like, all right, cool. We escaped death. Fisher's fine. And we got the win out of it. Instead, we're pushing real deep.
Yeah, I think especially you can see even Fisher was like going for the recall to maybe TP back in. And they just end up pushing up too far and start losing more and more members. And then the thing they're forgetting is that they don't have a tower in this lane to really back off to. So the chase is just allowed to come out. BDD using the flash to keep the Aatrox in range. And then the fact they also lose another person here. This could have been a win for Nongshim in this fight, and it just ended up backfiring so hard.
It basically ends up being what loses in the game. You know, like you had such a... Like Fisher's Q3 knockup was a miracle that happened, and they were almost able to get a small advantage out of that and pull back and play the map. But, you know, this is the Nongshim way. See champion, kill champion, as the casters said. They just... Eyes way too big for their stomach.
You know, honestly, if they'd recalled Fisher, they could have maybe like gone to the Baron and try and set up a play there and gone for a turnaround or something. But yeah, as you said, just see champion, kill champion.
Yeah, however, they did get the Baron, which was kind of crazy. And then later on here at the Drake Soul fight, this is where the exclamation point was put on by KT.
Yeah, and at this point, it is Soul Point for KT. It's Hextech Soul as well. So if you give this up, it's extremely doomed. And they end up actually, it's not a terrible spot, you would think, for Nongshim to fight because KT end up a bit corralled into this choke, but they don't really connect on the targets they want. It's a good initial play here, but the ult from the turret keeps Deft alive. And then we end up getting this huge shockwave value from BDD on the back end of this engage from Fisher.
And after watching a lot of EWC games, I've really changed my perspective a lot on how LCK teams fight dragons. And it's moments like this that really frustrate me as an LCK commentator that, you know, you end up getting the ult out of Barrel. Maybe just back off and play the choke point. You know, you see LPL teams do this. You've even seen LCS teams do this. Just back off and play the choke. You played into the choke when BDD has ult available, and you walked right into this. And it's these kind of micro moments where the thought process, I think, for Nongshim is just a little bit too slow. They don't realize in that moment because they're working on their hands, working on their mechanics, trying to set up these chain CCs, and then I'm just making the wrong call, just like the call topside. And these are the types of things I feel like for teams that you can fix very quickly with good coaching. We know the coaching staff and the talent scouting in Nongshim is super robust, but I think these are the types of moments you're going to be looking at the team house tonight being like, you know, how close were we to actually beating KT? Very close, in fact, but no cigar.
All right, well, let's see who the POG is here for game number 2, and it goes to BDD in the mid lane.
Yeah, really strong.
You think was going to get it, Dion?
Yeah, you think
yeah, you know, he could have gone multiple different ways, but BDD gets his first one of the year.
Yeah, I mean, really strong performance. I think moments like this where he was collapsed on, avoiding the stun from Sejuani by getting the distance to the ult. But it felt like in team fights, you know, where sometimes other members would have to be bailed out by the Taracle, BDD was pretty frequently positioning well and getting good shockwave value. And I think this was a really big standout moment where the game was still close, despite it being this late, and he kind of secured it with this big shockwave.
Big standout for me for BDD is just how comfortable he looked on the pick. Obviously, a pick he's played a lot throughout his very long and storied career, but sometimes when I see a pick like this in the draft, it makes me raise my eyebrows a little bit. It's not very meta. It didn't seem like it was extremely strong with their comp, but you see him play it this well, how confident he is on it, and you go, well, you know, if that's how you're going to play it, then I'll respect the draft.
So a couple there for Deft and then one for Barrel on the Tarek. Why are you making the face, Ox?
Right media, just, you know... I'm not as convinced.
I can't defend it. The Deft vote, I can't defend it really either, to be honest. Not gonna.
Man, didn't you see the flash dazzle early on?
Pioshik was okay. Why are there no Pioshik votes if you're gonna, you know? Just saying.
You can't win them all. All right, we've got the interview ready right now with Deer. Deer, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POG interview translation, joined by Pyoshik and BDD on the side of KT Rolster, who secured their third consecutive victory. Congratulations! Thank you.
두 선수 3연승을 이뤄내면서 아주 멋진 모습으로
It's your third
인터뷰에
win streak.
함께 해주셨습니다.
Wow, what a cool appearance, you guys.
동대를 이렇게 떠올리게 하는 귀여운 모자 머리띠를 착용해 주셨습니다.
It's like the
자,
Anima squad right here.
올라간다 KT. 오늘 승리로 3연승을
Hold on tight, because KT is going up. You got your third win streak today. How do you feel, Pyoshik? I feel like we started off pretty rough. But now that we are on our third winning streak, I am very, very happy. And BDD, how do you feel? Yeah, we had our moments in crisis, but I'm really glad that we were able to win. And yeah, Shaky started the season with the losing streak, but from defeating OK Savings Bank Brion to T1 to Nongshim, you're on an uphill. What are your thoughts on your current form? Since we defeated T1, I feel like we are in a much better spirit. And I feel like all of our form and what we have been working on is really showing on stage, which is a positive thing. And in the Esports World Cup last week, Ivern had such a positive impact. And we saw you make the most out of this pick today. So how would you describe the Ivern's strengths? I feel like what really enables Ivern's strengths would be a good mid laner and AD carry. And Pyoshik, you fast cleared your jungle and you had great sustain, but what really paid off was your expertise and how skilled you were. So just how much did you practice? I feel like, yeah, I had a lot of practice put into the champions that I played today. Yeah, so that's how you had 100% kills participation and got your POG. And with Ivern being such a great late game champion, the synergy with Leona was nice too. So what allowed you to scale so stably? I feel like what happened during the jungling and just all the support that I got from our support Beryl actually did pay off. And BDD, as a mid laner, how does it feel to play with such a reliable jungle? I feel like, yeah, it's not just like a jungle champion that was good, but Pyoshik, who was such a good contributing factor to our victory. So yeah, he's quite reliable, which is nice. And it looks like in game 2, our low master Beryl seemed to be contemplating on the last pick and ended up going with the Taric to pair with the Kalista. Where did this pick come from? Beryl tends to find like a hidden gem in the champion pool. And he had been contemplating and putting in a lot of thoughts into it, and then he ended up picking this really good pick as a Taric. And BDD, in game 2 with the AD mid-champion bans and the deny on your Talia and Azir, your first pick was Orianna. So what's the recent buff what affected your decision? I feel like no, it wasn't really related to the patch. And even in game, I definitely did feel that she was really strong. So maybe the patch actually did take part in it. And Pyoshik in game 2, Nongshim really unreleased their potential and gave you a really hard time. So which part gave you the decisive edge? Yeah, so at around 28 minutes, BDD had such a great ult, and I think that was what gave us the win. So yeah, we have to replay this highlight. I feel like everyone would agree that this was an amazing ult, so can you walk us through this moment? I feel like there wasn't really much I did here. How did you even find this crazy ult angle? I noticed that our Vi was looking at the Yone really well, and then she really set up this ult for me. What a great team atmosphere here. And at the end, we saw you line up for a nice family photo. So Pyoshik, to you, is KT like your family? Yes, of course, they're my family. And BDD, what about you? Yes, They are in fact my
분위기가
family.
아주 좋습니다. 지금 KT 롤스터의 경기력이 올라오는 이유가 무엇인지 그게 바로 느껴지는 것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 3연승에 성공을
I guess we
하셨고요.
know
KT 롤스터의
now
다음 상대는
what really put into the team atmosphere, the family-like atmosphere. And now your next opponent will be BNK Fear X. Are you confident that you will get your 4th consecutive win? Yes, I would believe that it will be easy.
많은 팬분들이 응원을 오셨는데 기대감이 높아질 것 같습니다. BDD 선수는요? 각오 한 말씀 들려주시죠.
And BDD, what about you? What is your resolution? We won't let our guard down and we'll make sure that we win.
조합이 아닌가 싶습니다. 자, 오늘 KT 롤스터의 연승
What a humble answer. And that's the end of the interview from Pyoshik and BDD. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for those wonderful translations. Ayaya, as it was Ayaya costumes as well by Pyoshik and BDD. Good to see that they checked the patch notes and know what's strong.
KT rocketing through the standings. Started at the bottom, now we're here. We're in playoff position. We're top 6, okay? 3 and 4. We're about to break 50. BNK Fear X, their next opponent. Maybe KT can make the comeback happen because it looked really doomed at the beginning of last week, and now small glimmers of hope.
You know, I'm pretty sure they've already faced all of the Western teams, so they should be finishing the first round robin 5 and 4, and they should be contesting and trying to maintain that top 6 spot for playoffs. So they need to keep this momentum up.
Well, that does it for today. DRX and D+ is tomorrow, as well as Kwangdong Freaks and Gen G. That is my upset pick of the week, but I think I'm alone on that one. We'll find out how it all shakes up tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in today's LCK action. It was a long one, but a good one, and we'll be back tomorrow for more. Until then, take care.
젠지 흔들림 없습니다. 자, 깔끔하죠. 무실 세트 전승입니다.
LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 뉴 네오 디플러스기야. 이 비전이 우리가 괜찮다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.